My bad. What's good, everyone? Food stamps, Young Riaz, 1988. What's good? TMD's doing something, but yeah. He said blue trial and got 40. He's still young. Should have took the 20. I still 20. 20 is still like a lot. He is still young, but damn, his whole life is gonna go past by him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, dude's still young. Like,
he is still young, but like shit.
Damn, they charge him as an adult. That's crazy.
He's how old is he?
He's 17.
17,
That's
okay.
Texas law. That's Texas law though. So.
But still, like 17 is like that's still his life is gonna go bye bye.
40 years. Until he gets paroled.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Until he gets guilty.
I don't know. I feel like that's kind of low key, like, you know, because like he has a whole life ahead of him. He'll meet a girl, you know, have a family, settle down. But then now it's like he's gonna come out and be like, it's gonna be a different society when it comes out. Because by now, right now, it's crazy. This society is crazy right now. So imagine when he comes out in 40 years.
Yeah, man, he's getting tried as an adult.
I know. I seen
He's
that.
only 17.
No, that's what I said. It's sad.
But you know what? 17-year-old.
I feel like even still 20 years would have been like, you know.
I think he should have got manslaughter or something like that. Like,
I gotta go work out. Yeah, I'm waiting for TMG to come back.
That's the rules in Texas.
Yeah, I feel like that's wrong because he's only 17 and he still has a whole life ahead of him. So it's like, you know. He's doing his thing. But yeah. I don't think they should have gave him 40 years, 20 years. I just feel like now he's only 17. He's not gonna see prom. He's gonna come out in a different society where it's gonna be even more fucked up because right now we're in a society where like we're dealing with a lot of distractions. Probably gonna be mostly AIs when he comes out. So he's not gonna be used to that. I don't know. I just feel it's gonna be that's crazy. That's nuts. He is literally 17 years old and he's going to jail for 40 years. And I don't know what his deal is with the whole 20 years. I don't really know this case, but in my opinion, I feel like it's crazy.
Yes, I'm coming. Yes, yeah.
He's only 3 years older than my son. Like, what the fuck? That is insane.
Man, it's a lot.
Yeah, I gotta work out.
Yeah, but people, what's good? But yeah, Aston Mapcroft.
Good, Daniel.
Daniel, what's good? Shout out to let me see who else is up in here. 1988 times. Yeah, that dude right there is still young.
Oh, you're 23. You're like my brother.
Still
my
young.
Brother's age.
Still young. You know what I mean? Now he's still young. So, but that's the crazy part. That's the crazy part.
You're my younger brother's age. You're like a brother to me. A younger brother.
That is crazy. But yeah, Aston Metcalf, and Metcalf, I should say, my bad. And Carmelo Anthony. The case is getting, you know,
you're like my younger brother. I gotta go. Yeah, I gotta go work out. I'll be back later.
I'm gonna get my Yeah, but y'all know this dude right here is, you know, man, we gonna get into it though. But shout out to everybody though in the building. Shout out to y'all. Get my chair.
Yeah. Oh fuck! Yeah, I need to stretch real good.
So what's going on? What's going on with this case now is, as you know, Karmelo and Anthony, they upgraded his charges to a first degree murder charge. You know, it's gonna be 40 years before Anthony gets parole. So he's gonna be in there for a long time. Yeah, a long time, people. So it's the thing right now. You know, we already know he's out on bail. So let's go back to what happened in when was it, April? Right. He went to a football game. They was there. They're underneath a tent. You know, they're underneath a tent, and you know, I guess Austin Metcalf, was telling him like, yo, dude, you can't be here, go to your own tent. And then, the whole thing happened. The whole you know, tragedy happened where, he took out and thing, and then, the whole thing happened. But I'm just saying, yeah, he's now charged with first degree, yeah, so he's looking at a first degree murder, right now, and it's crazy to say, but this is in Texas, it's I guess they could do that. But I think it's a right call or a wrong call. Some people are saying like it's self defense. Why is he facing a murder charge anyways? But yeah, I don't know if the race war is heating up in America, but yeah, it looks like it's heating up. I'm gonna talk about why I think it's heating up down the line. Yeah, but yeah.
I'm back.
There's some crazy stuff going on here, people. Crazy stuff with this case. It's messed up. These two young kids, they got to go through this. One lost their life. Didn't get to graduate. Both of them don't get to graduate now because Austin Metcalf's dad showed up when he heard that, Karmelo Anthony was gonna receive his diploma, and he said, no, that should be against the rules. My son didn't get to graduate, so why should he get to graduate? So yeah, a lot going on in this, so yeah, as I said, recap to all the people that remember, like, this was a quote unquote, some people say bully, where Carmelo Anthony was underneath a tent, right? And Austin Metcalf told him to leave. He don't belong here. This is not his tent. You know what I mean? They, I guess, alleged both brothers trying to fight Karmelo. He pulls out a knife, and he pokes Austin Metcalf, and then he was pronounced deceased on the scene. So yeah, this is also now people. Now we know this man, this kid is 17-year-old, is going to be charged as an adult with a first degree murder charge, and apparently in Texas, you could what do you call it? It's that when you could face you could get those. So Texas, they do that. So he's now facing as an adult, getting tried as an adult, with a first degree murder charge, and that's crazy because I don't know how is he gonna handle all that. How is he gonna handle all that? But this is it's crazy stuff. I can't lie.
My fucking dog is so annoying. I'm kicking its head.
Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. To see this happen. It's sad though. Sad. I can't lie. But what do y'all think? Y'all think Carmelo Anthony should be charged for first degree murder with this Austin Metcalf? Or do y'all think, me personally, I think it should be, I think it's gonna break down. I think he might go down to a manslaughter or second degree. I don't think they're gonna actually give him a first degree, as I said. Man, if they do it, it's gonna be some type of racial thing. And it seems like, as I said, it's what we're seeing. People are saying, it seems like the race war is heating up in America. I don't know how true that is, but man, it does seem like there's some type of race issue war going on, especially with the Donald Trump telling the South African president that they're killing they're analyzing white farmers, where he's saying that's a lie because there's more black folks getting killed in South America. But we're gonna talk about that later because I think that was, and I think this race war is on the rise. This race war is on the rise, and it's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be crazy. But I just hate that we gotta be at in 2025. We gotta be here like this, thinking if we gonna have a race war or whatever. That's crazy. I mean, is we that bored? Is we that bored? Is the world that bored now? We're going back into the We're going back into the 80s. Okay, it's just crazy. That's what I'm saying. Is a race war is not good. Not good. If this is what the mainstream media is trying to push, and everybody's trying to push, I just think it's crazy. I think dude should be. I think he should be charged, but I don't think he should be charged with a first degree murder. This is it's crazy. That's just crazy to me. It's crazy to me. I think it's too much.
It's on the couch. Look.
Way too much. No. Because, as I said, I've seen other people got charges, did stuff to people, and they never got they got. But as I said, this is Texas. This ain't no. It's not like it's not Texas, but these stuff, or this is the law in Texas. So if he gets convicted, because he's out on bail right now, if he gets convicted, people, he's gonna be facing life in prison. You know what I mean? And he could only go, and the reason why he's getting parole because he's a teenager right now. If he wasn't a teenager, he wouldn't be getting on parole. So, he's going to be facing a first-degree murder, possibly a life imprisonment until he's 40. That's when he's going to be getting parole, if convicted. This is wild. This is wild. It's crazy that this kid, might have, I don't know. I was wondering if it was the other way around. If it was the other way around, what would the media be saying, and what would they be thinking? I'm just saying, like, what would they be thinking? What would the media be, saying if it was the other way around? Would they be saying if it was self-defense or, you know what I mean? But as I said, it's sad for both of these youths. I mean, I don't promote the, human violence against each other. That's just crazy to me. You know what I mean? If you out there and you want to see, you know what I mean? And I think it's crazy because I think these people want a race war because they can't handle the sun and we can handle the sun. I'm just gonna put it out there. Because everybody wants a race war because, they can't handle the sun. Because I heard a lady said this to me. She's like, I'm like, the sun is out. She said, oh yeah, I gotta cover myself up. I gotta put my glasses. I want to get King's cancer. I said, huh? You know what I mean? So, I think that's crazy. Allegedly. You know what I mean? I think that's crazy to see how, our sun can't handle the sun and, you know what I mean? We can't handle the sun. Or we're going to put the world in a race war because others can't handle it. But yeah, this is, what that person's talking about. Let me get into this thing right here with the dad. Hold on. So let's hear. Let me do that. Cause dad has a little bit. The father was a little bit concerning, guilty by. You saying so? Guilty by every. Well, we're gonna listen to it. Shout out to everybody up in here, though. As I said, everybody's opinion is their opinion. I'm not gonna block or. You see what I'm saying? Just be nice in the chat and be respectable of everybody's opinion. If you think he's guilty, you think he's not, and if y'all thinking You know what I mean? He should. You see what I'm saying? Just let me know. I mean, so, I guess some of y'all.
Been accused in the deadly stabbing of Austin Metcalf. Well, Metcalf's father now wants to confront the district superintendent about this decision. Our JD Miles was the only local reporter there. He brings us the story tonight.
He says he just wants answers, but when Jeff Metcalf arrived at Frisco ISD's administration building, this is what he got.
Hi there, can I help you?
Yeah, I'd like to come in and speak to someone, please.
I'm sorry, we're not allowed to let anyone without an appointment.
The father of Austin Metcalf wanted to hear directly from Frisco ISD Superintendent Mike Waldrop what he heard from media reports on Tuesday. Those reports are that Karmelo Anthony will get his diploma.
Jeff Metcalf was not happy because Karmelo and Anthony was gonna hold on. What the hell? Hold on. The hell, there, my bad. I thought y'all could have said that. So Jeff Metcalf, which is the dad, he wasn't happy because, dude was about to get his diploma. And he's not really pleased with it. Like, you know what I mean? So he's kind of like, yo, don't give him a diploma. My son's not here to get a diploma. Why should he get a diploma? You know what I mean? So I don't know how to say about that. That's kind of, let me all know what y'all think. It's I feel what he's saying. I feel Jeff, Metcalf, you see what I'm saying? I don't know. Like, even though the situation could have been handled better, so no, and nobody wouldn't have to die. But I understand what he's saying, but at the same time, he's got to understand, dude had to defend himself. I guess he had to defend himself. So let's get back into this. What Pop's got to say.
Later this month, despite being under house arrest and charged with murdering Metcalf's son, Austin.
I've been stonewalled. Said, I understand the protocol. They said I have to make an appointment, which I did.
It was 6 weeks ago today when what authorities describe as an altercation between Austin and Karmelo led to one 17-year-old pulling a knife and stabbing the other 17-year-old in the chest at a track meet inside a Frisco ISD stadium.
What happened there?
Anthony's parents, who claim their son was just defending himself, asked Frisco ISD to allow him to get his high school diploma. Sources say an agreement was reached that would allow that.
So I'm just curious on how they arrived at it when I read their own policy manual about what it states for mandatory expulsion and also graduation.
In a statement to CBS News Texas, a representative for the Anthony family tells us, we can't.
It's true though. You can't really, you can't do that. I agree with that because his son's deceased, and I said it, and it's sad, but you can't be doing that. You can't be showing up there like that. It's it's gonna make people uncomfortable. You know what I mean? It's an uncomfortable situation. So I understand where Jeff, I understand where the dad is coming from. I totally understand. Because. I'm saying, regardless if my son was guilty or not, regardless if my son was guilty, you know what I mean? I would feel some type of way that, you know what I mean, that he's getting a diploma after all that, because I mean, it's a crime. Like, you ain't gotta, you see what I'm saying? It's crazy. I don't know, but yeah, I don't have a problem with him saying that. Let me know what y'all think. You know what I mean? You think, y'all, anybody in the comment section think that he should have been allowed at the graduation or no? You know what I mean? Or it's just like I'm saying the same thing. I don't think, he should be, I'm just saying because of the circumstances, I don't think you should either. But that's just me. I'm gonna hit the like button for me, please, and share me if y'all. I appreciate it.
cannot and will not speak about the agreement made with Frisco ISD that remains confidential and legally protected. However, it is truly a shame that anyone would go so far as to threaten the graduation ceremony or try to ruin a day that should be filled with joy, pride, and accomplishment for so many students and their families. Frisco ISD superintendent posted a message on social media last night, making it clear that Anthony will not be allowed to attend the graduation ceremony. No student who commits a serious criminal offense is permitted to participate in the graduation ceremony. But sources say Anthony's GPA was high enough to withstand missing the last month of school and still meet the requirements for a diploma. The school district tells CBS News Texas if the student is expelled, they may continue their education through the Juvenile Justice Alternative Education Program. In cases where a student has completed all graduation requirements and is facing expulsion, Frisco ISD typically gives the option of early graduation instead of placement at JJAEP. The controversy has resulted in a new online petition to award Metcalf an honorary diploma next year, when he would have graduated along with his twin brother.
The fact of the matter is, it's not going to bring my son back. It's a nice gesture, but in the long run, my son doesn't get a diploma. So there's part of me that says maybe Mr. Anthony shouldn't get one either.
In Frisco, J.D. Miles, CBS News, Texas.
I'm going to tell you 7 ways manufacturers overcome the top challenge.
So yeah, like, you know what, like, I don't think dude should be there either. Like, you know, I'm real honest. Like, take the diploma, but go home and do something. Like, take it at home. Don't be, you're costing attention when you're doing all that. Not like saying he don't deserve it. You know what I mean? He can't graduate, but boy, you know what I mean? As I said, man, that's a lot of time. 40 years. 40 years. But we gotta understand, people. You gotta understand. You gotta understand. And I said this, yeah, but at the end of the day, they're gonna look like yeah, he did something, he did harm somebody, and I did say that, like, they're not going to let this go like that. So Karmelo, Anthony, Austin Metcalf, is they back in the media. A lot of people upset that he's getting Karmelo is going to be facing. As he's 17 now, he's not going to be able to get on until he's 40. It's crazy. I would say, yeah, use a weapon, but in this case, I'm like, damn, should he have used a weapon? Because they're gonna make it hard for him. They're gonna make it real hard for dude. It's a sad situation, man. Sad situation. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. This is sad situation for both of them, as I said. And I feel Pops, like, you don't. Well, the kid's gonna have to be there while they graduate, and like, as I said, it's a whole month. But him at the same time, should have taught your kids better than that. Not to be a bully. And Jeff Metcalf sounds like he has a lot of privileges when he was growing up. You know what I mean? So, yeah, he sounds like he has a lot of privileges. Man, who showed up at the graduation like, nope. Showed up at the spot like, don't you dare let him graduate. And they would have showed up with people there. You see what I'm saying? Like, huh? Yeah. This shit is crazy. They're charging dude with first degree, and they're charging him as an adult. As an adult. Yeah. As an adult, as an adult. That is crazy. They're charging them as an adult. Can you believe that? You know what I mean? Your kid accidentally do something to somebody. I don't know if it was the other way around. They would have never charged him as an adult. That's just me. You know, chop yourself food for you, baby? You know, but yeah, it's a sad situation right here with these two kids, you know. That they gotta be like that. They gotta be like that with these kids. It's sad to me. We got it at the same time. We gotta. What's going on? What's going on, my God? King Hazy, what's going on? You sure they charged little man with first-degree murder as an adult? Yeah, a lot of people didn't expect that. You know, a lot of people didn't expect that, but they charge him as an adult. You know, they charge him as an adult, man. You know, Austin Metcalf, Jeff Metcalf, went and said, "Oh, he shouldn't be able to get to graduate. He shouldn't be able to get to graduate, King Hazy." Yeah, the man showed up. The man showed up, bang at the door because somebody told him that it was there. So you already seen a lot of privilege going on in this case already. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna lie, there's a lot. See my Jeff Metcalf got a lot of privilege. You know what I mean?
You don't say Jesse McCartney.
Even though he has even though he has a thing underneath his belt. What do you call it? One of them pedophile charges underneath his belt. He's on the internet running. He's on the thing right now. You shouldn't be allowed. If he has allegedly has charges like what they say he has, Jeff Metcalf, Aston Metcalf, dad, he shouldn't. I don't know why is he at the school. I don't believe everything I see on the internet. Because down here, if you have those charges, don't care if you beat them or not, you're not allowed to be at no school. Start things something else. No school. I'm just trying to figure out how these people get together around the school and all this other people's kids. Why they got charges like this? Running their mouth. Well, I just came down to the school to see if he was really graduating, because my son is not going to graduate. Bro, you know what I mean? We gotta tell. You see what I'm saying? Some of us like to boost up. Some of us like to boost up our kid in certain things. You see what I'm saying? But man, you know, I can't see this dude comment on my
I don't know why you worry about.
No, I don't know, babe. Look at my I know, relax. Yes, sir? How come I can't see this dude comment on?
What, Marcus?
Oh, there we go. No, that's it. I can see Marcus, but I didn't see things.
Wow.
You said prevent is that the code speak for the guys get away with murder. No. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying no. I'm not. Whoa. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is he should at least like the first degree murder. Yes. No, the first degree murder is kind of like harsh because there was fighting and we know what happened. You know what I mean? Fighting. If you in a domestic right now, you fighting, with somebody, a wife or whatever, you already know. The first thing's gonna happen is what? Is this gonna be like a second degree? You know what I mean? But I think this should go into a second degree and possible a manslaughter because you know what I mean? It was self-defense when you look at it. You know what I mean? Honestly, if Aston Metcalf would have beat, without, you know what I mean, analyze Karmelo and Anthony, what would you guys be saying? You know what I mean? I'm just saying. So we got to look at it at both ways, I guess. Yes, it's a sad situation. I don't think, it's sad that, Aston Metcalf has to lose his life like that. But at the same time, we got to, stop being so ignorant with each other. Like, you know what I mean? Forget, we're not living in the 80s no more, y'all. That's what I'm saying. The younger generation should be focusing on what? Huh? How they want to live. What? What's up, babe?
No, man.
Relax. You know what I mean? So I'm not saying that, but 40 years is a lot. Think about it. You're 17. Your kid is in jail until 17 years old. All right, maybe the child.
Because he defended himself.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That is a lot. I'm not saying no one should. Yeah, no one should be able to get away with murder. Let me clarify that because I don't want anybody thinking I'm promoting that. You know what I mean? What I'm saying though, people, is, yo, we gotta start being so ignorant of each other. You know what I mean? And protecting these kids. Stop, like, if we are home, stop teaching this stuff. We got a problem with other people. You know what I mean? If we have you know what I mean? If we have a problem with other people, you know what I mean? We shouldn't allow the kids to, you know what I'm saying? If they, be a part of it. But y'all know what I'm saying is man, like, I don't think, he shouldn't be doing live. That's what I'm saying, as I said, because if it was the other way around too, if it was Metcalf, Austin that did that, I'll be saying the same thing. Like, yo, dude shouldn't be doing live. You see what I'm saying? Because he, you know what I mean, was defending himself. So what I'm saying, if Karmelo would have hit him with something and that would have happened and the same thing would have happened, I would have been like, yo, Karmelo, you know what I mean, Austin Metcalf don't deserve, you see what I'm saying? Even though people just want to see this white versus black. It's like we're bored. We're bored. It's like the race, the human nature is so bored. It's like we want to go back in time so bad. You see what I'm saying? So we create stuff like this. Like, leave it alone. I mean, let these guys live their own stuff and stop trying to push, one, a race problem and everybody else because, one black guy and one white guy have issues. It's not like that. You know what I mean? Everywhere. You see what I'm saying? So the media needs to stop push that because they push that a lot. I agree. And doesn't Texas have death penalty? Yeah, they do. They do have the death penalty, but here goes the tricky part with that, right? That's why he's not getting the death penalty because he was 17. They said if he was not 17 at the time when he did the crime, it would have been a death penalty. But True say he's 17, and it would have been no parole. True say he's 17, that's why he's getting the parole at 40. That's crazy. Think about 17. You know what I mean? But this thing, what the media are trying to create is when you Google this story, a black guy, 17-year-old stab a white guy. Like, it's crazy. This is what we're promoting now. We're promoting, like, what are we gonna do when, it's just crazy, yo. We're trying to create a whole problem. We gotta stop doing that. The media too. I said the mainstream media, they're the most racist. You gotta watch what they promote. That's why you can't blame other people what they say, how they read it, and how they code it, because the media does a lot. The media does a lot. Like, I think that's wrong. We gotta stop doing that. You know what I mean? We gotta stop doing that. We gotta stop doing that. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I'm just moving this girl up. The media does that a lot. So Texas does, but they're not in this case. They're not giving him the death penalty. They're not giving him the death penalty. I'm saying Texas law is the first degree. It's different, but Karmelo is 17. For parole. After 40 years. That's what they were saying. That's what I was saying. But that's the only reason why he's getting parole, because he was young. They said if he was older, he wouldn't be getting parole. He would have been there for life, possibly death penalty. You know what I mean? But that's crazy. Imagine that. Because remember, at certain things you don't understand. At a certain age, you don't understand. You know what I mean? So I guess. Yo, I know you're probably saying whatever I said is that got privilege. No, I was saying like, listen, this is a sad situation, okay? And let's not make it into a race war or what I mean, a black guy's right or a white guy's right. Let's not make it like that. I don't live my life like that. If y'all are trying to live like that, you know what I mean? Y'all have a long, you know what I mean? It's like, that's not what we're trying to do. You know what I mean? That is not the way. If y'all want to, you know what I mean? If that's what some of y'all feel, carry on. I mean, that's y'all opinion, but I'm just saying, like, we don't, we're not doing that. It just, as I said, this situation is a whole sad ass story. Sad. 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 This should have never happened. This should have never happened. This should have never happened. As I said, they're young. They got their whole life. They had a promised future. Both of them had a promised future. And that's the sad part. You know what I mean? So, I mean, like I said, I'm not here to say, oh my God, good. You know what I mean? I'm not like, have y'all noticed? You know what I mean? As I said, even though I'm not here to push no race war, I'm not here to say, oh yeah, I'm dumb. It's a white guy that died. Or no, we're not doing that. Y'all are trying to live like that, like it's cool. You know what I mean? But I'm saying, if y'all are trying to live like that, I understand why. You know what I mean? Because y'all, as I said, y'all look, no offense to nobody, but we don't need that. Black people don't need to hide from the sun. But I think it's crazy how every other, race is hiding from the sun, and people in the background try to start a race war. Even the president of America, he stood there and said that the people in South America are killing the white farmers. And the people just proved that the data show that there's more black people getting killed in South Africa. What is we trying to do? What is we trying to do, people? You know what I mean? Is we really trying to bring the thing up? Is we really trying to ruin the country, the world? Period. We're trying to separate people. Come on, yo. Y'all are crazy. This is not. Whoever gave him that idea needs to tell these people, because I see what people are trying to do. You know what I mean? If that man said yes, don't like Mexicans. Everybody don't like Mexicans. If that man said yes, we don't like Africans. You know what I mean? But I'm just saying, when are we gonna like? When are you guys gonna stop being puppets, bro? We can't beef with each other. We can't beef with the human race. So what I'm saying, if y'all trying to create a race war, that's good for y'all, because you know what? This ain't like one time. That's what I'm saying. And black people don't really care about, what white folks want to do. Black people don't care. White folks don't care what black people want to do. But however, what some of these, Caucasian and black people will tell you, they're not gonna, go around and look for no race war. You see what I'm saying? Or, think with no race war. You see what I'm saying? Or support nobody. That president that trying to start a race war. It's crazy. It's ridiculous. But y'all are trying to start a race war and for no reason and don't want to be. In 1999 at my school, the kids, another black kid in there and killed him. I think 14. He was. Hold on. He was charged in a minor. Yeah, race war is not the thing right now. You know what I mean? We don't need that. We just need to stay a whole as one. You know what I mean? And we can't do that. Every time we see people don't get their way, it's like they're trying to push us to do something. I'm gonna pick it up. Trying to push us to do something else, people. I mean, what we need to do is just stop calling it down the line. So shit. Karmelo Anthony stabbed dude. You know what I mean? In a way, to me, when he said to the police, "You think I could get self-defense for this?" Yeah, in a way, but you know what I mean? When you tell a police that we don't your lawyer around, you kind of criminate yourself. You know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? Don't you know what I mean? Real talk is that's what I'm saying. Sometimes it's good to walk away in this situation, especially when you're a kid that don't know the law and don't know the streets. I mean, put the knife down, walk away. I mean, move. Sometimes it's good to whatever. You know what I mean, that's why sometimes I'll be like, all right, and then I come back with the crew. And sometimes when you come back with the crew, everybody don't want to fight. You know what I mean? It's just like, all right, you know what I mean, less violence, whatever. But in this situation, it's sad. I wouldn't want my kid doing no time life because of him. You know what I mean, standing somewhere. Like, let's be honest. Let's put ourselves in the parent mode, no, y'all, and not ignorant mode. You know, like real talk. None of us want our kid. Nobody wants their kid analyzed. Nobody wants their kid in life behind bars.
What would happen if he didn't listen to the guy? He just stood there.
I know, but I'm saying it's a sad situation. But we gotta let these kids know sometime what's going on. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you might get in trouble, you might defend yourself, but it's gonna be consequences, and that's everywhere. There're gonna be consequences. But as I said, if it would have looked away if are you taking life? You're taking a life? Some comments I can't see, but some comments I can see. Some of you guys I can't even see. Where y'all? Some of y'all typing from? I can't even see y'all on here. But man, it's a sad case. Man. Not gonna lie, sad case. I'm not promoting no. You know what I mean? Let's go outside and hate. Oh, don't have no white.
Yeah, it is devastating that
no.
Both families have to deal with going to see their son behind bars for 40 years and one there.
Yeah, it is. This is the very.
To see their kid at a graveyard.
This is for real. This is definitely, definitely, sad and definitely. What do you say? Devastating story. Yeah. Because they're young. They're both young. They both have a promising future. You know what I mean? Both have a promising future. That's what I'm saying. People who are going around promoting this, you know what I mean? Violence, stop it, yo, because we don't need to do that. And the younger generation, you know what I mean? Let's be honest. The younger, even me growing up, the younger generation, they hang around with more white kids than black kids. You're not gonna see a whole bunch of white kids and not see a whole bunch of black kids. It's not like before. So we need to stop poisoning their mind and stop trying to bring them back into the past or whatever we're trying to do. Because you know what I mean, as I said, you're not gonna walk down the street and you're not like before. You know what I mean? And you know what I mean, you're not everywhere you're gonna see them together. You see what I'm saying? You're gonna see white, you're gonna see black, you're gonna see Spanish, you're gonna see Muslim, they all together. We need to stop poisoning these kids' mind. Leave them alone. Stop trying to create this race war. Every time we get it, black this and black kid stab white kid and whatever. We don't do that. We do not do that when a white person analyze a next white person. We do not do that. We don't do that when the mafia analyze each other. We don't do that when the bikers analyze each other. We don't do that. You know what I mean? We try to make it a big thing when the black people and the white folks go at it. We try to make it a big thing when the Mexican and the white people go at it and the black people. We try to make it a big thing when the Muslims and the white kids go at it. We try to make it a big thing. A big thing. You know what I'm saying? So we need to quit that out. My cousin was married in Tennessee and oh yeah? Damn. So they don't have the same. They don't have the same laws of Tennessee, damn, he only got 25. That's a little bit of time. That's all. That's crazy. You know what I mean? My condolences to your family, though, bro. You know, your cousin, but that's it. I would have been feeling some type of way too. You know what I mean? But just think about it. You said your cousin got what? Your cousin got murdered, and his the person who analyzed your cousin got 25, and this kid, that's what I'm saying. This kid is about to go for a first degree, and he gonna get out at 7. He gonna go. He's allowed a parole after he served his time of 40 years, and that person who analyzed your cousin only got 40. 25. God damn. And I guarantee you, before the 20, he probably got parole. That's crazy. I said the states gotta come together. They gotta switch certain things. I mean, but it seems like Texas is. I can't lie. It seems like Texas is in their own world. I'm surprised they don't have their own world. You know what I mean? I'm surprised the Texas look like they got their own law, everything, dog. Texas don't play. Texas do not play. They do not play. They do not. Texas do not play, let me tell you. But yeah, I don't, we need to leave these kids alone, But that's what I think. I think the mainstream media is hyping up these kids, you know what I mean, and try to get them to live like all these OGs, old folks used to live. You know what I mean, have them back into this. Let's, you know what I mean, it's not, no. And why would you want to create a race? Why would anybody want to create a race war in this time? As I said, the Caucasian kids, you can't go one side of the block and don't see them hanging out. They even in the hood more than ever before. Remember when black people used to be in the hood? There's more scary white boys in the hood now. And they're not taking shit. You know what I mean? And they will, they will put you down. Just like a regular black dude. You know what I'm saying? So you can't, that race war shit, not a lot of people gonna fly with that. You know what I mean? You're gonna see more people fighting together and doing more stuff not to prevent that. You know what I mean? So whoever is trying to do this, whoever is trying to create it, like I see Donald Trump trying to go down that road, that's bad. You know what I mean? I don't think America want that. You know what I mean? And if America want that, and Canada don't want that either. It's only, the percentage is very low for the people that are looking for a race war in America. You know what I'm telling you? You're going to see a whole bunch of people, white folks and black people, rolling down the street. You know what I mean? And rolling together. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Beat them up? Get angry with them? No. As I said, it's just crazy. Karmelo is facing 40, but might not. Okay. I did not know that. And Texas has Texas has one to second degree manslaughter, but okay. I did not know that. Did not know that. Thanks for y'all that information, But yeah, man, I don't want these, it's not a time where the world should be worrying about. If we're worrying about, Dome and Black and Sun and other stuff, and whether it's you know what I mean, man. Listen to me, man. The people the world right now is just going in a good place where, as I said, the younger generation they're not with that stuff. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? They tell you straight up, stop acting like old folks. They're not with that. This stuff right here with Karmelo and Austin Metcalf is sad. And I said I agree with Dad. I agree with Jeff Metcalf. I don't think my son would want to watch somebody that analyzes his brother graduate. So I don't think he should allow to be in the school and graduate. That's just me though. Like it's too much for the school too much. I get it, but it's too much. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because everybody's gonna be emotional. Everybody's still emotional. These are 17-year-old kids, 18. I mean, as I said, not all of them feel the same, but it's just going down there. Texas laws is weird, but it is what it is. You can't say they just made it up today or they doing it because it's a black guy. That is their law. You know what I mean? It is. You can't say they're doing it because it's a black kid, 17 years old. That's what their law is. That's what their law is. I mean, so, and I said, down here in Canada, I'll tell you guys this: there's 17-year-olds that are getting charged as an adult down here too. There's a 17-year-old the other day that went a drive-by, and his face got put out on the news. So I mean, so what does that mean? Whenever you get your face put out like that, that means you're gonna get charged as an adult. You know what I mean? Any underage kid that get put their face out on the news and the government allows you to catch them like that, that means them, you know, they might get charged as an adult. So yeah, that stuff is, you know, so justice was, as I said, it's a long. We gonna see what happened, and people just recognize this is gonna happen to anybody. You know, this could happen. It could have been the other way around. And I would have said the same thing. I would have been not looking for Aston Metcalf to be doing 25. I would have been like, you know what? Use up on him because they was fighting, they kids. You see what I'm saying? Don't try him as an adult. But you know, he's gonna get tried as an adult. You know what I mean? In this case, he did analyze somebody. You know what I mean? And man, you know, as I said, it's all about what the force how you use the weapon. All that stuff gonna come up in court too. You know what I mean? That is a big thing. Yeah, but that's what happened with most young people though. Some they do. See, young people when they commit crimes, they either do 7 or they might get down here. You could be a kid. You could be a 14-year-old, 16-year-old. You'd be out like in 2 or 3. You know what I mean? Yeah. So as I said, condolence to Austin Metcalf and the family, whatever. I could just imagine what they're going. I can't imagine what with my son. How would I be feeling? So as I said, I give that, even though he has a bad record or whatever they're saying, he's got some demons in his closet. I give him that though for going down there, asking the school, because anybody would have feel some type of way about they 14-year-old, 17-year-old getting analyzed by a next kid. You know what I'm saying? So it sucks that they had to fight and one had to lose their life like that. But we can't say make this a race war. We'll make it look like they are only continuing to do real life watch until 21. Okay. 14-year-old was clear defense. The grown boy was jumped in. Oh, okay. Man, there's a lot going on. But as I said, everybody that had something like this happen to them, condolences to their family. You know what I mean? But stuff like this happen. That's why we gotta, as I said, we gotta, it's crazy, and I said, taking the next life is very. You ain't gonna know, but once that, and it's true though. It's crazy. I don't know, but this gonna be a crazy story. So we gonna see if he really gets what really happened with his prison sentence and how everything goes. Whatever happened with this is sad on both parties. Sad. It's really sad on both parties. Really sad. They ready to eat? Really sad. Man. Yeah. I just hope that that he could handle all that time, like it's going, this is the big step for this is the big step. Yeah, I mean, because you understand, we make mistakes, but every mistake there's a consequences, regardless if it's not you don't meant to do it or not. In life, when you take someone's life, there's gonna be a penalty. There's gonna be a, you see what I'm saying? And as I said, if Metcalf would have had a weapon, then he would have been like, I could have seen him not getting a charge, but fist to fist, and you brought a weapon to a fist fight, it's more like definitely some, it's going to be definitely some charges. It's going to be definitely, you know what I mean, a first degree or second degree, you know what I mean? But second degree, manslaughter, we don't know, but definitely. So we got what these young demons are out of control. This is good. This is good versus evil here. Yeah, this is as I said, this is sad. This is sad. I know. I know what you mean by that. I know what you mean by that, but I don't know. I hit the like button for you, man. Y'all in here? Yeah, I know what you mean by that, but these people are trying to create a race war, and there's already a race war going on, because there's already some people in groups that don't like Caucasian people, and there's people that don't like, black people. So there's, what I mean. But yeah, you're right. It won't be a full blown. There's only a group of people, and I think they're shrinking. That's what I said. Whoever is promoting this, putting the strings in the back, it's not gonna happen because young people don't like this shit. Your name sound like an AI name, but whatever. Yeah, you don't matter. You don't have to say if you're a black or not. You don't have to say you're black. If you deserve that I'm not gonna say, well, you shouldn't say that. You're black. No. If you decide, there's a lot of black people that think that Anthony's guilty. You know what I mean? That he should go to jail because he brought a knife to a fist fight. You know what I mean? As common sense. As much how people saying it's self-defense, you know what I mean? Dude had a knife. That's what I'm saying. As I said, when you have a weapon in a fist fight, it's kind of hard to claim self-defense. That's what I'm saying. It's kind of hard. I'm just saying. It's kind of hard. But you ain't got to say you're a black or white. I'm not doing that. It's not based on race, people. It's not based on race. It's based on. Doesn't even have. It's not based on race. It's based on opinion. That's why I say it could be an AI. AI doesn't even like start shit. These AIs like to start shit up in here. You know what I mean? So, yeah. A lot of people. A lot. Alright. It's gotta stop, y'all. Only a white person will say I'm not white, I'm black. That's why I say, we're not making it into that. It's opinion. You ain't gotta state your color, you know what I mean, or your gender. Like, listen, if you have opinion, you have opinion. That's your opinion. You see what I'm saying? Everybody has their opinion. You see what I'm saying? So it is what it is. It is what it is. Can't hate on people having their opinion. Like that. If we hate on people for having their opinion, that's when the internet gonna go. You know what I mean? People not gonna want to talk to people. You're not gonna be able to talk and have a civilized conversation if we're doing this. Yeah, it's not. Don't make it about your color or you gotta be a certain color type in the chat or. You know what I mean? No.
Good. He should have been charged. I don't know.
Again?
Adam, what are you talking about? Oh, not enough time?
Well, Adam said he didn't get enough time? Adam, you're
I
crazy.
don't know if that's what he meant. You were just typing not enough.
Yeah? He said not enough time? He didn't get enough time, that's what y'all were saying? Crazy. What y'all are really saying to me? That 40 years is not enough? That's what y'all are saying to me for real? Kev, good, he should have got. Oh, Adam, damn, where so much I want to come from? Oh, okay, he's talking to somebody else.
I like how those two are having a conversation.
Yeah. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Make sure y'all hit the like button, man. You know what I mean? Sub to the channel. That's what I'm saying. And as I said, remember, everybody's opinion is count. I dropped the link. If y'all want to come up and say something, y'all can. Just remember, turn the camera on in the back, and then if you want to turn it off and you hit the panel, go ahead. You know what I mean? As I said, we're not really here to bash nobody for their opinion. You know what I mean? Or to even try to create a problem because someone has opinion and go with one opinion and say, oh my God, this is a Caucasian person, get him out of here. Or this is a black person, no, this and that. No. We're not doing that because that's what the media wants us to do. They want us to push this narrative of this thing right here.
Don't know why.
Not doing that. Nope. No. This is the issue with two teens. I don't know how. You know, where was it the teacher, and where was the person that was supposed to be supervising these kids? Because kids need supervision, right? Right? They should be somebody should be protecting them. Somebody should have been there to break that up. I think what was it? The teacher, but believe it or not, nowadays teachers can help you. If your kid is fighting the next child, the teacher can't even break them apart because the kid could get mad and said, "Oh, the teacher touched me," and then here we go charging the teacher because the teacher is trying to break up a fight. Damn, that shit was crazy. It's crazy. But man, this is a sad situation now. We gotta leave it like that. No.
That's crazy. She wanted the same shit when he was her age.
Yeah, promoting a race war and shit like that. Mm. Even though Texas is kind of like their favorite like Bryce will tell you, they favor more. You know what I mean? Because Texas, I don't know if the people that in Texas want a race war or whatever, but they shouldn't even want a race war. I just feel like y'all shouldn't even want a race war. Y'all shouldn't want a race war. Real talk. Yeah. Y'all shouldn't want a race war. It's just too much. It's sad, yo. These two kids, maybe Karmelo. I don't know what he should do, but I mean, he's gonna have to face trial. I know people thought that he was just gonna be out, and if he was just gonna. if he was just gonna get out and not go to, No, I thought people thought he was just gonna get out and they was gonna drop the charges. No. Mm-mm. Who told y'all that? That's what it is, yo. When you do something, yeah. No, what Karmelo was thinking, but he gonna have a long, hard life behind bars. Okay. He ain't never. Trust me. You think he getting bullied now? Wait till he go to jail. Man, you better have a knife. If you go to jail and stab somebody, you gonna have to walk with that knife his whole life. Mm-hmm. Messed up to say that, but I know what his life is gonna be. Hey. That's why people shouldn't try to make this a race war, because going to race war, if he's going to a race war and then go to jail, he's not gonna be the same kid. You know why? As soon as he get in there, he's gonna have to hook up with some people that he don't even know. Just because of this race war shit. That's the crazy part. The inmates are going to. Yeah, they is. But definitely. You want protection? Oh yeah. You're gonna have to send some money in. Yeah, for real. They're gonna finesse him for real. He rich. Not like everybody else. It's not rich, right? I know when they trust me, they're gonna, if he's eating food and he's ordering shit, he's gonna have to give something to them. Are you getting chips in the canteen? Oh yeah. Man, you see, man, I wonder if they're gonna take the plea deal. I wonder if they're gonna, this case right here be a lot. Are they gonna have an open court? Open thing in this one? Let me see what thing was saying. He was saying something. Was saying he's saying. I don't.
Okay, I'll post. You don't want
to take a plea deal. Well, shit. What if they don't take the plea deal? Man, but in that situation though, you gotta take. If you're guilty like that, that's enough. He might take the plea deal. The only way I'm taking the plea deal though, unless you go down to like, a manslaughter or a second degree. I'm not taking a plea deal now. I'm not taking a plea deal. I'm not taking a plea deal on a first degree. but he's probably gonna have to because he's already out on bail. He wasn't doing no time. You know what I mean? So he's not gonna be able to get no 2 for 1. You know what I mean? So he has a lot. You're gonna have to. So I guess you're gonna have to. I guess that's why they gave him the bill. What's up, Judge? What do you want?
You thought I said ice coffee.
No, so I don't know what's going on with him, but this kid right here, I have to think about. Yes, it's self-defense, but it also, yeah. When you accidentally stab somebody and take someone's life, you're going to have to face the consequences. You're going to have to do time. It sucks. It sucks.
Yeah, you say you're hungry, you'll eat your rice.
It sucks because it's crazy. You know, even down here in Ontario, as I say, you take someone's life. You know what I mean? You know,
what's his name got 10 years for stabbing a good girl?
Yeah.
Over self-defense.
And someone down here, there's a dude down here that stabbed his girlfriend because, you know what I mean, over some weed too. She stabbed his girlfriend over, and it was self-defense. That was a white girl. He got 10 years. So, I mean, self-defense or not, you're gonna do time. So they might hear me out. They might throw the 40 out there. You know, but and they was adults. They was adults. The dude, you know what I mean, had his Caucasian girlfriend down here. That they was fighting over weed. You know what I mean? And it was a crazy, crazy, crazy story. You know what I mean? I don't know if she was holding out or whatever she was doing, but yeah, they started fighting. You know what I mean? She started chasing him with the knife. She ended up dying. You know what I mean? And it was crazy, but he did 10 years for that. You know what I mean? So you're gonna do time regardless or not. You're not just gonna walk off because it's self-defense. Self-defense, you always do jail time. GT said Karmelo should get a pass of being black. Now, where you get that from? Where you get that from, GT? Who told you that? Come on, man. Y'all trying to be funny? Y'all trying to be funny? Come on, yo. Ain't nobody. Oh, no. Food stamp, what's going on, Browski? What's going on with it, Browski? Right? It's going to be a crazy case. Hey, they thought the Diddy case was crazy. Hey, food stamp, they thought the Diddy case was crazy. This going to be way more crazy than the Diddy case. This going to be more smoke and more people out there, more people fighting for something what they believe than the Diddy case. I'm telling you right now. Mm-hmm. Yep. Tanya, it's gonna be a case where, yeah, it's gonna be like the OJ. Remember the OJ and the court case was kind of race case. Everybody was like doing them, started to be racist against each other. This is what this case is gonna be like. The OJ and the court case. Mm-hmm. We gotta make it. That's what I said. This is not. It had nothing to do with race, and we're just saying, as I said, if he's guilty, he's guilty. I'm not saying he's not supposed to do time. So let's. You in here, TS, and you know what I mean. As I said, that's your opinion. Whoever's waiting for who, or who's waiting for who to do what to who, I don't know. Well, I don't know if it's self-defense or not. So cool. It's so cool. Yeah. But this is why everyone's asking, as I said. When it first came out, I was kind of iffy about it too, because I'm like, damn, okay, they fought, but dude, they had a knife. They both had a knife. Only one person have a knife, and I get it. Two person trying to whatever it. And it's done like there in Ontario too, in Canada, where two person are fighting and you pull out a knife and you stop somebody, you're gonna get some time. You're gonna get some jail time. Common sense. It's not self-defense. At first they said it was self-defense, but now jail time. Jail time. Jail time. Not everybody, Damn, you that mad? Hey, TS, you that mad? So what if he walks over? He's gonna be 40 when he goes to parole, right? It's crazy, man. It's crazy. Because that's what I'm saying. He's gonna live a life. And it's crazy that TS said that, right? Y'all are crazy. Y'all are just man. Y'all it's just two kids that are. These are two kids. Y'all, trust me. Y'all are crazy. Y'all are crazy. These are two kids. I'm pretty sure all the people I'm in the chat saying that, on TS and the next dude, like OJ. Damn. Why did I say this case was like the OJ case? Because no, y'all are talking about OJ in the chat. And what else? He's toast. Yo, TS, you're crazy. You're just on it, man. You're just on it. You're just on it. You just want to see it. You just love the drama. You love the drama. You love it. I don't know if he's gonna be free or not, but I know he's probably gonna do 10 years. I don't know about the whole 40. They're gonna get some time out of him. You gotta get this. The justice system is not wrong for what they're doing right now. People are just not, I guess people are trying to use race as education, but the law, even in law, you learn about this. Accidentally, stuff can lose to jail time. No, you might go to jail. You might not get bail. You might sit there. What you only get away with it because no, we on OJ. This is what you said about OJ now. OJ only get away with it because he was rich and famous. Two things coming. Hey, you see you. You're just in here. You're just in here, and you always have something smart to say. But dog, we know he ain't rich like, but like what the next person was saying, I forgot somebody was saying something in the chat. You believe they're gonna finesse him though. We know he's not rich, and you know what I mean. You saying the only reason why OJ got away because I don't think they have enough evidence on OJ. That's why he got away with it. I'm not gonna say that. That's just me though. You know what I mean? I think they got enough evidence on Karmelo. They got evidence on Karmelo, regardless if it's a self-defense. People are saying, but they got evidence on it. Y'all are crazy. Y'all bring up the OJ anywhere y'all go. Y'all hated that OJ got away, but it's the facts. OJ got away because there's no evidence. I mean, the police, they didn't know what they was doing. And the police, they wasn't as smart as how these investigators are smart these days. These investigators are way too smart. You know what I mean? Those guys are, the intelligence wasn't there. And they just, I don't know. I just don't know what to say. You know what I mean? I don't know what to say about that case. But people, I mean, the man, don't wish bad and nobody is. I'm saying because you never know what might happen. I know y'all don't want to see him walk because it's some of y'all are stuck in y'all grandfather and grandmother gene where y'all have a vendetta against white and black people. That is y'all. Y'all don't want to see him walk because he's a black dude accidentally kill a white dude. But this should happen every day. This should happen over here. It doesn't make news like how people make it go viral. Whenever a black person and a white person over here, they get into it, it's like a regular thing. So I'm saying the police now, they're making it a race thing, but no. Regular thing. They just have, problems. Some famous fact that's the LA DA case. I'm not gonna get into that. I don't know who. All I know is these kids are still kids. These kids are still kids. Hold on, let's see what. Who you talking to? Williams? Who you talking to? You said Austin Metcalf will never live again. What's her point? I know who you talking to in the chat. Oh, I never seen that. I never heard of them had no suspect of, the other killer in OJ case. That is correct. You know what I mean? And they never made nobody after he beat it. I thought they would have had some suspect of interest, but that was it. There was no what do you call it? No other suspects. So I don't know. Some people say, I believe Rice, in my home, one of Rice told me said that OJ did admit it. I mean, let me know if y'all think OJ admitted. If I'm correct, man. I think I heard something about OJ admitting that. I don't know if he did or not. I don't know. I could be wrong. But yeah, Matt Cat John says far. Okay, food stamp. He never did. All right. I got you, family. I got you. But yeah. I got you. Man. So, I'm gonna my this is wild, people. This is wild. wild, people. I don't want these kids to be changing, like having a bad summer, thinking, oh, you know what I mean? Can't have them think like that. These kids are easy to brainwash, easy to believe shit. Okay. You make sense, Food Stamp. You did make. Yeah, you're right about that. You're right about that. I agree with you on that 100%. So, TS, you always have some crazy shit to say. Hey, TS, what's what you say? You always have some crazy. You know the other dude. Yo, you see what I mean? TS, you always have some crazy. Just the way you word. No one thinks it's okay to analyze nobody. Okay? Nobody thinks it's okay. And TS, killers come in all different. Killers don't only come in one race. One religion. Killers come everywhere. They come, they could come with the guy with the glasses on, you know what I mean, with the jacket, suit and tie, or the guy that's been sitting there playing the PlayStation since the first PlayStation 1 came out. Or it could be just you know what I mean, a guy that just has, as I said, yeah, killers coming so don't say you people, okay? TS, don't say you people. You know what I mean? I know some Caucasian people that if their life is on the line, if their family, you trying to mess with their family, they got a different what's theirs, it's gonna happen. You know what I mean? Trust me. Nowadays, there's some intimidated. No, for real, TS, real talk. There's some intimidation. Don't say you people, because everybody, as I said, killers come different. You know what I mean? Look at Chucky. Look at Megan. You know what I mean? Even though those are just TV shows, but I'm just saying, I mean movies. But I'm just, you can't, you know what I mean? Because killers are different. They come different. Because I didn't know I had the next one left. You know what I mean? So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I need another pot.
They come, in different. You said that? Native American. Yeah. Come make one purple TS and then one brown TS.
You always get the trolls.
I'm telling y'all, people.
Maybe it's your point.
People. That was the same thing on the TV, saying purple, but on the phone it's saying the same color. Let me drop the link again. But yeah, people, this. Man, people are still mad about OJ. There's other people that got away with cases too.
There's a prime example. They keep saying OJ.
Y'all crazy, yo.
There you go.
Y'all mad at y'all say y'all crazy.
There's your example of what race war.
Race war is when you keep people who want race war. Y'all would bring up the old shit like the OJ. You know what I mean? Y'all bring up y'all don't need to bring up all that. Y'all don't need to bring up all that. What's up, baby? All right. Y'all don't need to bring up. But I said those. Baby. Hey. So y'all don't need to bring that up. It sounds like y'all are still mad about that. You know what I mean? But everybody gets away. Oh, everybody gets away. Not everybody. There's a lot of people that even beat murder charges. Trust me, they're mad. You know what I mean? They're mad too. You know what I mean? So y'all can't be the only person mad. Crazy. 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 Interesting crazy. Not crazy, interesting. Interesting crazy. Interesting crazy. Wow. Yeah. Whatever they say. Y'all are trying to make this like y'all trying to make everything. As I said, don't make this like. As I said, I already know that's what people are trying to do. They're trying to build this case into a race war like the OJ and Nicole case. It's crazy. As I said, black people y'all with this shit. Said, nah, y'all, leave this shit alone. Because y'all know in real life, you stop somebody. You know what I mean? Yo, Tom, I don't even know you, nigga. I don't even know you. And you the first motherfucker about to get blocked. You the first motherfucker about to get blocked. Because everybody else was talking and back and forth and was saying something. And now you come in there trying to look clout. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna put you in the back. We're gonna put you in the back and we're gonna put you on thing because you can't just come in here and go with the conversation. Come in and if I'm not speaking English, are you gonna be able to understand me? No, right? So we are gonna put you on timeout for 24 hours. Bye. 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 Those guys talk. At least they understand me. If you don't understand me, then I gotta put you on block. Okay, I'm gonna put you on block. I'm gonna put you on block. See, you know you was in here trying to start some shit. We know you was in here trying to start some shit. We know, man. We know. Yeah, we know you was in here trying to start some shit. We know. Yeah, we know you was in there trying to start some shit. You move around. Mad as hell. Y'all in here trying to start. You want me to be like, yeah, get the Caucasian people. That's what you want me being. That's what you want me. That's what you want me. You know what I mean? You want me up in here preaching to the people and talking and preaching. Nah, sir, you ain't getting that out of me. You know what I mean? But thanks for coming through. Thanks for the one view, like. Thanks for the one view, though. Man, that's the first person I blocked. Because you didn't understand me. You don't understand the story. Then you want to come in here talking about some black stuff and all this and that. Didn't we not say, didn't we? I know you know I'm a black person, but did I not say that we're not doing that? We're not going to be promoting that in this live. You know what I mean? And I don't think nobody's promoting that on their live. And if anyone's promoting that, ain't nobody watching it. You know what I'm saying? And if someone's watching it, they're not coming. You know, like, I don't think so. You always got that one person. You always got that one person, and I feel that they should push an agenda or start something. You know, I felt like, you know, if they started something, then, you know, other people are going to hear them and take them more serious than other people. Yeah, I need to cut that out. Cut it out. Cut it out. All I'm saying is this story is, it's going to be turned up. And it's messed up because if you got people are just going to say whatever. Regardless, what I say or next, you know, Caucasian person say that, you know what I mean? People are going to be racist, whatever. You can't stop that. That's just the word. I mean, that's what I was trying to tell people before they come in, like, your opinion is your opinion. You know what I mean? But if you want to get blocked, you're going to get blocked. You know what I mean? I like when people talk without saying, you know, ignorant stuff. We're talking about case might be based on Carmelo and Anthony and Aston Metcalf. Case might be similar to OJ and Nicole case because of the race issues, and people understand that. You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure a lot of us up in here are OGs or whatever. Some is young, some older, some don't remember. Some people don't. Some people do. Some people hear the stories from their mom and dad and their uncle, whatever their family members do. But you know, it's still going to be weird to some of the younger generation to look at it like, you know, because if they were race, half of them kids, white kids, would have been lying, but they never lie. They all tell the truth. So, you know what I mean? Like I said, we hearing the 40 in life imprisonment and whatever, non parole till he's 40. But regardless, when the evidence and everything breaks down at the court, then and we hear all the kids and how the fight and how everything went down and how everything, the situation escalated and the motive behind and why he really stabbed it and how it went down. The evidence gonna say a lot, especially the jury gonna hear all that. They're gonna hear and they're gonna judge about that. But it's crazy that Karmelo, the crazy thing, he gonna have to do the full sentence. Because, he's out. He went and got bail quick early, right? So, I guess that taking the bail early wasn't really too a good choice because now you're going to have to do a lot of time. Because it's not like you're sitting there like, Diddy or somebody else that they'd be like, all right, you know what? Diddy's there. He's been in there for a year. He's gonna get some time. But with Aston Metcalf, man, he's gonna have to do the full time. Because he hasn't sat down and did no time. His family went and got him bail. Now this is gonna be a lot. And yes, he's not rich as OJ, so he's not going to be able to. But I'm pretty sure they have money, But can the money that they have? Because I heard them say they didn't need the GoFundMe, whatever the people them said they took, and bought a house or whatever car. But if they got money, I hope they have enough money to go through that case. That first degree, that is a lot. And the state, Texas, they're going to make sure they spend that. They're going to juice their pockets. They're going to drag that trial. What's up, bro? Let me drop the link for you, bro. See, a lot of y'all, let me guess, Ryan. You're one of them racist people too, right? I don't understand why y'all are so mad. These are kids that got into a fight. Rice, come up here. You see, he's from Texas. You know what I mean? And he knows how Texas is. Y'all are just mad at the world, dog. I can't believe how some of y'all are just coming in the comment section, just hitting up this like. Yes, it is justice in a way, but it's sad. Make it would have been the other way around.
What's up, bro? Oh no, don't worry about them. See, this the problem. White people, everybody in the world done found out the truth. White people know they only 13% of the world, and they know they on their way out because nobody likes you. They're cutting off our country because of you. And this kind of rhetoric. Keep it up.
some of that right.
We are, and we have become,
Right.
because of white people, this country has become a nation of consumption. We're like a body part that only takes and has nothing to offer. What do you do with a body part like that? You cut it off because it's detrimental, right? We're on the verge of that. So keep it up. Keep it
All right,
up.
listen, people. Once again, as I say, he from Texas.
Keep it up.
And he
I
knows.
mean, everybody wants justice, but they don't want to pay reparations. Wait. That's money owed. You do know Juneteenth is about people being free for 2 years and nobody told them and they kept working, right? No, we ain't got to be big mad. We can just tell the truth. That's all we can do.
He's not big man.
Hey, some of us burn up in the sun, and you know the ozone layer getting bigger. You dig where I'm coming from? Hey, white boy, this is what I want you to do. I want you to do go see the experiment that white people did about white people, how you look when the sun sees you. You'll see the sun see us and nothing don't change. You look like a serpent, like a snake. You all spotted up and wrinkled and imperfect.
Rice, no, you giving them energy because see, Rice, I never had them going. No, you got them.
Yeah,
going.
I'm trying to get them. I'm trying to get them crunks. Yep, they wanted it. They finna get all of it.
Yeah. No, you got them going, yo. They're like, you can't. What is it?
Hey, I might be skinny, but the sun ain't gonna burn me up. Like I tell you what, how about me and you go sit in the sun for a real long time? Let's see who start peeling and shedding like a serpent.
Them really want a race war as soon as Rice coming into.
Yeah, they don't even know that they trying to start a race war and don't no other race like them. They staring down the barrel of every gun in the world. That's why they ain't moving nothing. That's why it wasn't no tariff war at the end, was it? That's why your farmers ain't gonna be able to throw no more soybeans in the world no more, ain't it? Nobody likes you. Your reign is over. Keep it up. That's why you're there. I hope they give comment. Hey, I live in Texas. I'm used to that.
Y'all are really trying to listen, man. As I said, some of
I mean, I would tell white boys this: would y'all quit molesting y'all children, killing y'all's wives? Because it's all coming out now. The woman is starting to speak. The biggest molester in the country right now is middle-aged white men. Probably some of these boys over here don't mess with their daughters. Look how they comment.
All right. Listen. Now, as I said, not all. You know what I mean? Right. So you got all these people. You got them in some of them in the comment section showing their true color. I said, damn, they came. But as I said, not everybody is is like that. I don't know what's going on over there. White people on a race war. I don't know why people
Look at whose cities. Look at whose cities. Look at Africa for what? You did it. Whatever happened, you did it. You remember your military base. Remember white people military bases.
All the people I seen Donald Trump with that telling the people
you did it.
Saying that they killing like why is we trying to promote a race war, y'all?
Look, Shell. They have to have people at war, especially idiots, because if this country gets turned around, a lot of these racist people that don't know no better, they're gonna go to FEMA camps, bro, because they ain't gonna put up with stupid stuff. This is what we finna go through, shit. That's why I tell you, this right here, them ain't even real people, bro. They saw your title, and they want to promote a race war. It ain't clickbait to them. They have to promote this. Look, if these boys don't do this for YouTube, they don't have a job. They don't know nothing. These are people that been following us. Shit. How you think he know about me? I ain't never had my camera on. I ain't never met a JD. How long he been following me, bro? Who profile is this really, bro? You get where I'm coming from with that? I don't know him. He don't don my. These people that know me, they never come to my stream.
No. Yeah, I'm saying, because I always saying we're not promoting. Like I'm not promoting no race war.
We
Like,
already won the race war. We already won the race war. Let me tell you how. See, if I fuck your sister, that baby black. If you fuck my sister, that baby black.
Hold
We
on, hold on.
won.
Yeah, wait, yo.
We won. We won.
Wait, yo, wait. It's Sunday, yo.
We
Y'all
won.
didn't go to church, yo? What's going on? It's Sunday, yo. What's going on, yo? I'm gonna get the pastor for some of y'all, yo. No, we're not doing that. We're not. Listen, I'm not promoting no race war. Let's make this clear. It's not no white versus black.
YouTube is. YouTube and Playroom is, Chef.
Donald Trump and YouTube is. If you heard Donald Trump said the South Africans was on, you know what I mean? They was killing white farmers. I don't know where he get that from. You know what I mean?
And guess what, JD? The prettiest sisters want white men, and when their babies come out, they still black.
Yo, what are we doing?
You're right. You're right. We won the race war. We'll turn you. You can't turn us into you, but we can turn you into us.
Yo. Oh my God!
We're called the dominant gene for a reason. I mean, your scientist said this, not anybody else. Your scientist said this.
What's good, bro? Oh my God.
What's good, bro? Chilling. Same old shit.
Oh man.
Enjoying the holiday.
No, I would never be in the war. You're right. That's stupid. It's not productive. As we can see, our military should be ashamed because now everything's coming out. We find that we have never really went to help anybody. It's all coming out, bro. I mean, we tough, but that president, I played the clip the last time. Didn't the president of South Africa yell at Donald Trump in the White House?
Come on, yo. We nobody know race war. We're right. So why you telling people that you win the race war? I know you got them said they win the by far, yo. What?
Yeah, it's over. Race war been over. They know it.
There's no race war. There's no race war. There's no, you know what I mean? As I said, everyone, you can't walk down the street and you don't see, you know what I mean, a whole bunch of Caucasian.
Yeah. Only people that like this, the people that are scared straight. In Kansas City, they doing the same thing they was doing in Cincinnati. They marching, hopping out of U-Haul.
Man.
Being ushered by the police. Now, what gang community do you know?
Who said no? Who
Called
said
the police to usher them?
Oh no, they're saying Karmelo was jealous of Austin Matthews.
And, yeah, he said Karmelo was jealous of that boy, but the girl liked Karmelo. She didn't like the boy.
Oh, where do y'all get y'all scenario? Listen, people, we're not doing that. This is not, you know what I mean? We're not doing the, you know what I mean, the race war thing we're saying. You know what I mean? That is not going on because now it's not like the 90s or the early 90s or the late 80s. Everywhere you go, you see a whole bunch of, Caucasian and black people hanging out together. And, you know what I mean? I can't stop that.
Yes. It's a very minute, you're right, Chef. It's a very minute part of the society, but they're trying to build and build and build because it's a very minute part of the society.
That you can't stop that because that is a very popular scene. That's popular in movies everywhere. You can't see one movie, one TV show without a black or a white person together.
I don't know.
As a couple. You know what I mean? So that shit right there. Yeah, and that's just, you know what I mean, people doing that as, because that's what they want to do.
See, hold on, I want to read this comment. One minute I say I'm not trying to promote a race war. The next minute I say you won the race war. That's what I'm telling you, it's over. That war's been over. Yes. That's 1 minute I did say I don't need to promote something that I already won. That's stupid. If I'm already winner, why am I promoting that I won? You're right. Do you read what you write before you type it? Do you actually think about it? Like, do you really actually think about what you're saying?
This is crazy, yo. This is crazy.
Who started this?
You right. Jacob was you right. They was all white down there. and we know white people can't even stand the sun. Come on, man.
Well, come on, yo. We don't.
Come on, man.
No, yo. I mean, we're not robots, we're not AI, yo. Come on, yo. This is why they got AI, because at least the AIs could get along. Can the black people and the white people that Simon just said, forget it. And I know these can't be real people because young people are on the internet a lot. It can't be young people that are typing like this. It gotta be, you know what I mean, people that in the
Irish isn't a race. That's a nationality. You do know that there's a place called Ireland. That's where the Irish come from. That's a nation. See, do y'all? This is what's wrong with the United States right now. This is what started to decline of Rome. People uneducated. They just blurt out stuff. Irish? Did they win a race war? What race are the Irish?
Yeah.
Man, the Irish killed a lot of people in St. Patrick's Day.
Yeah. I got why. That's why I know these got to be AI in the chat. Cause some of these names don't even. Some of these names look like they copied from over here to blood class. Look at these names in the chat. I don't know. If it's just. This is crazy. This is crazy, people. I don't know why.
Yeah, I thought the Irish. That's what I was about to say. The Irish, as far as what we concerned on TikTok, if we lose in the race war, how come all the Irish say they black now?
Irish people come.
You have heard that?
Yeah, you're right. Irish people do come in many colors.
You do understand that the gingers and the Irish are claiming that they are
Irish Jamaicans. There's Irish Jamaicans.
Yeah.
A lot of Irish Jamaicans.
That's why we got Irish mash and we got Irish potatoes and all that.
Yeah. A lot of Jamaicans will have like a last name Mick something or.
Yeah.
Well, Adam, you can leave. If you can't hear, you can leave. We can hear just fine. If you can't, maybe it's your audio. Everybody else hear just fine. But stay around. That's the only reason I'm keeping it, because I want the comments to keep going. That's how Chef get numbers. That's how we get it current.
Crocky.
So Irish is an ethnicity and a nation. So are you sure about that? How many races are there? Because as far as I know, there's just black and white. Everybody else has a nationality.
Right. And that's right, guys. Everybody has a nationality. What's going on, trolling? Damn, hey, trolling, you fit right in with these niggas. Hey, trolling, you fit right in with these niggas. Yo, I see the guy. You know where these niggas came from?
There are 3 races. What are the 3 races?
I'm joking. Trolling, I'm
wait
not
a minute. He said there are 3 races.
I'm not saying you're racist. I'm just saying some of these coming funny as hell. Some of y'all are really trying to be racist, trying to get us to say some stuff so y'all could go pen the personal report button. We know what y'all doing.
I don't know what you're talking about, Wakanda. I haven't brought up Wakanda. I said Burkina Faso. That's not a fictional place. South Africa is not a fictional place. And I tell you the truth, because of the way that our government handled us and took manufacturing out and made us really good workers and not so great innovators, the rest of the world has surpassed us. And we will soon be probably a third world country because they make everything. We don't. And they won't it's so crazy. We won't even get mad at our government and tell them that we want the same technology that's across the rest of the world. We don't want to be left behind. But we're getting left behind. I mean, China's got 5-minute full charge on batteries on their electric BYDs, which are the best. They outdo the Tesla in every angle, and they're like 40% cheaper. That's who I'm upset with. I'm not upset with these people. Look, if these people liked me, they're so broke they couldn't do nothing about it anyway. They couldn't protect me. They're just like me. That's why they're in your comments, bro. Those are my brothers. They're just misled, severely misled. That's all. They don't hold anything. They found that out as soon as this president came into office and started cutting everything back.
If food stamp, do you think he's gonna get life? Or you think he's gonna break down?
Let's see. If it's self-defense, he might not get life. He might get like a man. He might get a manslaughter.
I want him to get life.
But what you mean they charged him as an adult? Yeah, that's why he was in a federal pen.
That might give him manslaughter.
He was in an adult jail. He wasn't at a youth facility. If he was a youth facility, he probably wouldn't have had the bond. They probably wouldn't have gave him no bond. He just wrote it out till he was 18. But I don't think it's premeditated when the coach tells you during an awful rain delay to go stand under the tent and don't get wet. And then a guy comes from another tent that has been doing drugs and tries to bully that guy. And that guy says, look, I'm not with it today. I'm standing under here because your coach told me to. And if you persist to do what you want to do, I'm going to be forced to defend myself.
Oh, they were doing drugs?
That's what the autopsy read, food stamp. He passed of overdose.
What?
Whataburger. Chef, what was the findings in autopsy, Chef?
They said it might have been an overdose.
Thank you.
Man, he was on that fentanyl. He was on that Fenty. He was on that Fenty.
I don't know how.
He was on drugs.
That's true. But I don't know if that's true. But they had that. Yeah,
He was a junkie.
I think he was off that Fenty. That Fenty.
No. I don't know. He could have been raging off the steroids because he was so big, and you know what I mean. He started whatever, and he could have OD.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
nah, you OD off for steroids? Yeah.
They weren't out of school.
Yeah,
they weren't out of school. It wasn't even a school event. It was just a city track meet. It was not even out of school.
Yeah, it wasn't out of school. It was a track meet for real.
Bumba class.
You sure all junkies are slim? Because we saw Hunter Biden in the White House. He a junkie. Is he slim?
But that's what they said at the autopsy. The autopsy showed that. You know what I mean?
No, it was not at a school. It was not even a school event. It was a city event. I live here in Texas.
Is that a track meet?
It was a city track meet. Just a city track meet in which the schools were invited. That's how that works. When it's not at a school. Your state and your regional track meets, they're not held at schools. They're usually held at colleges. No, not wasn't a school event. It wasn't sponsored by any school. Name the school that sponsored it then if it was a school event.
Everything else I
Go
could
look it up. Because you'll see that there was no school.
Everything else I fell in. You see what it took me forever.
Say it again, food stamp? You say no rice?
Huh?
You said it was a school event, right?
No. It was a city event.
Oh, my bad. You said my bad. Yeah. Sorry. You said it was a city
event.
And schools was
They
invited.
specifically said that because you remember the first rhetoric that came out was, how can he have a weapon on school property? And then they were like, it wasn't school property. It wasn't even a weapon. It wasn't like it wasn't. We found out it wasn't a cuddle. It wasn't a knife. We found that out.
Look at this pussy right here. Y'all singing, dance, and entertain. That's it.
No, it wasn't on school time. School don't. School isn't. School. They don't have school during on Saturdays, bro.
I know.
My daughter, when she has school track meets, because she does discus, they're on Thursdays, school time. Yeah, Ben Johnson from Canada.
Yeah. You put me on a while, yeah. You put me on a while.
Yeah, you're right. He should, right? But I think if he should be in jail, our president got 37 felony. Don't you think he should be in jail too?
Yeah, but definitely though, I don't think he should. On that, that's what I said. Carmelo, I don't think he should be at the school. I don't think he should graduate. I think that's a personal thing he should get. You know what I mean?
Because you get invited. You can get invited. You can. There were also private parties there that were invited. It just wasn't for schools. I'm telling you, there were private parties there, like AAU guys and stuff that they don't. Some of these kids don't play for schools because either they're that good or they're being homeschooled. So they join AAU athlete programs. Those aren't sponsored by schools. You have to usually pay for those. I used to coach football. I'm just giving you some knowledge. I coached Pop Warner. I ran track. I know the difference between. I ran one track meet. Didn't really want to do it. I did it so that she said I didn't have to come to PE no more as long as I ran track because they didn't hardly have anybody on track team. I was like, bet. And sometimes we would have meets that were not school sponsored, and they tell you that meets like that, it ain't no school buses there because the school don't got to get you there. Because guess what? It's not school sponsored. It's a city meet. How many school buses did they have in any of those pictures? Did you see any? There were none. You know why? It wasn't a school meet. And number one, from what I understand, the boy on the man on the right, he was not even supposed to be there. He didn't have nothing to do with that. So he was at a track meet, just bored, getting high. The other one had something to do. He was in the events. This one over here didn't have no events. He was at track meet just getting high, bothering folks.
Bullying, thinking he get bullying some nigga, thinking he gonna man.
If Melo wasn't supposed to be there, how come he was on the track when that guy's own coach told him to go stand under that tent and wait out the rain delay? That's where he come from. He come off the track. It's a rain delay. It was thundering and lightning. Usually they let you go in the rain. It's just rain. But here, because lightning is so deadly, they stop everything when it starts lightning. Football games, only thing that you can that they'll still play is if you're on the indoors. If you outdoors playing some stuff in Texas, they'll stop it when it's lightning. I was in Texas. I live in Texas that day. It was raining everywhere. It was a terrible storm. It rolled through the down. It rolled right down I-35. It rained real hard here too. Really hard. Really hard. I'm just 2 hours away, bro.
Yeah.
I know what the weather was. I was in it. It rolled through here. It came from the north. We got the same weather. As we was getting the news, the weather was acting like that here. Yeah, we right. You right, Rex. You learned that. If that's what you learned already, good. I'm glad you learned something. I'm just saying though.
It's been raining everywhere.
It can rain. I mean, in Texas, it could be raining really hard on this side of the street, and the other side of the street be not get a drop.
Yeah, yeah. Like a
What does
block,
that mean?
like a blockway, right? Right, guys.
Yeah, we call those rolling thunderstorms. Yes, that's just what we call it. And I'll tell you what, if this shouldn't be, this the thing, and this is what takes away from everything in the case. This shouldn't have anything to do with race.
Yeah,
It
exactly.
it all should have to do with law.
Right. Exactly, right. Exactly.
It should all have to do with law. And I have a right to defend myself. That's just point blank facts. I mean, this state just took another bad. We went opposite of what everybody else is doing. Like it's legal everywhere else. THC. Do you know they banned all THC products from Texas, y'all?
Oh yeah?
Even in the hospitals.
Damn.
Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, Texas. One thing about Texas is gonna do, because it's a slave state, when they can't fill up penitentiary beds, they make up new laws like the thing to do. We had 25 new laws this year, and now another one, 26. They'll make up some more as the year goes on. And they'll probably fall into their own rut. I mean, like states that are in trouble right now, Utah, state of emergency, drugs. Oregon, state of emergency, drugs. Uh, Montana, state of emergency, drugs. These are places that people like us don't really live there.
I was saying that's what I was saying. Y'all almost got your own laws down there, right?
But
They,
this
when
the
they,
thing. This the thing, Zero. This the thing. This is the thing. If there was a comparison, there's always a comparison because you have one kid who went into a church and like did really bad things to a whole bunch of people in that church, and they took him and bought him something to eat before he went to jail. Let me ask you something. Did they take Carmelo to go get him something to eat before he went to jail?
no,
They didn't. I thought that was standard police protocol.
right. Right, guys.
Yeah,
Oh, that was that. Remember that's what they said. That was the standard protocol.
that's what the comparison is. Now, if and again, it's not the people, it's the system, and the system's working perfectly. And all of Texas down there on the border, it might as well be Mexico. Nobody down there speaks English. I keep telling y'all this. You go down to a border town and nobody down there speaks English. He ain't stopped nothing.
That is wild. All I know is they gonna make this into a big thing. First degree, first degree, first degree. Like man, they're really trying to. You think that's a right charge, Rice? You saying first degree?
Yeah.
You think first degree is the right charge for what they gave him?
Yeah, sure, because he can beat that easy. That's why the judge let it go. Because they know that he
First
been walking
degree,
away. You can't
first
prove
degree is
that
if you plan it though. He didn't plan it though. How's the first degree?
already. Tell him, Snap. He's finna walk out with a W. They just gave him his W. Y'all satisfied? They should have charged him a man one. Am I right or wrong? Sharp. Food stamp.
Yeah, it should be manslaughter. Involuntary manslaughter.
Yep.
That's what I was saying too. That's what I said. But you see, they just want to break it down to those stages: first degree, second degree, and then manslaughter.
Y'all, that judge, whoever let him walk, just guaranteed he gonna walk. Cause they charged him the wrong way, if you ask me.
Oh, this question's for you, Rash.
Get out of the United States. Get out of the United States. That's the only way we can do that.
Yeah.
All that stuff that you just named, all that makes the government's money. It don't make you no money. It don't make me no money. It make them money. And you still don't think they your enemy. You think I'm your enemy. You want me to solve the problems that they created. Everything you just named, I have done none though. I ain't start racism. I don't commit crimes. I don't have enough to go to war. I don't want nobody's in poverty. The people that started these problems need to fix these problems.
Right.
And they're not trying to.
They want the people to do it for them.
No, they don't want the problems fixed because if the problems get fixed, they don't make any money. That's why our hospitals don't work. Because they're not trying to heal you. They're trying to weed you along so you get to keep coming back and then keep cashing out. They all they do is give you a band-aid every time you go in a different form. And now it's pills. And that's why the fentanyl is out of control, because a bunch of this was started in the hospitals. They quick to give you that for pain. And then it's hard to get off of it. And when they cut you off, where do you go to get it? You go to the street where it's not safe, right? Who's accepting handouts? Zero. Where did you hear handouts? If you didn't read my title before I changed it to Go Nuggets. Become your own bank.
Why would he say
What
that?
are you talking about?
Why would he say that? What are you talking about? Are you off or something?
What are you talking about? Yeah, I told you how I run the race war. Your doctor said that we have a dominant gene and you have a recessive gene. Recessive genes are going to recede like a hairline. Dominant genes are going to dominate. This comes from your doctors, not mine. That war is over. The war is over.
Man. Yeah, that shit ain't nobody really fighting.
And I'm going to tell you the truth. Going through TikTok, all up and down my scroll, everybody that was crying about losing government benefits and stuff like that were white people. That's why they was marching and stuff, because they're losing. What we've been saying for years, they're coming and saying, oh, wow, we should have listened to the black people. To the point now where you ain't seen no black people try to be white, but I'm going to say this again. For the last week, somebody told gingers that they were black people. And they were just so happy to be part of the clique. You still don't think we run the race war? Ain't nobody begging to be white.
that race war shit is just they just want to see what people are gonna say. Like, you know what I mean? People type over the internet, but in real life,
Yeah, yeah. What is the mutation? Also, one MRC-1 mutation is bacteria. Which one is it? Like I said, matter of fact, those are social constructs. They made it up.
mm,
How come there were no white people or black people before the 1600s or the 1500s?
mm,
How come nobody called each other that?
yeah. Real talk. Somebody
If
must have been.
I mean, come on, if this stands true, this should have been something that it would have been two races from the beginning of time, right?
Mm-hmm.
The
You're
only
right.
two races I know, the only two real races that I know are the righteous and the unrighteous, right? And in our White House, what do we say every single time? We have unrighteous versus running against unrighteous, right? And we're still picking unrighteous because we don't have a choice, right? The better out of two evils.
Yeah, white and race. White and black.
Thank you, Zero. That's my point. But I'm perpetuating racism because I'm saying that we should be going by law when all the comments are saying hang him, hang him, hang him. But they wouldn't say that if it was the other way around, and we know that because we've had streams where it was the other way around. I mean, they
Right.
brought up a case that happened right down the street from me, and I seen it. Let me tell you something. Mexican and a white dude planned a fight in Belton High School. That's 5 minutes from my house. I live on the line of Belton and Temple. 5 minutes from my house. See, this done went nationwide ever since this case came out. They went into the bathroom and the Mexican was getting the best of the white dude, and the white dude stabbed him and killed him in that bathroom. He got a bond, a low bond. He was out the next day.
Man, oh man. Jeez. So you're basically saying that right. Even though he got a first degree, he's gonna beat the whole thing.
He did, Sheriff, they didn't even charge him with first degree. That happened at a school in the bathroom. Y'all do
I'm
know that just because of this case, that case in Belton is now high profile. You know they trying to figure it out in my town now what they gonna do because it wasn't supposed to get out like that. But it's out now.
right.
Cause like I said, we 2 hours down the road. No, Africans love me. I don't know what you're talking about. Bro, can you tell him I have a bunch of friends I talk to from Africa a lot? I really don't even talk to American people. I talk to more African people than anybody on YouTube, on TikTok. They love me.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, what you
That's not every African. I mean, some
Chef, remember when I told you about the Jamaican guy that came over here and he hated
yeah,
black people and he was really dark? What did
yeah.
he say to me, Chef?
Say you're not
You're
really.
not going down.
Yeah,
So I don't know what you talking about.
yeah, yeah. Not every like I hear them people say that. Oh, African, like that's what they wanted to. That's the next thing they push into. Oh,
Immigration tells them to do it, Chef. Do you want to hear the wait a minute, I love audio, right?
yeah.
Y'all know I love audio, right? Watch this. I love audio. I love when people say stuff. I'm gonna tell you where this come from.
No, that's the next thing they pushing. Oh, Africans don't like black.
I'm gonna tell you where that comes from. And then I can also prove to you that it's a social construct and that even when Africans and Jamaicans or something, they're classified as white. I can prove it. You ready, Chef, for the audio?
Yeah. I gotta just turn it up.
I saw this about 4 or 5 years ago, I think, but we talk about. I'm part of the collective. Let me say that first. I believe in the collective. Pro-righteous. Right is right, wrong is wrong. That's why I stand with it. Some people, they still trying to express their blackness, but they don't understand legal terms, and they don't want to because they have to take accountability, right? But let's just listen to what this man says about I don't know what immigration thinks about black and white. Let's take a trip down his lane for a few minutes. This is an Egyptian man.
I am a black Egyptian. My father is much darker than I am. My mother is lighter than I am. In Egypt, people are identified by the religion first, not the race. So in Egypt, if you are Christian, you are a minority person. But if you're black, you're not a minority person. You are a part of the mainstream society. And I came from this background. And in Egypt, you identify as Arab and as Muslim. And in this country, when I first came, I identified myself as Arab American and Muslim first. And gradually, I became to identify myself as black. I came to the U.S. in 1978, and I became U.S. citizen in 1985. When I became a U.S. resident, I was told by the Immigration and Naturalization that I am white. And I told them that I'm black, and they said, no, in this country, you are white. All Arabs in this country, all Arab immigrants are white. I didn't pay much attention in the beginning to this because in the Arab world, we identify with our ethnicity first as Arabs and then with the race second as black or white or whatever. But in this country, you identify with your racial group first and then with your ethnicity second. Gradually, I became black first and Arab second. And I rejected my white classification publicly for the first time in 1987, in February, as a panelist in a function sponsored by the Association of the Study of Black Life and History in Detroit. I said that I belong to two minority groups. I am Arab American and Black American, and I'm racially black and ethnically Egyptian. I was harassed by my employer right after that. I work for a white school district. The superintendent is white. All the associate superintendents are white, even though that we provide services to 30% black population. But the organization is white and the approach is very white. The attitude towards me changed completely after I went out publicly and rejected my white classification. One coworker came to me and told me, a white coworker came to me and told me right after the function that he met with the superintendent, and if I don't keep my mouth shut, my educational career is over. He said, you have nothing to do with these people. You have a history and a culture. These people came from the jungle. You have nothing to do with them. These people lie and steal. When I see one of them in my neighborhood, I call the police. And I was told by the director of general education, who's retired now, in 88, I was told by
Yo, this guy just drops it.
Wait a minute.
Yo, my nigga said, I was told that these people are stealers. And you see them, call the police. That's not the first time you hear somebody talk like that.
Oh, wait a minute, Chef. Who told him to feel like that, Chef? Immigration, right?
Yeah.
Right. Thank you.
That is wild. That is crazy.
That's why I love audio. He had to go through 2 lawsuits. You heard how old this is? 87. That's almost 40 years ago.
Man.
Rome fell because of lack of knowledge, the Dark Age. That's what happened. They became they became like we are now. They didn't have a moral fabric. They forgot everything that was taught to them. They forgot everything that was taught to them. I mean, they brag about a 600 to 800 year Dark Age. Where they admit that they didn't know anything.
That's madness.
It's in zero. That's easy to do when you're uneducated. It's the same thing that's happening in this country. We can't clink down on anybody, bro. We can't. Everybody in the world is here, and they all work within our government systems, immigration systems, your local law enforcement. They work in your uh state buildings. They have. Look at Trump's cabinet. I'll leave it there. I'll leave it there.
That man definitely
I mean,
trying to.
we can't stop immigration coming from South America like that because, like, I'm gonna tell you like this, because you have to be bilingual. A lot of Mexicans work in immigration and on border patrol.
Definitely trying to start a race war. The man said, "You guys are analyzing all the farm white workers. Why are you guys doing that?" The man is like, "No, we're not. There's more black people dying down there. What are you talking about? Like, y'all
Yep,
is crazy." But and showing fake reports and all that shit.
that's what he said. I live there. Can you show me where this is? Because I live there. And he
Yo,
said,
it's all
"Nah."
fake reports, yo. Yo, show fake shit. Yo, this nigga is crazy.
He showed an AI video
It's
to
wild,
me about my street. Like I don't live on my street and know what's happening.
yo.
Who does that, y'all? That's when, hold on, wait a minute. And I'm not talking to the general public. I'm talking about our president and those people that are very, very, very privileged. That's what privilege does to you. Do you think just because you've seen something and you very privileged, it's got to be the truth because you want it to be so bad? That's what's killing us here in this country right now, y'all. And that's what everybody, our privilege, everybody. That's why I'm on a bunch of panels talking to other people from other countries because I don't find anything productive with our panels in the United States. Nothing. Trump hasn't reduced anything, bro. They're still here. They're still coming. And they're coming and going back and back and forth like the thing to do. all of everybody that works at my girl's job is Honduran and none of them are legal.
Shit, good. People still
None
getting
of them.
people still getting
Allegedly.
Allegedly. Yeah.
You know,
And I ain't got to allege this, but uh, Miguel just went to the bank to cash a $5,000 check that he got for work he did, and he went to jail with Trump and all this. The ICE came and got him. They didn't give him his money. They didn't let him deposit it. He still had his check, but they sent him back to the Honduras. He's here. He's back already. He's back already. That's why I say I live here. You know,
all I'm saying.
we don't have to perpetuate a race war, but I think everybody should be in arms every time injustice is done. It's just that sometimes people feel like in America, a lot of people have selective rage, selective outrage. You know,
I just think it's crazy that people want to hype this up though. Like, wow, it's like people really want to go. Like, man, people really want to do some shit.
yeah,
Like, wow,
we're in,
like it's like North America. We think we the only. You think Russia and them other these places, Germany and these other places don't have. They're just sitting back watching. Like, are these guys are really gonna? You know what I mean? You think they're gonna allow their people to be race war and think about
You want to know what your president did to you when he accepted that jet? Y'all want to hear some more? Y'all know I love commentary, especially when it come out the horse's mouth. Do y'all want to know what the man said? What the president did when he accepted that jet?
what he do? What he do,
Did y'all
man?
hear what he said?
What he say?
He said, yeah, we knew.
The three actions of both Trump and Musk.
He said, yeah, what? Listen, Chef, it's a minute long. Listen.
Truly regret inviting Trump, the robber, to the Middle East. He didn't come to discuss operation. He came to collect tributes, fountains, palaces, golden welcoming ceremonies, light shows, private flights. In his eyes, these grand gestures are not courtesies but spoils of war. I originally thought he was here to negotiate partnerships, but it turned out to be nothing but his personal showcase tour. What he needs is not allies, but admirers. Those luxury cars, honor guards, and palace banquets were all meant to please him. As long as he feels like a king, he will almost agree to any deal.
Ouch.
He revels in luxury and craves media attention. He doesn't understand real diplomacy, only how much he can gain from us. He doesn't need agendas, he just needs cameras. We weren't engaging in international relations, it was more like participating in his grand reality.
He does like the
time,
media.
I'd rather host dances from the Crazy Horse Circus than
That's his opinion, though. That's his opinion.
Do you
That don't
know
mean
who
it's
that
a fact,
was?
bro.
That
That's his
was
opinion.
huh?
That's his
That's a
opinion
what?
on the matter. That's an opinion. It doesn't mean it's fact.
No,
You know, somebody saying,
that is the president of Qatar talking. The one that gave him the plane.
all right, but that's his opinion.
ain't no opinion.
That's his
That ain't no
opinion of the
opinion.
matter.
Oh
All
no,
right.
Stamp.
Wait,
If
let me
that's his
finish.
opinion,
All right,
what's the
here we go.
tariff?
Here we go.
Hold
Here
on,
we go.
Stamp.
Here we go.
If that's his
Here we
opinion,
go.
did we
Here we
win a
go.
tariff war? What's the tariff?
Here we go. Here we go.
He just said the man,
It's
if you stroke his
his
ego,
opinion.
he
Listen.
just
It's
said if
his
you stroke
opinion.
his
All
ego,
right,
he'll
listen.
give you what you want.
It's his
Now the
opinion
man
because he
invited
is
the
not.
man, and now
Here
you
we
saying that's
go.
his opinion
All right, here we
about
go.
him? Did he not take the
Bro,
plane?
it's his opinion because he does not know what Trump is thinking. If he knew what Trump was thinking, then it'll be a fact. But it's his opinion on the matter. Whatever
So
that man
let's go
said
off.
does not make it a fact, bro.
Let's go off the
You gotta stop
evidence.
going off
Let's go
other
off the evidence.
because
Stamp. Let's go
he
off the
accepted a
evidence.
plane. He accepted a
So
plane
he
as a
did
gift.
accept the
What
plane.
and
So it's not his opinion that all he wanted to do was accept luxuries. Because what did President say
bro,
after he accepted the plane? He said the plane is supposed to be for the country, but it's gonna go in my presidential library so I can use it. That's what he said.
all right, presidential. That means when he's not president, that plane stays with
Nope.
presidency.
Nope.
Okay, all right, whatever. Okay, all right.
Chef, we finna bring up the share screen. Watch this.
No, I don't
Watch
want
this.
to put. What is it? Is it a video? I don't want to put
Nope.
a video.
It's just it's the it's your president and an article stating where he states that he's gonna put this plane in his presidential library. None of the other presidents gonna be
Presidential library. Presidential.
in his presidential library.
Keyword was presidential. You know, there's pieces of artwork that presidents collected that stays within the White House because they got it in term of the White House and they can't take it as personal property.
You know how many presidents they offered that plane to?
As a gift.
Because you know it's awful funny because Hillary Clinton took money from Qatar, right? And he jumped all over her about that. And the man just said, hey, if I stroke his ego, he'll sign anything. When he left that summit after bringing China to the table, what did he get? Did he get 145% tariff? Did he get 75% tariff?
That's what the meeting was for, to see if they could lower the tariffs. What's wrong with that? That's called diplomacy. It's called diplomacy.
But did he lower the tariffs? Because we was already paying 25%. Where are they at now, Stamp?
Where are they?
Huh? What are they at now,
Where?
Stamp?
I'm asking.
They're at
Where are
30.
they?
They're at 30.
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that?
So you bullshit. Hold on, wait a minute. You said I'm a master
What's wrong with that?
negotiator. Hold on,
What's
let
wrong
me
with that?
explain. Let me explain. You said I'm a master negotiator, and I want $145 for this item. And the person said, "No, I'll give you 30." And you said, "Okay."
So you're crying over 5%.
Hey,
So
I'm telling you,
so he
I'm gonna
raised it
do the chair
5%. All right, hold up. He raised it 5%. So what was the other half of the deal? I'm pretty sure they lowered it somewhere else.
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure that's how
Him
usually
and Congress decided they wanted a plane.
but that's how usually negotiations work. You know, that's how they work, bro. You go high on this end and then lower it on that end.
That's
That's
funny
how it
because
goes, bro.
Barack didn't take the plane. If that's how they work,
It does,
Barack
we
didn't
don't Barack,
take the plane.
but
George Bush
look what
ain't
Barack
take the
did for us.
plane.
Look what Barack
George
did for
Bush
us anyway.
Barack ain't take the plane. Hillary
Barack
Clinton
ain't
didn't
do
take the
nothing.
plane because he took some money.
Barack ain't do much. Barack ain't do much for us anyway.
We
Okay
weren't cut
then.
off from the rest of the world. I
Okay
mean,
then.
you're
You gave me a
farming it.
little.
You can go in the
You
crowd.
gave me a little. You gave me a little awkward silence there when I said Barack ain't give us nothing.
I don't like Barack anyway. I just said they
Okay,
didn't
so
do
then
it
it's
right.
all right. So we
I
agree.
would have
We
gone
agree.
that way.
We
I
agree.
don't like the Georgia Democrats, so you can talk bad about
No, we
Democrats.
agree. No, we agree. No, I'm saying we agree on that. We agree on that.
I don't
We
like
agree
you
on
no.
that. I agree with you on that.
I
You're
knew
right.
I
You're
knew
right.
Rice was gonna say that. I knew Rice was gonna be like that, dude.
No, but I agree with him on that statement. He
I
really
know
didn't do shit for us.
nobody like it.
He kind of took us back a couple of steps, and then everybody else got to clean up behind him.
I don't know. I think he was planted there for this race war. That's what I'm thinking.
Who, Trump?
Yeah, no,
Barack,
yeah.
Barack was a start of it.
I say that because he wasn't truly the fit for African American president.
Anyway, thank you, Stan.
Yeah, in my view.
So I feel Stamp when he say he took us back some. Yeah, he was the first plant. He was the first one to make what they call ignorant white people mad. You know, he made them mad, and then that was the rebuttal because they got to keep us at war. Because look, it's like this, and this is where I'm at with it. I'm to this point with it because I see how crazy people are. I'm gonna sell white power t-shirts and black power t-shirts while y'all emotional and getting mad. I'm gonna get rich. That's your government. That's how war generates money. So as long as we can keep you fighting, I can keep cashing out. As long as I can keep you fighting, I can keep cashing out. Now we can't say that ain't happening.
Yeah, it's true though.
I mean, most of the presidents have done. I'm not upset about about what he's doing. The way he did things was totally different. No, Trump is not the first one to fire a whole bunch of government employees. He ain't even scratched the surface on firing as many as Bill Clinton did. Did y'all know that? But Bill didn't just walk in and fire everybody and then say, "Oh shoot, we can't run these fractions. I got to hire these people back." He didn't do it like that. He was patient. He waited to see which ones didn't fit the mold, and he weeded them out, the good and the bad. And if we do understand, that's the last president to have a surplus. I ain't saying he was a good president. I think he should have been out of office when he got caught with that girl. That's me personally. Because I don't think that a president should be doing that. Because at this point, I can't look up to my president and say I want to be that. He doing the same thing I'm out here doing in the streets, cheating on my wife. I'm supposed to look up to that because he got some money.
I'm saying, as I said, certain things that they're
Yeah,
doing,
Rocks. I bet you did.
certain things they're not doing. I'm
You
saying?
could make that shirt and put every president on there, find the right demographic, right, and make $1 million off everybody, Rocks. If you weren't biased. See how that works?
Certain things.
You could have made that shirt about Donald Trump and went to that rally that they had all over the country. You could have cashed out just about a month ago, right? You could have put Trump on that, right? Went down the street with all your people that was marching. Because, our people, we chilling. We ain't in this. This is y'all fight. Like I told you, I already told you, I feel like that war has already been won. We not in that.
Yeah, it's crazy though. It's true though because it seems like it's just like all I kind of like black people don't. Some black people don't like him, but it's like the population of the Caucasian people they hate Trump. They do not.
Yeah.
They do not like.
I mean, I ain't gonna lie. The most MAGA streams I see on TikTok, and maybe it's my algorithm, are black MAGA.
Hey,
Don't
Zero,
really white
Zero,
MAGA.
hold on, Zero, turn on your camera for a bit and then turn it back on. Turn it back on. Just so I can see who you is real quick, bro.
I mean, we believe our president, but has anybody seen the Honda dealership that's coming?
You can hear us, bro?
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
Okay.
I'm trying to get the hang of this shit. I never used this shit before.
No, yeah, it's all good. It's all good. It's all good. You can keep your camera off, right? As long as I hear your voice, that's all. What's up with it, though?
What's up, man?
Nah, I just wanted to get at the part because it's like I understand your perspective and shit when it comes to like this whole racism and stuff, but it's like I put it like this: from my perspective, I don't care too much about the racism itself because I grew up in an all black community with black people. So when it comes to racism, my experience with racism isn't going to be something that would be the masses and what's being projected, as if whites are the end all be all to all the greatest evil. When a lot of my experience,
Zero. We talk so
Yeah.
much. You sound exactly like my brother Nubs.
Yeah. I was about to say that.
We've heard this before, bro.
Yeah,
I grew up in a suburb around really rich white people. One of my closest friends' daddy bought the Houston Astros back in 1991.
Yeah.
So I get where you're coming from when we were kids, but it's not, and this is the point I'm trying to make. It's not the
even
general
that
public that I'm calling racist. It's not the general public that I'm calling racist. It's a system that
I get that.
feeds off of it.
I get that it's a system. I agree. If anything, I'm against the establishment.
Right. Me too.
So therefore, that's why when I look at things, like you take the Austin Metcalf situation, I'm gonna jump back to that real quick. I get where you're coming from, but a lot of the information that I'm getting is mainly from firsthand account witnesses of people that were actually there being interviewed. A lot of the rhetoric that I'm hearing from what you're putting out there is mostly from, and I'm not saying that's what it is because I don't know. You get your information, I don't know where you get it from. I get my information different places, so I don't know exactly what proof you have necessarily. But from the concept of a lot of things that you were saying, it just seems more like a narrative that doesn't meet up with any of the information that's being put out there.
It's
and
not.
Trust me,
That's
exactly.
Texas law. That's Texas law.
Now, when I examine that case, I break it down. I don't care about what about these people? We don't see. I don't care. I'm looking at the situation for itself. I don't care about if anybody else did it, if they would have been treated differently. When we get to that bridge, we can discuss that bridge
But we're here.
as its
We're
own
at that
thing.
bridge. We're
So
at that
this
bridge
we're
because
not at we're not at that bridge because we're judging the Austin Metcalf situation as its own situation. Now, the reports that I've heard was what you call it, Carmelo Anthony was actually suspended prior to going to that meet. Whether you believe it's a meet or not is not the argument at hand. But at
right.
the end of the day, suspended for having a knife, which was something that wasn't publicly out there. Now, I'm not saying if it's right or wrong. I'm not saying if it's true or false or whatever the case may be. But that's one part of the information I look at. And then the fact that he's sitting under a tent that belongs to another school, not his own school.
Who told you to go to the tent?
What?
Did you hear the father that you said you go off the information of people that was interviewed? There was a man interviewed that was sitting right behind the tent and saw it all. That man specifically said, who told that young boy to go under that specific tent? Who told that young man to go under that tent?
Why go
This
under
guy was
another?
interviewed by the police, and I'm gonna tell you what happened after the interview. That when he got a bond reduction. That's how he got out. Because you remember,
yeah, and you know how he got that bond. You know how he got that bond reduction because he was black. Because if a white person did it, to your point,
here we go.
To your point, no. But here's the thing: when the shoe's on the other foot, y'all quick to jump to that side and say, "Oh, what if the other person do it?" Now I'm posing the question to you.
But
now, if you don't want to go down that road, let's stick to the case that itself. Now,
when you said we was gonna talk specifically about the case, I went specifically about the case. I left race out of it on purpose. I left race out of it on purpose because you said we weren't going to deal with that part. And then when I said he got the bond reduction after that police interview, your response was because he's black.
Because there was a lot of backlash, a lot of outrage. I'm going based off the information there. You're giving me a narrative of one person. You're giving me a narrative of one person that isn't even on public record.
What narrative do you have? Well, hold on, wait a minute. What narrative do you have with his dad having to tell an angry mob to stop harassing the judge? And why would the judge need security around her house?
Angry mob? And what angry mob was harassing what judge?
The judge that gave him the bond reduction. What color was the judge that gave him a bond reduction?
She was black.
Oh, okay. Now, who were the people that were harassing the judge to where she had
why did she give the bond reduction?
He got the bond reduction based off of, that's what I told you, based off of a witness testimony.
That couldn't be verified.
Hold on, wait a minute. Let me finish. He was instructed to go under that tent from that coach.
And it couldn't be verified.
He didn't look, bro. He didn't just stop by a tent. And I get it. Like I told people when we first got on here, I get it. I ran track. You don't want nobody under your tent. And they go, well, why, Chris? Because all your personals are there. That's your tent. I get that. I get it completely, bro.
So therefore, why didn't he go under his school's tent?
Because it must have been raining really hard. And whatever he was doing,
it was
he was
misty at that time. At that point in time, it was
by that coach.
When you saw the photos of him, he was completely dry and unmarked with any bruises. In which some of the accounts tried to say he was being attacked. He had no marks, no bruises whatsoever. The dude was just as cool as the white.
What if somebody smashed your cell phone?
It's not about what somebody smashed my cell phone. Is there proof that somebody smashed his cell phone? Or he dropped it or something?
No. They picked his bag up and they threw it and he smashed his cell phone.
Who did it?
The boy that he poked.
Who did it?
He didn't just walk up and say, hey,
so therefore he poked somebody and they took his phone.
No, because this is the thing you made. You said all of your information you got from witness accounts. and we've been. This ain't the first time we talked about this, and we read about it, and we had it on the share screen, and everything. Chef, Sam, have y'all heard anything about what he's saying right now?
I mean, I look at
Have you
CNN.
heard any of it?
I look at all different types of media outlets and all that shit. I read all different types of articles. So I actually was invested because I used to have to go against a lot of people debating this. And then when I say certain shit, it's a deflect and detract from the original argument.
But that's what I'm saying. I tried to stick to the original argument, and your response was
and I take that out for that.
Wait a minute, because I thought we were going to talk about the actual investigation and the people that they interviewed that was there, and you still haven't mentioned any. I did.
I already addressed your point about the bond and shit like that.
You said because he was black. I said that the judge. I said that the judge said I'm gonna reduce his bond because.
And then when you said that, I said, why did he do it?
Investigation. That's what the judge said. The judge said I'm gonna reduce his bond
because of unverified information. Unverified information. The dude wasn't interviewed by none of the media outlets. There's no other actual public record of any documentation of that information. But it comes out, because we came upon
police interview.
Mm-hmm. Do you have the name of the person?
Interview of Karmelo Anthony.
Mm-hmm.
Case. Speaks to his mother. Anthony, attorneys for Karmelo seek bond reduction. Lawyer. Here's the lawyer. And that's why it was self-defense. He was protecting himself. That's what the lawyer just said.
How was he protecting himself?
Because he was sitting under their tent, and that boy, instead of saying, "Hey man, what you doing? Can you move?" The dude grabbed his stuff and broke some of his stuff. And then he told him, "If you don't stop, if you don't leave me alone."
He was saying underneath the tent. He was saying underneath the tent. From the report, all the information, Austin Metcalf came over and asked him, "Hey, you're underneath the wrong tent." Even Karmelo said himself when the officer arrested him.
That ain't how that. We ain't stupid. We all grew up. We know don't nobody get stabbed if you just go ask them to move. That ain't nowhere now how that works. That's a lie.
When the officer arrested him,
he just lied.
He immediately stated, "I did." So the officer is lying. The same officer that probably wrote the report that you're probably believing.
Okay, what did he say when the officer got him? Cause we read it. What did he say when the officer
He said I did it.
Yep.
He's like, "How is the other kid? Am I gonna be okay?"
Wait a minute.
He tried to ask.
Hold on, wait a minute. Chef.
He tried to say.
If you meant to unalive somebody, would you be concerned about their health?
He tried to say.
Unalive somebody, would you be concerned about their health?
He tried to say if.
No, I would. If I meant to,
I would self-defense.
And
the officer.
I know. We heard that. Hey, Zero, we did hear that. Yes,
exactly. So therefore, he's admitting it. And then when asked him why he did it, he was because he touched me. He didn't hit me. He didn't physically assault me. He touched me. That was his word. He's touched. That's very vague when you have a narrative trying to make it about race.
Bro.
Now, when he asked him to move because he was underneath the wrong tent. Melo stated no. Now, apparently, they got into a little tussle because I think you said it or the other guy said it. Listen, because I'm pointing something out that
No, we're not gonna say that. We're not gonna say that. Because you just contradicted yourself and lied again.
Objection,
You
Your
said they didn't
Honor.
get no tussle. You said he said he touched him, and that was it.
He touched him.
So which one
That's
is it?
it.
Did he tussle or did he
Now,
just touch?
listen,
Because you said it
right?
was real vague. These your words.
It was real vague. That's why they were using it for the racism attack.
I thought,
That's it.
hold on, wait a minute.
When you look at politics,
Hold on, let
when
me
you
ask you a question. Let me ask you
understand
a
politics,
question.
you got to look
Did
at
he
the way they
touch
like to manipulate the wording.
Hold on, wait a
And
minute.
that's
Did
the
he
same thing
touch
for the
him?
media and a lot of these pro-black activists
I'm just gonna
and
ask you a
some of
simple
these
question
out
because you
there
made
too.
two claims at the same time, and one you said was false, but you still made it. Did
Which
he
one?
touch him or did they have a tussle? Because I said they had a tussle. You told me I was wrong. You say he just touched him, and then you said, but they
Touched
had a
him.
little tussle. So which one is it, bro?
An argument is what I'm pointing at.
You said
And that's
tussle.
why I was saying,
You didn't
and
say
that's why
argument.
if you would have waited until if you would have gave me more time, I was hitting to the fact that I think it was you or the other dude earlier stated when I first hopped on was like, it was just two kids, and I agree. It's just two kids who didn't understand how to navigate the situation that they're involved in properly. So instead, a lot of emotions tear it up because one person telling yo, you got to move, and the other one's refusing to move. Whatever they're arguing about, I'm not going to act like I know what they were arguing about because there's no report detailing what they were talking about in the argument. It was just a lot of hearsay about, they were sitting
Hold
there in
on,
a confrontation.
listen to what he just said, y'all. Listen to this. We don't know what they was arguing about, but he told him to move from up under the tent, but we don't know what they was arguing about.
Yes, because that was
Does
the
that
only thing that
make sense to anybody in here? We don't know what they
huh?
was talking about, but we know that he told him to move from up under the tent. So we do know what they was
Yes,
talking about, right? Didn't
because
you
that
say
was the
they
only
was
thing.
talking about
That's the
removing
only
him
thing
from
that
the
was
tent?
confirmed. That was the only thing that was confirmed.
But you said that
When you look
you don't know
at
what
all
they
the
was talking about.
when you look at all the information, they all have that same thing. He stated move,
Either we know
and
what they was talking
Carmelo
about or we
refused to
don't.
move. So
But we
therefore,
can't say we don't
what
know what they
happened
was
was
talking about, but
they
we know they
started
was talking
they
about him
started going
moving,
back and forth. They
removing him
started
from up
going
under
back
the
and
tent.
forth. Whatever they were talking about, it got heated. Carmelo stepped back, grabbed his bag, told him touch him again.
Oh, wait a minute, touch him again. What you mean he already
Yes,
touched him the first time? So that was a
because he
warning.
asked him.
That was if you
The
bothered
first
him.
time he said touch him, so he touched him. I'm not gonna sit here and refute the fact that there was some contact there, but at the end of the day, there is no response for a knife being used. Just because somebody touched you with their hand, that's not self defense. Now, if you punch him with your fist, I'm not gonna complain about that because you use equal or lesser force. A fist in a hand it's both the same shit. None of them are violent or threatening to either one. You're going to feel some pain and that's it. Me touching you isn't going to kill you. You stabbing me, yes, that can kill somebody. That's not self defense. So, regardless of how you try and change the narrative about that shit, it doesn't justify the shit.
Yes, I was saying bringing a knife to a fist fight, it's kind of a hard to prove self defense. In a way, it is very so. Yeah, there's gonna be some questions there. Though. That's where it's gonna be though. Like it's gonna be asked, and it's gonna be breakdown like that at court. When it comes. It's yeah, it is. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of mixed and different opinions, but yeah, it's that he's. I'm not gonna lie, he's kind of right about that. That's what they going. That's what they're gonna come down to. Is where the self defense and where it was. So, I don't know. Yeah, all right, yeah. No problem, no problem, Zero. But yeah, man. You know what I mean? You're right, though. You know what I mean? That's I can't lie. When you said, because that's how they're gonna look at it. Well, he just had his fist, and they're just whatever, and the knife. But it depends on how. And again, it depends on how physical it is, because if you throwing an officer around and you're doing all that, and he has a firearm when he pulls out and shoot to defend himself, that could also, you know what I mean? As I said, we could mix it with so many different ways of other stories. But this one here is, yeah, it is. It's crazy. It's crazy. No. It's all good, yo. That's we do that on we do that on here a lot. You know what I mean, with the topics, and especially as I said, everybody's opinion is different. And some is just that's how it is. Everybody, people, everybody else, it's, and like I said, it's just opinions. Everybody got their own. Somebody believe in whatever. Some people believe, it's. But I can't lie. From the whole thing started, I questioned the self defense, because it's, you know, as I said, I know people that had self defense cases, and they was trying to, both of them trying to do something to each other. They got, they got one person stab each other, and they was like in a relationship too. And it was stupid too. It was over one of the most worstest things. And that case turned out, where he did 10, and I don't know if, yeah, I know he did 10 years, and yeah, but I think he got out earlier than that. Because in your first time, when you first get time like that, you don't do the whole thing. That's why some people be going off and be mad about certain symptoms. Yeah, for real. That's what I said. It's not about, you know, as I said earlier, it shouldn't be about, their race. As I said, that happened. If they was the same color, would we be looking at it as a race? You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? No, we wouldn't. You know what I mean? The circumstances would be totally different. Like, I mean, the answers and the questions would probably be different too. So it just, as I said, like that. I don't know. Maybe he was scared, he got intimidated. You know what I mean? And got paranoid, and then you see what I'm saying? Just start. You know what I mean? I don't know. This story right here is a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot.
Yo, the Knicks are playing like trash.
Knicks are getting beaten by 20 right now. Told y'all they wasn't gonna lose. They was gonna get, yeah, it's crazy. It's the coaching. Coach. I don't like this game. It feels weird. I'm gonna bet on the Knicks. Whoever in here is a Knicks fan, damn, y'all thought y'all was going to the NBA Finals. Indiana, that's crazy. But yeah, that's the whole this thing right here. That's why I don't want to go to that part. I try to make it not night. I said the conversation is good, and it's just the problem is when people start making their race and start do the teasing thing, and then it gets into that stuff. Where we're supposed to be acting like we're better than each other, but nah, we're all one, yo. So, like somebody said in the chat earlier, it's only one race, it's a human race. One race, real talk. All this other stuff is just, as I said, that's why I don't do every politics, because certain politics I do not like. I do not like, especially when it comes down to like if we're just gonna, based on race or color. Everybody's. As I said, the generation today is just it's not that. To base it on that and make it look like it's that, no, because they don't act like that. They're not really. I mean, it's more helpful, when it comes with them, with this generation, and you know, black and white, real talk. They do more shit together. They do way more stuff together than, what I mean. So this is just sad. Like I said, one person lost their life, and it's just that it happens. If there was two black person, we wouldn't be talking about it like that. We heard about it, but it wouldn't be, what I mean, a problem where people like, oh, make this a personal thing. They'll be like, yeah, a regular, accident where a black person kills a black person. Same thing with a Caucasian person. If it was two white person doing this to each other, and that happened. I mean, for the football player versus, I don't know who, basketball captain or whatever, the point guard at um college of the, it would have been, yeah, same thing, sad accident. But nobody wouldn't be in their feelings about the story like this. This is crazy. This is crazy stuff to see how they wanna go this way. Can't really go this way, Can't. I don't really, I don't really look at it as that. I just look at it as like shit happens, but and the media does put us. That's why you can't really believe everything in the media, because the media does this all the time. With drill music, or anything. They put out stories, but it's not really true. They might put stories about somebody doing something to somebody, but really, when you get to the courts, it's not really how the story was. You see what I'm saying? So I don't know. They do put out narratives out there sometimes too, so the people can have something to be angry about and talk about. The media they do that. There's a couple of times when they put certain things on how certain things happen, and that's why I don't really do certain vlogs on drill music down here, because certain things they be lying about. Because they get to the case, you hear the different. When you get to the real courts and how they break it down and how they tell you, and they got like 100, 200K views and all that stuff, other people reacting to it. It's not really like that. Some of this stuff really is kind of crazy. Crazy if you ask me. Crazy. But yeah, man. As I said, these are just teenagers. Had a long way to go, and just messed up shit happened. And if I was like either and both ends, You know, your kid locked up. You're gonna be angry that he had to get into a fight. You're mostly gonna be angry that he had to do all that. You know what I mean? Because I know Carmelo parents are probably saying, "Damn, he didn't have to use that. He didn't have to use that knife." Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, he didn't have to do all that. So, and I'm pretty sure that Hazy, what's going on, family? You know what I mean?
TMG, Rice, what's good, y'all? What's good?
Yeah.
First off, the Knicks grade gets swept.
Yeah, I told you though.
The Knicks get swept out this motherfucker. That shit looking bad.
They might come back, yo. They might come back, yo. 48-58.
Second off, I was trying to get in here. I forgot I hit the fucking button that I hit the StreamYard link. I forgot. My shit was just sitting over here hitting on continue the StreamYard or whatever it be saying.
Yeah.
But I wanted to address what Yo was saying. Yo was tripping a little bit. I ain't hear everything, but Yo was tripping a little bit.
Who's Zero?
Yeah, he don't understand. You just can't put your hands on people. It's just that simple.
I know. But remember, I said this to you too. And the first time we talked about this in this, yes, it's gonna be like that. You know what I mean? But they're gonna look at you like, yo, you brought a knife to the gunfight. And if they could prove that you brought a knife for that situation, then everything that, you know what I mean, the touching, all that shit goes out the window. Because, you know, it's that one evidence, you know what I mean, that they look for, that they want the jury to see.
I mean, it's two things about that, right? From what I understand, first off, one report says, well, it might not even be disputable, but one report said that it wasn't actually a knife, but it was a sharp object that they used on track or some shit. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't actually a knife. So if it was a track, it don't even matter. To me, it don't even matter if it was a knife or the track apparatus or whatever it was. You know what I'm saying? If a motherfucker come put their hands on you and you don't know their intent, you got the right to defend yourself. So, you know what I'm saying? If he ain't get your permission to touch him, and nobody else, he don't have no rank or no position, whereas though he can remove somebody from under a tent. Who is he? He's just a regular person under the tent, just like Yo was. Now I ain't gonna lie, he could have said, yo, you under the wrong tent, we need you to leave. Even though he would have been wrong, it wouldn't have been crossing the boundary. But as soon as you try and remove him yourself, you cross that line. You cross that line. You know what I'm saying? Nobody put you in charge of moving people from under a tent. Especially, you know, he was trying to be an asshole because if it's raining out there. How is it hurting for him to be under that tent? Do y'all got a playbook or something he can see? You know what I mean? In track, it's about who runs the fastest. So why he couldn't be right there? What is it that you gotta remove him? Let him know he under the wrong tent. Like he can't stand there and get out the rain. Like what's really going on? And if you feel like he was out of order for how he did Boy, then how do you feel about George Zimmerman and Trayvon? Because we already been taught that you can escalate it further. You can't tell everybody, yo, you know what I mean? He wasn't wrong for going too far. George Zimmerman wasn't wrong for going extra far. But then when somebody else take it extra far, oh, he went too far. So the knife is too far, but the gun not. Think about it.
I hear you. But you
know what I'm saying? The knife is too far. He went too far stabbing him. But we already saw this landmark case in the Stand Your Ground state where a dude was following somebody. The person that was getting followed felt threatened. Through hands, the dude that was the follower, produced a gun and murdered him, deleted him. And when he got off, that's the rule. Once in front of the whole world, he got off. So you made that the rule. That's the rule. You can't come back and say something different.
Right.
And like I said about this shit, I told y'all when it first happened, I said this could really be a race situation. I knew it was going to go there no matter what.
You did say this from the get-go. From the first time we talked about the situation, you're like, yo, TMG, they're going to be able to make this into a whole big race.
It's going to be a race thing. And I remember the father even saying, don't bring race into it. But I have a hard time not bringing race into it because I bet you he wouldn't have told a white boy he was under the wrong tent. Like, it got some type of race element to it, no matter, even if you don't know the details. I don't know the inside details of how him and his father and his brother really get down. But if you just look at the dynamic, you got a white boy, a twin brother, football players telling another dude he under the wrong tent. Soon as you saying that, you want the man gone. Then you go proceed to put your hands on him. He don't gotta wait until you actually harm him to respond. Already the threat is perceived from you doing something that you don't have no rank or you haven't been assigned to do that. You don't have the authority to remove him from under the tent. Even if it's your tent, let's just say for argument's sake, the Metcalf dude owned the tent. It's exactly his tent. He don't own the ground under it. He can go move his tent. He can't put his hands on nobody and move him from right there. That's crazy. That's like one of us removing somebody from out the park. You know what I mean? We all in the public park and we telling somebody they at the wrong park. This park ain't for you. This our park.
Right.
Shit don't go like that. And now, you know what I'm saying? One thing I want to say, I want to keep reiterating this because we got a lot of dummies out here on our side. You know what I mean? I'm talking about for us black people. We got a lot of dummies on our side too that really do feel like this is some type of victory for race war, race relations or racial injustice. They really feel like this is a one-up for that. It's not that. This ain't a one-up for racial justice. You know what I'm saying? This just lead to something more. Somebody want to get even. Then when they get even, then somebody back on the other side want to get even. This ain't no type of justice. Right. You know what I'm saying? So this is a particular situation that got a race element to it, but it don't make you on the even playing field with if you against white people. It don't give you evenness with them. It wasn't a good thing for us. It wasn't a good thing. It wasn't a plus. It ain't a one up. We ain't keeping scores. This ain't bodies and drilling. You know what I'm saying? That shit that's not what it is. A lot of people can proceed in that way, and that's what's making it even more of a race thing. Because you got people that's happy. I'm not happy that stabbed that dude, although I feel like he wasn't wrong, but I don't feel happy about that. That's not nothing to feel proud about or feel like you happy to get that victory or nothing. That's gonna cause way more problems.
Yeah, what's up, bro?
You got any type of wisdom out in the world.
That nigga started lying, so I had to walk off and say get mad, Chef, because that nigga that man. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, right? You know that shit is not. It's not a victory for us, yo. Even if he beat it in court, let's just say Shorty go to court and he beat it. He don't get found guilty of the M1.
That's not a victory.
It's still not a victory for us, yo.
That's not. That's a victory for.
That's a victory for people who been mishandled as a whole. It's not a victory for black folk. Even though it's a race dynamic tour, that's not no victory. That's not nothing we should be proud of. That's not nothing we should hold up as a point on the scoreboard. That's not. When we get that reparations, that's a big point. That's in game right there. That's a score for us. You know what I'm saying? Certain shit is a score. Certain shit is just petty nonsense that's gonna lead to nothing else. But enough talking about us, because I ain't ready to drag us right now, because it's some other folk feeling some other type of way. It's a lot of stuff going on towards melanated folk. I'm telling you, I really need people to start paying attention right now. It's bad.
Yeah,
it's bad. It ain't a game. It's some real emotions, some feelings towards us. You know what I'm saying? You got, yo, yo, you got this shit going on. Niggas can't even do nothing because they feel surrounded. You got niggas that got cop deuces because they know they surrounded, yo.
Yeah, that's a bad idea, yo. I'm with you, Hazy. I'm with you on that one. That's a bad idea. People don't think we don't want that. Nobody wants that. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be bad for everybody.
It's gonna be bad for everybody. That's not no fucking victory. Now, don't get me wrong. I feel like the black dude was right in this situation, but I don't feel like that's a one-up in the race relations or the race differences. You know what I'm saying? I just feel like he was right. Now he might have been extreme on his response, but you can't say he extreme. What if that big dude would have knocked him out and he hit his head on something? You see what I'm saying? What if big dude would have beat the brakes off him and his brother out there, punished him out there, and we out here talking about how two white boys punished the dude on the racetrack and ain't nobody do nothing.
That ain't what was gonna happen, bro. What was gonna happen was they just was gonna touch him. That's all.
Yeah, I hear that shit. I feel you though, Rice. I hear that shit. Crazy. But you know what I'm saying? Like I said, yo, this shit it's just a terrible thing that happened. It shouldn't have never happened. You know what I'm saying? It shouldn't have never happened. Even though they saying, Metcalf was a bully, they saying that he was a bully. Now let's just say, for argument's sake, he was a bully, right? Let's just say, for argument's sake, I believe everything that I'm hearing about him being a bully. He a bully and his brother a bully, and they bully a lot of people and beat them up. I still ain't gonna feel like he deserved that.
Right.
But I am gonna feel like the other dude wasn't wrong.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. I see all the way. I'm not lame to it.
You know what I mean? I ain't gonna say he deserved it because he was a bully. He's supposed to lost his life for being a bully. But I'm just saying the other dude ain't wrong. He wasn't wrong, man. That shit ready make me second guess about fighting and shit like that. Cause I be talking that shit. I will, you know what I'm saying? I be talking that shit like I want to punch somebody in the face and all of that shit. But that shit gonna make me second guess. Cause you know what I mean? Motherfucker pull out that blade, it's on. Even though I keep a knife too, you know what I mean? And it'll be a knife fight, but you can have a knife fight and just get hit in the wrong spot. You know what I'm saying? You can get hit in the wrong spot, yo, and it's over.
Yeah. They be
watching that shit. But I'm telling you, yo, they 17 years old. Anybody who think about, hey, Tyler, chill out. Anybody who think about it, yo, this makes sense, yo. I'm telling you, yo, anybody who got wisdom, you can see. You could see what happened without even being there. Yo, dude was showing off for some females, man. He was going to remove him in front of some girls, yo. I'm telling you what it was, yo. He was showing off for some females, man. He's 17 years old. He's what you call a jock. You remember when we was in high school, they was jocks. You know what I'm saying? Motherfucker play football, play on all of these sports. They involved with all of the teams and shit, all of the coaches and you know, probably the staff and shit like that. They family probably got ties to the school some type of way or something. He one of them. He probably showing off for the girls out there. There's no other reason. It was no reason for. All right, put it like this. Can no person that has discussed this since this situation happened could give us a legitimate reason for him putting his hands on Karmelo Anthony. And I'm
But
gonna
he
leave
didn't
it
do
at
that.
that.
He was
I
just
ain't even gonna
touching.
go too far. If you can tell me a good reason why he can put his hands on it, you see what I'm saying? A good reason.
Right.
Yeah, but he wasn't doing that. That ain't what it was. It was just touched him.
Yeah, why though? I'm saying for what? Because I bet you if Carmelo Anthony touched one of them white girls out there, he would have got a sexual assault. A SA, excuse me, my bad. I bet you he would have got SA. Can't just touch people. You gotta keep your fucking hands to yourself. I was kind of proud of your father for saying don't bring race into this, because even if he was just saying, you know, for you know, for TV purposes or whatever, or internet purposes, just the simple fact that he got a little bit of brain somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Just a little, you know what I mean? I was respecting that. But don't be coming through acting like you're not wrong. You're wrong for putting his hands on Carmelo. You can't put your hands on nobody. Anybody who disagree, go outside, put your hands on somebody right now. Go somewhere right now. Go find the illest crowd that you see, or go just find 3 dudes anywhere. I don't care if they white, Asian, whatever. Find 3 dudes and go put your hands on one of them. Tell them they're in the wrong place and go remove them from that place.
Yeah, it's gonna be a problem though.
So it's real simple if you got basic morals. It's real simple to get to the, you know what I mean, to the bottom of this situation if you got basic morals. All you gotta do is say who did something that you can't do everywhere. You can't. I bet you show me a video of him somewhere else telling somebody else they're in the wrong spot and removing them. You 17 years old, you don't even got that type of power to be removing nobody. You're only 17. Who gave you the authority to try to remove somebody?
I told you that's that privilege.
You 17 years old. You a kid. If anything, you go get an adult. You see what I'm saying? If anything.
I know, but that's the crazy part.
Like I said, I ain't gonna say he deserved it based on what they saying about him as a person. But just, you know, yo wasn't wrong. The dude Carmelo, he could have dealt with it a regular way, or he could have dealt with it the way he dealt with it. You can't put your hands on nobody, man. Or you gotta be prepared. You know what I'm saying? If he would have had like some pepper spray or something for yo when he pull out them knife, like yo move. And if I move this nigga and he ain't trying to move, I'm a pepper spray him and crack his head. Or what. You gotta be prepared for that though.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You can't just think it's automatically gonna go what you want done, what the outcome you want.
Right.
That shit don't, you know what I'm saying? Shit don't go like that, man. Shit can go any kind of way. I'm telling you, that shit really got me thinking now about certain different little shit, because it can go any kind of way.
Yeah.
Even though I've been knew that, but I'm just saying it's making me extra think that now. I'm like, damn, boy, that shit.
I'm trying to tell you, you could get jail time like that. So regardless what, you know, they gonna do all that. You know,
how many niggas in jail for shit just like that?
I'm like, damn, they gonna charge him as an adult? That's crazy.
Well, I mean, you can't charge a child with murder. You know what I'm saying? If once they say it's gonna be a murder charge, you gotta be in there. Though. I ain't never seen a juvenile murder, so it kind of makes sense. But it shouldn't have been murder one. I thought murder one was premeditated.
I did too.
You know what I'm
Everybody
saying? Murder
did.
one is premeditated, so that's where they fucked up at.
Yeah, that's why.
It could be the loophole, but the loophole, all that's gonna do is cause problems too. Because if he beat it, it's just gonna be some racial action. It's gonna be some action behind that too. You know what I'm saying? It's just one of them situations where it gotta play itself out. Somebody gonna do if he beat that, there's some people that ain't gonna be so cool with that, and they're gonna do something. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna do something. So we gotta worry about him being found guilty just on the strength that a judge might be trying to save other actions from going down. You know what I mean? Somebody might just find him guilty just so nobody don't set it up. It's a lot of elements to this shit. But at the end of the day, you know what I mean? He could have chose not to do that. He could have chose to have words. They could have pulled out there or anything.
That's what I'm saying.
But at the end of the day, you cannot put your hands on nobody. Everybody ain't with that. You know what I'm saying? You don't know. You might want to fight a nigga. The nigga might got a sore knee. Nigga might got an injury or something. He ain't playing with nobody. He can't even probably defend himself properly. Now, I ain't talking about him. I'm just saying in general. You know what I'm saying? Nigga might just got an injury and ain't trying to fight you. You think you're just gonna go punch him in his face? Or remove him from somewhere? No, that shit don't go like that.
Yeah, they're gonna give him some time, but they're trying to send a message. I don't
know. He might not. He might not get no time. They got to go through the motions. There's a lot of emotions, and it's a lot of side shit that align with this.
A lot of witnesses.
But I don't even know if you can trust the witnesses because they always on his side. See, all they gotta do is find one witness, just try and stick to the narrative. You know what I mean? Because you got witnesses that saw shit, and then you got witnesses that right there that just there to pass the narrative too. They might ain't necessarily see it. Unless they was out in the front like they was on the stage or theater stage. You know what I mean? They could have been on the side over there, and it's 12 people over here. Only the 3 people in the front can see it. The other 9 can say they was right there, but they might lie and say what happened.
Right.
Cause they ain't see it. They was behind the 3 that was in the front that saw what happened. It's just one of them fucked up situations. He just gotta be tough. He gotta be tough enough to make it through it. You know what I'm saying? He made his bed. Long as he don't bitch up.
Yeah, he going.
You know what I'm saying?
You ain't never did time like
that. If he bitch up, then it's on him because he shouldn't have. If he can't handle what from here, he shouldn't have did it. If he can handle all of this, then you know what I mean. He was well within his right to do what he did.
When he goes in there, you know what I mean?
Huh?
If he's gonna be worse, it's gonna be worse for him when he gets jail time. Like, because if you can't handle all that and you go in there and you just, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, hell yeah. Unless somebody got his best interest, like, yo, shorty, X, Y, Z. You know what I'm saying? Like, shorty, you don't even know, you know what I mean, what you put yourself into, but you know what I mean? Because there's certain people that gonna hold them down. There's people gonna hold them down now. Don't get it fucked up. He ain't gonna be in the jail by himself. There's people gonna be holding him down. It's gonna be a lot of shit behind shorty because they're gonna be trying to get at him. They're gonna be trying to get at him. And you're gonna have people that's already in the established going.
Oh, Zero, where you go, man? My bad. I told you he didn't just touch you. You said a lot, but
Rice is his first time. It's his first time around, right?
And I know, even if he did just touch him, for what? What you gonna think if somebody tell you you're in the wrong place and they touch you? You can't just touch somebody. Go just touch one of these women out here. Just go just touch them.
Mm-hmm.
Can't do that. You gotta keep your hands to yourself. Everybody know that. He could have said what he wanted to say, even though I don't think he should have told him he was under the wrong shit. But I think that's evidence. You know what I'm saying? That's evidence of his intent to remove him. He had the intent on removing him, and he has no authority to remove him.
They probably charged him in the first-degree murder because he told the police officer, "You think I can get first? You think I can get what you call it? Self-defense?" You know what I mean? It sounds like you plan to do that. You know what I mean? I mean, especially when you did that without your lawyer. You should have had your lawyer do that.
Well,
that's what he meant.
I ain't gonna lie, TMG. They can't. You can't charge somebody with what it sound like they doing. You see what I'm saying? They got charged based on the facts. They got charged based on evidence and witness testimony.
I know, but
whatever he said to the police in the car after that,
I know, but the police,
he can only hurt him if he tried to explain the details.
The
and
police
he explained it wrong.
The police gonna testify that he told him that after he asked him what happened. You know what I'm saying?
But that ain't really incriminating. That's not nothing. That's a question. That's not really saying that you committed a crime. That's more so revealing that you're not sure if you should have did whatever happened. But that don't mean you admitting you committed a crime. It's just him asking the question. So I don't know if that really it gonna have a role in it, but that ain't enough to find him guilty on or nothing. That ain't enough. That don't have nothing to do with the charge. The charge gonna stem from the event, not nothing that happened at the event. They can't charge him based on what he said to the police. They can bring it up in court. They can bring that shit up in trial as part of the evidence, but they can't charge him based on that unless he confess. And ain't no reports that say he confessed right at this point. You know what I'm saying? Or he wouldn't have pled not guilty. You can't confess and plead not guilty.
Right.
Unless it's by reason of insanity, temporary insanity or insanity or something. But this is gonna be a hell of a case. But it's like I said, with the George Zimmerman, they taught us what was what. You know what I mean? Unless y'all going back and saying no. When you black, you can't defend yourself. If that's what they trying to say, if they saying, when you black, you can't defend yourself, then all right, it makes sense. Other than that, it shit don't make sense.
Yeah. That right. This is crazy, yo. I don't know. It's like there's some people mad about this. I'm like, damn, I didn't know they were so mad about this case. Like, they mad?
No, a lot of people mad, man. And it's a lot of black people that's happy like some dummies.
I don't know.
But like I said, they the one. A lot of times, they the ones that ain't gonna throw a fucking lick when the race war kick off.
And you spent the money, and you gave it back.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But
People
they want
shouldn't
to
be.
be taunting.
No. I
People
didn't.
shouldn't be
Can't
happy
be
and stuff.
taunting people.
No.
People
You
shouldn't be
can't be
happy.
taunting people acting like you happy that you
Yeah.
got one of theirs.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's the same thing with the dude that ran over that police dude. Nobody can't be running their mouth crazy to the police after that. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's not a victory, yo. I mean, he did what he did, and we know how this shit go. We all know what's going on and everything. That shit is what it is, but you can't go talking crazy to the police like, yeah, that's what we doing now. Take one of ours, we taking one of yours. Like, hell no. Even if you turn it like that, even if you go so hard enough to even be on that type of time, you definitely better not be talking that shit.
Yeah, you can't be echoing that. Hell no.
You know what I'm saying? You can't do that. You know how you gotta move if you on some shit out here.
You gotta be quiet with
These
that.
people, man.
You know what I mean? That's not what
And
you
some
do.
of the people that's doing it, they doing it with their intent. They gonna say the shit they gonna say and move out the way. Let it happen to somebody else. A lot of people don't even feel like that for real. They just try to start shit up.
You're lying. I don't. Yeah, but I noticed
Hopefully
that.
Shorty beat it. If Shorty don't beat it, hopefully they rearrange and redo the charges. They probably drop it down to the manslaughter or the second degree reckless homicide.
That's what I said.
Or something like that. You know what I mean? They ain't gonna do murder because murder would have mean he came there with the intent to do that. They're gonna do second degree reckless homicide or manslaughter or one of them other charges that you don't hear that much. You know what I'm saying? One of them charges you don't hear that much. That's what they're gonna do.
Yeah.
A lot of this shit, we gotta watch too because they doing a lot of shit for ratings too. So they know now they done prepared this case, and now they done got back and sit back and see how much traction is getting. Now they can figure out a way to get the most funding or the most money revenue off of the case. How to make it go, what lawyers they gonna have involved, how they can stretch it, what you know what I'm saying? Different.
They really trying to push it, man. They really trying to make us self-destruct.
Yeah. They're trying to make us for each other.
And I'm telling you now, it ain't really working.
Of course not. We gotta be smart. Which means we gotta get up and get in some leadership role. Like we gotta start doing something about this shit. That's for damn sure. We can't have them sending us up anytime they want, anytime they see fit. They can just send niggas off and shit. You know what I'm saying?
But they will though. That's the thing. If we don't watch it, that's the whole thing. What I be trying to tell people: if we don't watch it, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're gonna be in a whole nother realm in a minute, and we need to watch.
That's true. Crazy.
If we don't watch it, it's gonna be some drama. They really trying to. It's a uproar. They got their actors out, and it's just this. This is a Hollywood production featuring this countrymen, and they don't even know they in one. Hazy got that completely right when he was talking about ratings and stuff. He got that. He hit the nail on the head. But again, people are gonna act like it's not about race. But when you ask them a question, they bring race into it. As you say, I have never called the young man on the right or the young man on the left a race. I've always said the two men, the two young men. Because I'm really trying to, when we talking about this, sometimes it started in your diction, the way you talk. I dig that now. So I can't say the young nigga and the white boy. That would be racist. Now we're into race. So two young men. Let's just leave it there.
Right.
One was supposed to be a bully, outweighed one. He had his brother with him, with his is a twin, so that's double trouble, right?
Yeah. People keep forgetting that. People keep forgetting. But some people know that, but they ignore that. I don't get it. It's like 2-on-1 situation.
So let's say both of them they both were supposed to be there. Now Hazy hit the nail on the head. I didn't think about it. He got to the nitty gritty. Hazy said that you don't have the authority to be removing from by nobody from a tent because you are not an adult or a teacher.
Right. That is true.
That's an amazing point. No one can uh argue that point. That's why I brought up the point of also thinking about it. I didn't know it was gonna tie in like this, but that's why I was talking earlier about who told him to go under the tent. A coach. He wasn't there because he was looking to hang out. That's the biggest misconception. It was a rain delay. Nobody seems to talk about the rain delay except for people that talk about the fact. People that were there. Everyone, he was under, from what I understood, those brothers were under a different tent because it was a rain delay. And they saw him under their tent. That's how this all started. They went to confront him from another tent. They didn't just appear out of nowhere, out of the sunny sky, and like, hey, what are you doing under a tent? It was a rain delay. Everybody was under tents.
BD, what's going on, bro?
What's up, BD?
BD, what's up? So damn, I guess he just supposed to just went back out in the rain, huh? He couldn't stay there and get dry for a second or collect his thoughts or nothing, huh? I don't know what type of time these people on, man. This shit just.
I don't think him with the tension. I don't think he would have chose that tent to go under if they were there.
Well, when you trying to get out the rain, you just getting out the rain. It's pouring down. You trying not to get soaked. You trying not to get your shoes and socks soaking wet. You trying not to get your head wet. You trying not to get your clothes soaking wet. You trying to find the first cover you can find. Especially when you know how it start raining, it'll drizzle. Next thing you know, it'll get a little harder. Next thing you know, it's fucking pouring down.
Right.
You gotta get somewhere real quick. I don't understand what the problem is. Why he couldn't be under that?
They didn't ask him, why are you here? They said you need to leave, and they just touched him. And he said, please don't touch me anymore. And so they just touched him again, and all that came from just touching. Nobody but no arguing, just, hey, can you leave? I don't want to leave. Touch. Please don't do that anymore. Touch. Ah! That's not how things go. We know that. I was being very sarcastic. That's not how things go. There was a tussle.
Man, it's fucked up though. I'm just thinking about a twin now. His twin brother saw him, held him in his arms while he died. You know, twins got an extra connection more than just brothers. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So I can just imagine how shocked, hurt, and you know what I mean? And he was like, you know
They
what I'm
asked
saying?
him.
Like, what the
That's
fuck?
the one. Hey, Hazy. You know they asked him to quit talking, right?
Who, the twin brother?
Yeah.
Well, what he said, something he wasn't supposed to say?
He said a whole bunch of things that he wasn't supposed to say. Is that true, Zero? Didn't they interview him? You not having any marks on you don't mean that somebody's not trying to off you. So you're saying that I can't shoot back unless you graze me? That's not how that works. Because now we're long
Right.
distance. No marks on that doesn't mean anything.
That little dude that just ran from the police, that police ain't had no marks on him either. That stuff, you saying stuff that's kind of irrelevant.
Yeah, that
It don't
you're
matter if he
pulling.
had marks on him.
You're reaching and pulling for stuff that's not.
It don't matter.
You don't think
A
Fist
fist
can
can
fight?
kill.
It was
It's
we
many
lost
of
two
people that
boxers
got
because
punched
of
in
that.
their face.
One
Zero,
boxer
you
knocked
lying,
one
because it's
boxer
many
out.
people that got punched in their face and fell and hit their head on a sharp curb or something like that and died. Hell yeah, yes you can.
And that's what I was about to say, Hazy. I know of a cat that he hit he hit him so hard in the boxing match and knocked him out, and the dude passed.
Yeah,
And then
that
it
shit
was
can
bad
happen.
on it was bad on him. His career wasn't the same no more because that ain't what he wanted to. He just wanted to box.
All right, Zero. How about this, Zero? If you punch a police, he shouldn't go for his gun then. Why if you punch a police, they gonna go for their gun?
Well, see, that's different because they got the authority. That's what he's gonna argue.
But he's saying that a fist don't kill.
I know. That's my point, Zero. I thought you said they don't kill. We have to stick to the other one. We can't move the goalposts. We have to stick where we're at. That's not fair in the conversation. You said fists don't kill, knives do. And I'm pretty sure what you call it ain't that boy still making it the rapper.
And you don't even got nobody don't gotta be able to threat
Who
to
that,
kill
Red?
you.
What
All you
happened to
gotta be
him
able to threat
when
to
he was in
bodily
federal
harm.
when he's in federal prison right now? What happened to that rapper boy?
Tory Lane?
Big man,
Yeah,
stop yelling.
he's still alive, ain't he?
Yeah. Yeah.
You don't get to pick the outcomes of scenarios. That young man didn't mean to do that to that young man. It was clear when he asked, "Is he gonna make? Is he okay?" He know what he
Everybody
did.
wanna skip
He didn't want
everybody
to
wanna
do like
skip to the
that.
part where he stabbed him. They wanna skip to that part. They wanna skip the part where somebody went to go put their hands on somebody when they shouldn't.
You with me, Hazy, on that. You shouldn't be putting your hands on people unless you ready to put your hands on somebody. And don't do that because people don't owe you much, for real.
What if you put your hands on him and he had some flesh-eating disease?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I
You
say.
got to keep your hands to yourself, man. Everybody know that.
I saw $1 the other day,
Now,
man. Left it on the ground, hazy. I got spooked. As soon as I saw the money, I thought, "Oh, it's $1." Then I thought, I've been seeing these videos, these people picking up these dollars. They be soaked in something, and
Yeah.
the people get knocked out.
Yeah, right. Yeah, real time.
yeah, yeah, I heard about
Yeah.
that shit.
And then when they knocked out, they come rob you.
Yeah, I left that dollar right there, just chilling out in front of a stove.
It ain't worth it for $1. A $20 bill, I might would have tried to pick it up.
They said, "Hazy, what proof do you have that he he was that Karmelo was attacked?"
Lock him up.
Y'all know that's the only
The
one we get.
reports, the reports from the scene say he went and put his hands on him. Everybody
That's
know that dude put his hands on him.
they're trying to
That's
plant
not
a
even no
seed.
secret.
These people in the comments trying to plant a seed, bro. That's
Yeah,
all.
they said that they crazy, yo. People, it's
I mean,
crazy.
they're entitled to their opinion, though. Don't even trip. They're entitled to their opinion, but you know, ain't nobody over here stupid. We know what's going on out here. We know y'all know better. Ain't none of y'all gonna be hearing nothing about nobody put their hands on y'all children. Soon as one of y'all kids come in the house talking about somebody remove them from under a tent or something, y'all gonna go berserk.
Ooh,
What's
point.
so hard about Joe just keeping his hands to himself? I don't understand why nobody don't want no rules. Like, why y'all don't want no rules?
They don't want none.
Don't get me wrong, it's an unfortunate event, but he caused that, man. He tried to put his hands on somebody that wasn't playing. If he was gonna remove him from under the tent, he should have smacked him with a bat and would like move after he hit him with the bat. Point blank period. You don't just go, niggas ain't playing out here. Ain't nobody playing.
Yeah, but we just gotta mean the black community must do better. What do you mean by that? Like, knock it off. Y'all need to stop.
Ain't nobody playing out here. Everybody gotta keep their hands to themselves, man.
I'm crazy. Okay. But it's the facts, though. As, you know, as I said, if I was the other way around, you know what I mean? The black guy would have looked more like a bully, though. I'm just saying. Even though I'm not saying he's a bully because he's a bully, he should have got stabbed, but it's just
right.
It's just ridiculous.
But as soon as you heard the black dude was a bully, motherfuckers wasn't a kid no more.
Right.
Motherfuckers don't even care about Tory Lanez.
No. No.
Matter of fact, that shit gonna make me play Michael Jackson's song. They don't care about us. Motherfuckers, how it's looking like. You know what I'm saying? Motherfucker don't care.
Yes, I'm talking to you.
Motherfucker don't care nothing that happened to the niggas. But as soon as a nigga do something, they want to see accountability.
Yeah, that's what I say. They just none of that bothers me. I live in a rural part where we got a little bit of an understanding that we probably ain't gonna have to worry about government here in a minute. We probably just gonna have to do our own thing and move accordingly because you can right now because it's the internet.
They're really pushing this thing right here. I mean, like, oh, what's the point? What people gonna do? It's just crazy. This shit is wild. This shit is wild.
I'm more worried about that Hitler dude right now than Karmelo because Karmelo is underage. Well, he's 17.
Yeah.
So he gonna be that. It's gonna always have eyes on that situation. The Hinton dude that allegedly ran over the police, it ain't gonna be no eyes on his situation like that, especially if it's a holiday.
Here comes the Knicks.
Yeah, they coming back. I see 7 points. But what the score is? My shit a little delayed.
77-82.
Oh, all right, 5 points. All right. They better do something. If they don't win this game, ain't nobody betting on the Knicks for game 4. Sports betting gonna be fucked up.
Yeah. She reminds me so much of her.
Thank you.
And look, ATMG, I'm supposed to be watching the game because it's on the weekend, so it's on regular TV.
Yeah.
I'm supposed to be watching, and I ain't even watching the shit. I'm a goof.
One game. That's only one game. You should be watching it. It's only one game.
Video play, and then
Yeah, that's what I was saying. They're gonna charge him as exposing the truth. They're gonna charge him as an adult. That's what I was saying. The rights.
Yeah, they already did though. They did that at the beginning.
They already did that.
Yeah.
He already did that.
You all right? What you want? Some grape juice or the other? Yeah, well, the grape juice already open. Get it.
I want to watch you too.
I know you do. Right? Why you guys? I know.
And you do that. You play that play nut.
You ready to get some grape nut?
What people are saying? So why people mad about how they got money? Don't everybody get GoFundMe? That's the next thing. It seems like only certain people get GoFundMe. That's the next thing, yo. It's crazy, yo. Come on, yo. Even if they did get money, didn't they say they didn't get any money, Rice? Didn't their family say they didn't get money?
No, their family been balling.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They've been having their own money. You know what I mean?
It don't matter if they do go get a GoFundMe. I'm ready to do a GoFundMe. I don't know what for yet.
Real talk though. Why are people mad at
for real? Can't nobody be saying what you, and can't nobody say what you raising money for, especially when everybody on here saying donate to the channel, Cash App in the description and all that shit. The fuck? How you gonna tell somebody they can't get a GoFundMe and everybody asking for Cash Apps and donations and shit? For shit that ain't, a lot of people asking for shit that ain't even important.
That's what I was saying, because I'm pretty sure when I heard they said they didn't need the family, they didn't need the judge to lower the bond because they have their own money.
Right.
They could have
They
paid.
probably got some serious property they could have just put up. They probably didn't even have to put up cash. Also, a lot of people don't know, yo. When you pay your bail, when you go to court, you supposed to get your money back. A lot of people don't even go and get the money back. That's how bail bombing get rich. You supposed to go and get your money back that you paid.
Really? Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's how they get paid. They get paid on two ends. But you don't. That's what you sign over when you have them go on get your whole bond. You pay them
But
10% of your bond, and then they put your bond in an escrow, and it gains money as
and they supposed to
they
give
wait.
you your bond back and they take the interest.
No, that's
They
what I'm
supposed
saying. But you gotta pay the bond. Well, this is what I understood. It might be different where you at, 'cause you in Baltimore. But what I understood here was that you pay the bondsman. He gonna put up the full bond, and so that's his money that's in the escrow. You paid him a tenth of that to get out.
but he only putting it up as collateral. He get the
Yeah,
money back
he get it back
with
with
interest. With interest. So he
yeah,
getting the interest, not on he don't get interest on your 10%. He get
right.
interest on your full bond.
Yeah, but he don't get no interest off your 10%. That was the fee. That's a fee. So like
Well, the
if
fee,
my
the
bond a
10% is for
thousand,
him to put it up.
if
Oh, they
my
only
bond
what's the score?
$1,000, if my bond $1,000, if I pay him 100, and he
He
gonna
gonna put
do
up 1,000 and he gonna get percentage on
right.
1,000. He
That
not gonna
100
get a
go.
percentage on your 100. Your 100 is
No,
cash. His 1,000 already a account. He don't even gotta put
yeah,
up cash. It's an account.
yeah.
All he gotta do is say, I got this one.
So what happens after that is that he just becomes like your little uh watch over guy because you tied to money, and the only way he get his money back is if you go to court.
Or, well, a lot of times this is what they do. You supposed to pay 10%, right? They'll let you put down 3% and let you make payments on the other 7. That's how they get you. Because you still indebted for the 10%. You can't even get your money back until you pay the 10%. But let's say you give them 7% and then you go to court and the shit get worked out in court. That's why they don't press you for the rest.
Right.
They really supposed to be giving you your money back.
Now, if you put up your full bond, that's how it happened. You can do that. You can
No,
bond
I'm
out.
talking about the full. No, when I say the full, I'm talking about the full 10% with them.
Yeah.
You can put
But
up
you
your
can
own bond too. You can go to the jail.
Yeah,
You can
that's the
go to
way
the
you get
jail and
your.
pay your own bond too and get it
That's
all
how you
back
get
and
your
forth
money
with
back.
interest too.
That's how you get your money back.
Yeah, but
When
you
you
supposed to
get
get it back from them too. I'm telling you.
No, not here in Texas. That's why I say that's the fee. The fee is 10%, and then the bond belongs to them because they gonna put up the full bond. Their fee is 10% of whatever your bond is. That's the fee.
Right, I got you. Dang.
You get what I'm going. You see how they worded it, right? Fee.
Fee,
That's the
yeah, I get
charge.
you. I get you. You ain't lying. You ain't lying though, like shit. That's why I ain't even say nothing else. 'Cause you ain't lying. But you really supposed to get that back.
You really.
That fee supposed to come from the interest.
Yep.
That's why they always give you a court date that's a couple months out.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
They get to collect that interest for them couple months.
Hey man, he talking my language. That's what I be talking about, y'all. When I be talking about becoming your own bank. That's
You
all they
alright?
doing. They doing that with you.
Stay still, stay still. That's a shot. Get that
Now
chest nice and strong.
everybody
You
getting
alright?
their own crypto.
Dad.
What's up?
You made Pop-Tart.
I ain't making no popcorn.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
All right, I'm gonna hit you in your mouth.
Yes, you are.
Yeah, I know I are.
When they reduced his
I
bond,
are
you
gonna
know,
hit
there
you
was
in
a
your
lot of
mouth.
people acting crazy behind that. I
Yeah.
don't think that if you weren't that way, you would react that way. And I would just say crazy, you know, messing with the judge all at the house over a bond reduction. Like I said, to me, it was something came out. And so she had to, her hands were behind her back. She had to reduce his bond. And plus, Frisco, if she is a judge there like that, they voted her in. They like her.
Yeah. Well, a lot of times when people vote judges in, they don't know who they is. On the voting ballot, I've been in the voting booth, I think twice. I never voted, but I've been inside there. Because you can go in there with somebody else while they vote. And if I ain't mistaken, the judges, a lot of people don't know who the judges is. Because when you vote on the ballot, you got to go all the way down. There's a lot of different people to vote for. You think it's just the president, but it'd be a lot of other stuff. A lot of the judges, people don't know who they be. Some people know who they be. Their supporters know who they is, and their lobbyists. But for the most part, the public don't know who these judges is. So they might even just remember how you do a test back in the day. You do abracadabra. You just fill in whichever one. You know what I mean? Go on to the next one, fill it in. Oh shit, they within one. What's the score, TMG, on your end?
I gotta turn it on. I ain't even watching. I'm playing Undisputed.
86, 85 Knicks.
Yeah.
All right, I want to see him win. I want to see this go to game 7 now. If the Knicks lose, it need to be in 7. I'm sorry. It need to be in 7, yo. It need to be in 7. It need to be in 7, man.
Me and the homies was talking about that watching the game last night. How it was going.
Yo, stop drinking, yo. If you still coughing, don't drink nothing else. Wait till you clear your throat and clear your chest. Wait. All you're going to do is make it worse. Keep drinking something else, yo.
Gonna be a fight, yo. It's a back and forth game, right?
Yeah,
Indiana. They balling too. They balling.
Hey, yo, these some zucchini fries.
Zucchini fries?
Yeah, I got some zucchini fries. From the grocery store, but I look at the ingredients. The ingredients ain't fucked up, so I grab it. They actually not bad either. Shit, them bitches good. I might have to get some more.
Zucchini fries. Yeah, y'all. As I said, some people got their opinion of this case, but in my thing, I don't think it should be a first-degree murder. Yeah, I mean, people gotta understand. This don't even look like it. This don't even sound like it's a first-degree murder. To me, it sounds like it's a manslaughter. Don't go down to that. Those are the stages. Those are the stages. Cases go from first-degree murder to a second-degree murder to a manslaughter. That's it. We're gonna have to do some time. I have to do some time out of this. I have to do some time out of it. It is what it is.
Yo, they charged him as a. If you really want to know the truth, well, this is what I think. But I think
he's 17. He's
I got good
17.
judgment. I think they charged him with that to make some other people happy. But the same people they was trying to make happy is going to be mad when that charge don't stick. So I know what it is, man.
Texas is good. Texas, yo, they're really white color, yo. They want that man. They show you their true color though.
Charge them as an adult, man.
Hello. Hello.
Now, don't get me wrong. Zero of you in here. He don't get the
You need to
stab somebody
Who
and
is
then
that?
cry victim.
Oh, that's that
Like
crazy.
that. He got to man up and deal with the consequences. But deep down inside, I don't think he was wrong. He was a little extreme, but
okay.
Let's just say, for argument's sake, if I was his Metcalf father, if I felt like a nigga went across the line and hurt my son, even if I'm, if I'm gonna do something, I'm gonna do something, regardless if I think he was wrong or not.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do. So, man, it's just a fucked up situation.
Wow.
It's just a fucked up situation. I told you. It puts race relations back. We was gaining some ground with 47 winning that election.
He said if he was in Carmelo's shoes, he would have booed.
You
If
want
it
some or you
was
don't
fifth,
want
we
some?
would all be drunk.
Taste it. How is it? Bad.
Now everybody gonna move. Trust me. And you gotta understand, those are kids.
Is it good or not?
Here, like,
I know it's good.
These kids are not gonna take funk because you know
If
why?
you want some ketchup on it?
It's not like you got the cameras are rolling. You see what I'm saying? And no one's gonna take embarrassment. Cameras are rolling and other stuff. These kids ain't like once they start seeing something like someone getting punked or they're recording it, and other people are like, oh, I'm not gonna let you do that to me, like, and the cameras are rolling, so it's different. Like as I said, there's a lot of mixed emotions. This is the new age of the kids, yo. You gotta think. As I said, it's a messed up situation for both. You know, one got analyzed and the other got to do. Nobody wins. Nobody wins. Nobody wins. Nobody wins. Yeah, imagine that imagine you can't do
stop
nothing.
bouncing that ball in the house.
You can't do nothing. You're charged with first-degree murder and you can't do nothing. You can't do shit. That's a lot. Might as well just go back inside jail. You're charged with first-degree murder. You can't even work. You can't do nothing. Everywhere you go, it's gonna be like, man.
Gonna be a problem.
Yeah, it's gonna be some issues. There's gonna be some issues.
So your mother.
I have to figure it out. But like I said, if you ain't never done no time, if you ain't never done no time before, but it's not only the pro-black people that made it about race. Is what I'm saying. Other, when you type this shit up, it says a black teen boy stabbed a white boy. Like, you know what I'm saying? The media makes it about everybody. You can't really say everybody's making
Bro,
it
black people made it about race. Really?
You can't say that.
Where was we at?
If I could Google.
Hold up, yo. Let me keep it funky, though. Let me keep it 100 with y'all. Yo, a billion, 1,000, a trillion. Yo, black people kind of did make it about race when they was gloating, yo. That's why I said this is not a victory. Because when you acting like, yeah, I'm tired of these white people anyway with this situation happening, you making it about race. So I think, you know what I mean, to be honest, black people is heavily responsible for making this both sides. I'm gonna say both sides. But at the same time, I don't even think both sides is wrong because it do got a racial element.
Shoot.
It got a racial element to it. So when we deal with race relations, shit like this won't have a racial element. You know what I'm saying? But until then, it's gonna be present, yo.
It's true though. A lot of people, but I don't know. It's crazy. It shouldn't be like that, but you know they're not the only one that made it like that. The media outlet, mainstream media, they made it about race too. They made it about race.
Well, you gotta remember.
You gotta remember when when this story came on Haitian, we did it, and we hear the audio when the guy was saying, "Oh, it should be about race because if it was his words were if that was a white guy, a white kid who stabbed a black kid, it would have been about race. So it should be about race. So everybody is involved in this. It's not only those black people that making it about race. They're making it like the media itself. They'll tell you every day. You know what I mean? They make it about race. They read it like it's.
But you gotta think about this, TMG. Whoever in charge of every media site, they are a certain race. I ain't saying I know which race they are, but they are a race.
Right.
So you can tell who in charge just by how the reporting go. Shit, man. It just set us back. We just gotta accept the fact the shit set us back.
Right.
It set us back. And there ain't even no guarantee that we gaining ground anyway. But I just was happy at the fact that white people and black people was finally saying eye to eye on a lot of political issues.
We still are.
That was a start to race relations. You know what I'm saying? Because we want our reparations. They want us to shut the fuck up about it. What better way to get it done than to find common ground and make the deal? You definitely not gonna get it done talking crazy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We want what we want. We gotta do the right thing to get it. And I ain't saying bite ass or nothing like that either, but I'm just saying. There's certain shit we're gonna have to do, man. And one of the things we're gonna have to do is put down the aggression. Except for when it comes for fighting for reparations.
The recreation talk have a lot of people, I don't know, with different beliefs. Even some black people, I hear them, they have a different belief than, you know, what everybody, as I said, it's all mixed.
They too proud. They don't understand. They feel like you supposed to go out there and work for it, which I ain't mad at nobody for feeling like that. But they don't understand every time they go out there and work for it, when they look at their check, the check getting hit. The check getting hit something awful. You know what I'm saying? And when what it's getting hit for, it ain't doing what it's supposed to do. So on top of that, they also don't know exactly what reparations is owed for. They don't know that you not asking for anything when you fighting for reparations. You not asking for a handout. You not asking for a favor. You not asking for help. You fighting for what's owed to some of your peoples that was here before you that died off without being compensated. So if you got a great grandmother, a great great grandmother, somebody who's been done wrong, and then they died, never got their money, you fighting for that. Not only is you fighting for that, you fighting for the outcome of them doing that shit to a mass of people. Because the outcome got fucked up. You see what I'm saying? There's a lot of people fucked up from slavery.
I understand that completely.
You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of people fucked up from slavery. So you suing for the outcome too. You know what I mean? You getting compensated for the whole thing they did. Now I guess I'm gonna tell black folk this: if you want to be mad at white people, be mad at them if they don't give you reparations. If they give you their reparations, all that shit go do squash it. That's all I can say. That's the best. That's the best advice I can give for this race war shit. I ain't gonna lie. Unless you're ready to fight. Now, anybody who ready to fight, you know, get up and do what you're gonna do. But
even if you do gear up, I mean, the time now. Do you really want to do this right now at this time? Is it really?
The moment has passed. That's what people don't understand. The moment has passed.
Yeah, there's no more time for that. Like
you let them put the squeeze.
Yeah, you can't.
You let them put the squeeze. Now you want some type of.
That's what I'm saying. On both sides.
Vindication or something.
I think people rather sabotage people's business than make people not make money instead of, and that is also a part of race war where people try to control other people's business and by what I mean doing certain things. But like I physical hurting people and doing all that stuff is past already gone. That's over with. Ain't nobody really gonna go out there and say, you know what, let me go hurt some people that live in my country. Like you see what I'm saying?
Right.
Or whatever like that. You know. So yeah, that is just that is just too much. I can't see that happen. Otherwise some people otherwise now stopping certain things and certain sales, yes. The people they use that with their power. I mean, that's everybody. That's that's everybody. They do that. But I don't see nobody going there trying to. And you do that, you're like, if you do that, what are we gonna like? What if you got to fight? Like something that say, God forbid something falls, a whole bunch of things start coming out of the skies, and we got to fight as a human race, like some adventure, like some adventure shit. That would be crazy. Mm-hmm. So fighting against each other, that's stupid. I mean, I think people rather talk and make a comment and, say something and go about their business. But otherwise, no. I don't think nobody is really into that. I mean, this is, I don't know. Unless people believe in and people rather fight other people from other countries than fight their own race. I noticed that for a fact. Like North America is like those days are over where people do something and say something and hate. A whole bunch of people say something, but to fight, they really go. They would like fight and beat up somebody from another country or something like that. You're not gonna beat up a whole race because that person is black or what. Those days are long gone, long time.
Yeah.
Those days are gone long.
Oh boy, they better hold that lead. What's the score on your NTMG? They better hold that lead. They better hold it down.
But it's not yet. But what did I tell you last time? I told you if they let Jalen Brunson sit out, they could win the game. I told you that.
He sat out?
Yeah, he's not on the floor. I told you. Once he's on, because he holds the ball too much. He holds the ball too long. You know what I mean? I told you that. I told him that's what I said. That's crazy. I told once he's on the floor, you know what I mean? Knicks don't need him to win. It's not in this series. You know what I mean? It's crazy because it's just like certain series. Like LeBron didn't need like Wade. And Wade didn't need LeBron to win certain series. You see what I'm saying? But in certain like certain thing, you do need your main player. But they don't need him right now. They don't need him. They should let him sit on the bench. See, there's a minute left and he's still on the bench. You see what I'm saying? Let him sit on the bench.
But he's nice though too at the same time.
I know, but
that's crazy.
But I know because that's what happened. Knicks, the Knicks are so good. They don't need Jalen Brunson because last year, but not this year. You see what I'm saying? But they were so good. They're so good. But now look, if they put Jalen Brunson back, they're gonna lose. Watch. They're gonna go overtime and they're gonna lose. You know what I mean? You gotta keep what you have. As I said, you gotta keep what you have and what's working right now. Told you, Jalen Brunson on the floor, they lose. Jalen Brunson, and that's what's gonna happen. New York gonna have to make a choice in the next 2 years. Do we trade him? Because it seems like, you know what I mean, he could only bring us he can't bring us. He could only bring he's back on the floor now. Back on the floor now, and watch what happens. Knicks are gonna collapse. I guarantee you, back on the floor, the Knicks are gonna collapse. Watch. The Knicks are gonna collapse. So it's tie game though, 98-98, right? If Pascal makes this shot, what? Okay, 98-98, and there's a 137, and they Jalen Brunson have 5 fouls. Karl Anthony Towns have 5 fouls, right? Remind you, I told you this. They should have never bring Jalen Brunson back on the floor. You know what I mean? And look, last ball. Look at that. You know what I'm saying? You can't. They almost lose the ball. You got to keep him on the bench. And if Knicks lose this game, it's because they brought Jalen Brunson back on. If Knicks lose this game, it's because they brought Jalen Brunson back. I'm sorry.
Oh man, so you saying a high score need to be traded?
Yeah, but sometimes I'm telling you, sometimes when you're a high scorer, you might have to pass. You might, you know what I mean?
Hey yo, that's my man. Hey yo, listen, that's my man. Well, I ain't gonna say. Well, yeah, I can say my man, even though I ain't been around him yet. My man Spike. When we used to hoop, that's how he was. He hold the ball a lot. He dribble a lot. He don't get no assists.
Yeah, yo, you hold the ball.
You got down there hack him. You got to fuck him up for him to pass the ball to somebody.
Hold the ball too long, bro. Look at him. Hold on to the ball. And he's going. And look at that. He don't pass the ball, bro. Bro, this guy do not. He holds the ball too long. Yo, Karl Anthony Towns is hot. You know what I mean? He's on fire right now. Jalen Brunson wants to be the hero all the time.
He like that limelight, TMG. He like that limelight, man. People screaming his name.
Look at that. I couldn't be his teammate at all. I couldn't be his teammate. I told you, frustrated. If Knicks loses because of him, I told you what, frustrated. You got 37 seconds. Knicks up by 2. All right. I would have taken Jalen Brunson.
But not get them boys no open 3. You better not bring back the ghost of Reggie Miller.
See, Jalen Brunson back on the bench. Good. That's a smart move. You know why? Because if they go overtime, they're gonna need him.
He can play. Yeah, he be in there. It's Fat Joe goofy ass there.
Here we go. Oh, look at this idiot. Look at him. Why is he shooting the three, yo? Why is he shooting the three? Why is Miles Turner shooting the three over the, like, come on.
Oh man, I didn't mean to do that.
That's crazy.
My bad, hold on.
Yeah, this game right here is crazy. Yeah, we do that. We do that every now and then. We watch the game of this game right here. Come on, like, what is y'all doing? Come on, Miles Turner. Yo, like Miles, I don't know why you take that shot. You could have got a better shot, yo. No, Nick, you could have got a better shot. Miles Turner, bro, you could have got a better shot. Yo, Josh Hart tough, you know. I don't know.
He better hold on.
Yeah, I told you don't need Jalen Brunson in the game. You don't need him. Like they should just play the 19 seconds, leave him alone, keep it up. They don't need him. You know what I mean? Their defense is way
Ryan Hammond in the first half and said his ass down.
You know what the problem is? Jalen Brunson, his defense is not. It's like his defense is not that complete.
He be slacking.
Yeah. Look at that. Look. See what I mean? He's not on the floor when they're playing defense. Like when they play so much defense better without him, they swarm you. You know what I mean? They switch on time. Like with Jalen Brunson, they always messing up the switch. They don't. But he check out the next play. Like on the defense, he's so good on the defense end when he's not on. I don't know. They're not making a choice.
I got the game on right there in the upper room. I'm tripping like a motherfucker.
Make a choice. Look at that. Like the defense is so much better when Jalen Brunson is on the court. He could score, but his defense. Look, no, they got Karl Anthony Towns. I'm trying to tell you, it's him. He's still on the bench. They put him back on the bench because they're gonna collapse. They're gonna collapse. If they put him back, they're gonna collapse. I'm telling you, they're gonna collapse.
That's not good.
There we go. Now they down by 2. Now they're gonna put him back in, right? Watch what he does. There you go. This is why they put him back in, because he has to take the big shot. But when it comes to defense, remember, Kobe never comes out on a defensive play. You know what I mean? LeBron James don't come out. You see what I'm saying? Gary Payton, Rondo, for them to take him out and don't trust him on the defensive end and only put him in when it's time to score the ball. You know what I mean? That's where, because remember, you could be a superstar, but then at a certain point, you get show up. Like you get, you know what I mean? Your superstar status get shown up in the playoffs. And this is what happened right now. You're showing you. Jalen Brunson can't defend. He can shoot the ball, but he can't defend. He like a Luka Doncic. He can score, but they can't defend. But he got to pass the ball more, yo. He holds on to the ball way too long. Way too long. Way too long. I mean, you could have do that. You could have done that last year because, you know what I mean? You never had so many pieces on, but you have a lot of pieces that could score the ball.
It's over?
No, bro. It's still 9 seconds. And
102, 100.
Yeah, Knicks up by 2.
Who got the ball?
It's gonna be Knicks ball.
Oh, all right. Yeah, they can run that out. They're gonna get fouled.
And they're inbound in the pass.
Yeah, they gonna get fouled. They're gonna have to foul. And the other gonna have to foul. They're gonna get the 2 shots. Boom, they should be good to go.
Indiana, they lose this game though. You know what I mean? They let the Knicks back in because they was up by 20-something.
I'm tripping. I don't got the game on. What channel the game on?
TNT.
Oh man, I don't got TNT. I thought it was on channel 2. Oh man, let me just look at the fucking pen score.
Yeah, Knicks won this game.
They won.
Yeah.
Good. They better, because if they ain't win, boy, they was going. Hey, they definitely wasn't going.
I mean, Jalen Brown's not the foul line, so listen. He was 6 for 18. So he was trash tonight. I told you. You know what I mean? I told you he was trash. 6 for 18. Yeah.
Y'all fuck with his self-esteem, yo, with his confidence.
Yeah, 6 for 18. Trash. I told you. You know what I mean?
Hidden Hawaiian. I don't know about y'all, but the Japanese people, they receive reparations for being in internment camps.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Yo, that shit bugged me out, Bryce. Every time we see something about reparations, everybody
already got it.
Nobody else that got reparations. They act like it's just some type of shit that just.
That's
what
the
is
big
we
fight.
talking about?
Okay, Hazy, I'm with you completely on this because this is the biggest problem I have with it too. That's what that burns me up because everybody's gotten their due.
Right. Man. We gonna get our shit though. I'm just letting you know now. It's just we gonna have to reach out to the right youth. They're gonna have to be the right ones. Not all of them. It gotta be the right ones.
And just because everybody enslaved each other doesn't negotiate the fact that if you do that, especially according to today's law and the way things have been going, you pay for that. That's against the law. That's a crime against humanity.
Yeah.
We can't say that everybody did it. No, everybody committed a crime against humanity. Back then they didn't have such thing as
That's like
called
saying everybody sell crack.
yeah, that's not a fair assessment.
Right.
That doesn't really have anything to do with the point.
We gonna get our shit though. It don't look like it, but we is. Trust me. We gonna get our shit. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people, and guess what? The longer they don't give us our shit, the more
The more
people
game we get.
Listen, the more people that's born and get reparations. So
At the
anybody
rate,
having babies now that they ain't paid out reparations, them babies get reparations. The next babies born get reparations. As long as they don't pay, it's more they gotta pay.
Oh no, what did he do? Yeah, this game over.
No. What is up? What was Pascal doing there? What was he doing? Maybe just dash up the ball, dog. Like, come on, yo.
Yeah, that nigga. Well, he tried to be the champ, the super duper champion, boy. That nigga.
You know what he doing?
I don't know what he was doing. Was he
tried to
passing the ball to somebody?
He tried to shoot it. He tried to shoot it on it. He tried to shoot on his old teammate.
Yeah.
Crazy. Damn.
All right, so they got one on the road, right?
Yeah, they got one in Indiana.
Good. See, that's gonna boost. That's a good confidence booster. That's a good confidence booster, yo. That's very good for the, you know what I mean? Like, all right, y'all beat us on the road twice. We beat y'all once. All we gotta do is beat y'all again when we even.
Tell you what, though, they figure out a way to slow down Jalen Brunson. They figure out a way to stop him. They didn't know how to stop him in the last 2 games. They figure out how to stop him. I mean, Knicks got the win on the road. That's a good thing too.
He might have to sit down. He might have to sit down for the first 2 quarters. They might need to keep him on the bench for the first 2 quarters and bring him in third and fourth quarter and let him do his thing.
Knicks play better when he's not on the floor. You know what I mean? They play better. I'm just saying. Yeah,
no, I feel you. You think it's because?
No, I know what happened. This is what happened, right?
So when he got injured, right, he was out for like a month or so, right? They switched. They start running the ball through OG and Mikel Bridges. You see what I'm saying? And he never got back. He never really got back into the rotation. Like, you see what I'm saying? So I think they're gonna have to run the ball through somebody else instead of him. I mean, you're the point guard anyway. You shouldn't be scoring so much baskets. Like, you see what I'm saying? Think about it. Point guard shouldn't be dropping 45 a night.
Unless you Kyrie.
Yeah, no,
Unless
but my thing though, that with Jalen Brunson, he needs to pass more, and he needs to stop holding on to the ball so long. It reminds me of Kobe before Kobe stop passing the ball. Stop holding on to the ball. Like, you hold on to the ball way too long.
He in love with the spotlight.
Yeah. He is. He don't know to let go.
Yeah, he in love with the spotlight. He want to turn it up. He want to make his name well deserved.
Indiana blew this game. That's their fault. It was up by 20-something. I don't know how it happened.
Yeah, they was fucking them up. That's why I came in and said first thing first, the Knicks get ready to get swept. They was getting fucked up. Where the hell is my cup?
And obviously New York is going crazy. Let's see New York right now. New York is wild in there. New York is wild in there.
That was a wild game, man.
I don't know, but Branson, Karl Anthony Towns is the reason why they won that game. Bronson cannot hold the ball for so long. They need to run the ball. You see the reason why they won this game? Because they ran the ball through Karl Anthony Towns and things. Bronson is not. He's a point guard. This is not last year when they had nobody. You know what I mean? They actually got bodies this year. So you can't do that. People have to figure out your scheme.
That nigga Mace gonna have back on his next kid. I ain't can watch.
Yeah,
Both of them gonna have on next kid.
We're supposed to win though. Listen. Okay. Well, everybody, I know Minnesota was gonna win yesterday. You know what I mean? I know Minnesota had to win, and Minnesota came out. Like the way Knicks. This is why I believe the Knicks still in trouble. I believe the Knicks still in trouble because Minnesota came out like, you know what I mean? Like, they could win the next game. You see what I'm saying, Rice?
Mm-hmm.
Minnesota came out like, bro, they beat them niggas by like 42 points, Hazy. You know what I mean? They beat OKC by 42 points.
Yeah.
Yo, they fucked them up. Yes. Oh my goodness, boy.
I'm trying to tell you
what? I forgot about that.
Yeah.
OKC up.
So Knicks still in kind of they're not out of the, you know what I mean? They got away.
I'm telling you though, TMG, sports betting, yo, you can't have no sweeps.
Yeah.
You can't be doing that. That's too much money. Yo, you losing probably hundreds of millions if somebody gets swept. You can make potentially 90 million off of that one game. That one extra game, if somebody don't get swept, if it go 3-1 and then they beat them 4-1,
I can't.
You can get an extra 90 million, 100 million possible.
42 points, bro. I was like, yo, I ain't never heard that in a playoff. And they look like they're in trouble too. They look like they got figured out. They look like they're in trouble. You know what I mean? They might low key, but like I said, that might be a game six. You know what I mean, or 7, but. It looks like they figured them out, and it looks like they know how to slow down. Like they figure out how to stop Shea from, you know what I mean, scoring the ball. And that's all it is.
Something going to game 7. If both of them don't go to game 7, one of them go.
Love you.
Love you, baby.
Yeah, they ain't going to game 7. Knicks.
Oh,
The Knicks is definitely
you
going.
heard me right.
The Knicks definitely.
You heard me right. Oh, he got it on me.
The Knicks definitely hazy. They definitely in problems. They got to clean up a couple of things. I think that they shouldn't run the ball through Bronson. You know what I mean? They figured out Bronson. Like, look what Bronson was 6. You know what I mean? As I said, Karl Anthony Towns is the reason why they won that game. They got to run the ball through him. It's better when you run the ball through him. Anyway.
You gotta be able to adjust.
So who's gonna stop him?
Whatever they get your number, you gotta adjust. You gotta be able to switch it up. You can't switch it up, you done for.
Yeah, you done for. Jalen Brunson right now, to me, in this series, he's done for. Like, I think he got exposed. That's why, in the first game, that's why, I mean, you could score the ball. You know what I'm saying? But you can't. When it comes to certain things, 1-on-1 and certain plays, like, he does a lot. He holds on to the ball too long. And then he goes up and down, and then he scores. Comes back, he scores again. He missed, and then he don't pass the ball. Well, you gotta pass the ball.
He want his name next to Iverson. He want his name next to Iverson, Kyrie, Rondo, and the likes. You know what I'm saying? He want his name somewhere. He fighting for that.
I forgot Kyrie, one of them point guards. He don't pass. He don't pass either. But Kyrie passed.
Kyrie the best point guard I think I ever seen.
Kyrie,
I ain't gonna lie.
Kyrie
it used to be Chauncey Billups for me.
Kyrie will pass you because he was passing to LeBron. But if he's the only one, Kyrie is not gonna. If you have like 4 or 5 person that can score the ball solid, he's gonna pass the ball to you. The only way Kyrie is not gonna pass the ball unless you guys no one ain't making no basket. He's gonna score everything by himself.
Yeah.
I mean, as I said, with the Luka Doncic situation, Kyrie exposed him too, because it shows you that he needed Kyrie. Because remember, before Kyrie came, that team was trash. They was always trying to get in the playoffs, and they always got booted in the first round. You see what I'm saying? So when Kyrie came, that's the farthest they ever went. Yeah, he is. Kyrie is, Kyrie is the man.
He probably the best to me. Before I got on the Kyrie, the best point guard to me was Chauncey Billups, all around. I'm talking about all around. A lot of people sleep on but to me, he was the best all around. But Kyrie came in, swooped that from him easy. No problems. Give me that. Kyrie took that motherfucking throne easily. And I seen Kyrie breaking ankles out here. Really, like he be humble. He a humble player, yo. He really can be fucking niggas up out here.
Yeah.
Kyrie can fuck niggas up for real. He can, you know what I mean? I ain't gonna lie, yo. He might be better than Iverson, yo.
Just found out.
He better than Iverson. I think he better than Iverson.
Yo, Kyrie a beast. He a beast, yo. I ain't gonna lie.
Man, he better than Iverson.
Iverson, no, you don't get me wrong. Iverson broke Jordan down. He posterized Mike.
Everybody else scared of LeBron. The only person I don't really scared of LeBron is Iverson. Everybody else LeBron age, they're scared of him. The only person that never really always brings it to is Kyrie.
Hey yo, I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't think niggas scared of LeBron. I think they know he's just too strong for him.
Yeah.
He just too strong. He just got that retarded strength, yo. LeBron got like, even if he wasn't in the gym, if he wasn't, you know what I mean, working out, just the regular him, he just one of them people that got that extra strength.
Right.
So I think they know that, like, man, that shit is something else. Shit is some different shit.
LeBron James is definitely different.
All you gonna do if you go up with him, you gonna get a foul. You can't really contest him. He got, you know what I'm saying? Like when he go, you know what I mean? It's a couple people. But you can't contest that nigga. He too fucking, he just, I don't know. He like natural, organic steroid.
You gonna have to retire, yo.
Yeah, it's about to be a wrap for him. He might do what, one more year? He might do 25, 26 season.
I think he should be over it anyway.
Now?
I don't think he should be even around like that. I think he should have retired a long time ago. If you ask me.
Oh Lord, really?
I think the only thing fucking LeBron up right now is his mingling with Diddy. If he wasn't never connected to Diddy, I think he'd have.
Yeah.
No, for real though, you gotta think, yo, cause that shit, you know, that's gonna affect his.
Hey, everybody got a Diddy problem. Everybody got a Diddy problem.
Yeah, if he ain't had
Hey
that
y'all,
connection,
that's what Howard Hewitt said last night. I think I tried to invite you, Chef. You know Howard Hewitt is a real singer.
Yeah.
And he was talking, and they was asking him them questions.
Oh, when I'm with you? What? No, that's Tony. Is that Tony Turner? What Howard Hewitt?
That's Tony Terry. Howard Hewitt got that song, "This Is for the Lover You Knew." That's probably one of the most popular.
This is. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Let me not never try to sing ever again on here, but I know what you're talking about.
Ella May just redid his song, so we was in the chat with him, and he's pretty dope. And he was like, "Yeah, the whole industry is tarnished like that." And he was like, "But see, I wasn't one of the cool kids, so I didn't get to go to certain places. But they would have these mansion parties, and like one side of the mansion party was this, and the other side was just a regular party." He said, "But everybody had them like that." And he was
They let you
like
choose
that.
what side you go on, bro.
Yeah. He was like, "But I wasn't one of the cool kids. I was a church boy." Back then, they didn't let the church boys, like, they didn't mess with, you know.
Yeah.
And so everybody was messing with him. They were like, "You ain't the cool kid. You couldn't go in there." And he was like, "No, I couldn't." I wasn't that privy. But he was talking about, you know, he said that, "Hey, y'all, listen to this. Listen to this, Hazy." He said, "If we think Death Row was bad," he said, "you should have been around in the Chitlin circuit when Motown was out." He said, "They was Death Row times 5.
Damn.
He said Barry Gordy wasn't no joke.
It was worse than that.
That's what he said. You got to think about it, bro. They didn't have a task force assigned to rappers and stuff like that back then. They didn't have that.
Right. Motherfuckers was just free to be gangster.
Yeah.
Last Dragon, my shit.
I can't imagine nothing worse than that. Though. That's crazy.
Huh?
It was actually more gangster than that movie.
Yeah, Motown. They said Motown niggas like that.
That's Detroit. That's them niggas in Detroit. That's them Detroit gangster, right?
Yeah, and we started talking about that because they blaming Diddy for everything now. Nipsey, Pac. I thought Big U got Nip hurt. Who got Nip hurt? Man, because this is making everybody can't do it.
Right.
All right. Let me tell you what I think.
Right.
Let me tell you what I think happened. Right. Let me tell you what I think happened. I believe that whatever got Nip hurt, if he really got hurt, because I'm not even 100% sure, but
they saying his girl did it.
Who, Lauren?
They say his girl was messing with Diddy at the same time.
Listen, yo, you right. That's what I'm about to say. Listen. Not only that, they say Nip has spent a lot of time with Diddy recently.
See, that's what I'm saying. Here we go.
And remember, somebody was saying it was a tape of Nip.
Wasn't she Cassie's best friend?
Who? Lauren.
Uh-oh.
She was.
I don't know.
Lauren.
I can't really say. I don't know.
Zero. You heard that too, Zero?
I just found out about Cassie recently. I ain't never seen her back in the day. I wasn't paying attention to Diddy though.
That's that bad bright skinned girl that was like a groupie, always there, but nobody knew who she was. That's who that was. Yeah, she was real pretty. And for a long time, we thought that was a pretty girl, but he was married to Kim Porter.
She alright. She ain't super pretty like that to be. She alright. She nice looking. She pretty. She bad, but I mean she ain't.
When she was young, I'm talking about when she was young and we was young. You know what I'm saying? Everybody always wondered who that girl is. When it came out this year, I was like, oh, that's who that woman was. The whole time. That's why I said she saw Kim go through whatever Kim went through. They got pictures together.
Who? Her and who?
Kim, her and Diddy wife.
Her and who?
Kim Porter.
Oh.
Diddy ex-wife.
I told right. I'm starting to feel like she might got something to do with that.
Hazy, why they taking pleas?
I'm starting to feel like she got something to do with Kim, not Puffy. Because I don't think, you know what I mean? I don't think Puff, if Puff love, all right, put it like this. If everybody feel like Puff love Cassie, then you definitely know he love Kim.
Already.
So I don't think he would have did that.
But
I think she probably did it. Cause she said, remember she said she can get shit done and she don't even gotta do nothing.
Yeah, and she was like never, he would always say, no, she was always there, but that was never his girl. This ain't the first time this story really broke like this. They went into
and
this.
She said she was jealous. She said she was jealous. He used to spend time with his family on the holidays. She said she was jealous. She was jealous of that.
Hazy had me watching Emmerich way back.
Yeah.
Way back.
Hey,
way back.
Right, you gotta stay on MRAC because MRAC on it too, and you gotta hop on the podcast with Soul. The podcast with Soul, he in there he inside the court, and then when they take the break, he come outside and go live until
this was before Cat Williams and all that came out, huh, Hazy?
Huh?
This before Cat Williams said anything, huh?
What?
When Emmerich was talking about how the industry go, he didn't know none of this was going to happen.
Hell yeah, man! Emmerich and the Earth been talking about that shit years ago. They been talking about it so long ago. that when nothing ain't happening, people was kind of questioning them. Like, yo, I thought Earth said this, I thought Earth said that. But then as time unfolded, everything she was saying was stop. You know what I'm saying? She's somewhere quiet now, like, yeah, I told you. She can pop out anytime right now because they was on it. I ain't gonna lie. All of this shit going on, they been sad.
What about Jennifer Lopez? What about Jennifer Lopez? She don't even talk at her.
That's why Puffy under attack right now. Cause he hurt her brain. Somebody mad he hurt her brain.
Who, man?
Somebody. I don't know who. Somebody who feel like she shouldn't have been fucking with no nigga. Hey, all you gotta do, you know how I get that. All you gotta do is just remember I said it. That shit is a beef between him and the Latinos.
Diddy?
Yeah. What's the liquor company name that he beefing with?
Ciroc?
But what's the parent company? DeLeon, right?
Something I don't know, something like that.
DeLeon.
DeLeon?
You know what I mean? Who sued him for the million? Cassie, right? Who he got in the shit with back in the day? J-Lo, right?
Yeah. What? They with them?
All that shit is kind of. I'm looking at it. It's kind of. It's some race shit. It's some race shit, you know. A lot of this shit be race shit. We don't even see it. You know what I mean? We so caught up in the hype of the story. We not really paying attention to what's going on.
I know this shit's some race shit.
Some race shit, man.
Yeah. And it has to do with women and men too. You know, that woman, that thing where, you know.
I really think Cassie was a put on.
Say what?
I think she was there for the purpose of either get some evidence to take him down or to sue him. One or the other.
Cassie been working. Cassie sound like she been.
But she never said, she ain't nothing she said why she left.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm going off of. That's where I'm getting my assessment from. She ain't say why she left. So you was there to get that bag by any means necessary.
Lying about that.
If she was so scared, think about this, right? She gonna try to testify like she was scared, but at the same time, she was hooking up with niggas on her own. She must wasn't too scared.
Yeah.
Think about it. How scared was she if she was doing her own?
That's what I said.
She was doing what she wanted to do.
That's what I was saying. How is that? Are they gonna try to do that? They're gonna blame that on him too. He made her do that.
She was still fucking with people. If he blew up Kid Cudi car because she was fucking with Kid Cudi, that means she was fucking with Kid Cudi. She wasn't scared.
Right.
Point blank period, she was doing it. She wasn't scared. If she was scared, she would have been scared faithful.
girl, bro.
She's slick, yo. It's just, you know, all you gotta do is pay attention. See what's going on. And he recording everything. If it's tapes all over the place of everything, he not breaking law on the tapes. That's some informant shit. An informant ain't gonna record themselves breaking the law. They gonna catch everybody else.
Yeah. That's a fact.
My biggest thing that I'm trying to figure out, y'all, is what's the difference in that and the can somebody explain this video? You might have some knowledge on this. What's the difference between that and the Playboy Mansion?
Exactly. Right, Rice. And there's other movies that they do filming. True, they're no different.
They got the complexion for the Constitution.
I don't know.
But
that's
just I ain't gonna fake like yo wasn't doing too much. Diddy doing too much too, but the evidence he doing it in a way that they don't got no proof. They still trying to charge him without proof. That's what it boiled down to. We know he guilty. We know he guilty, but they ain't got no proof. They putting them together, but it ain't no proof. Everybody, because you can't put a case together only on him. There's no way they can sit here in front of us and put a case together on Diddy. It got to be multiple other people getting grabbed up along the way for him to get found guilty, yo.
Right. And the difference between Epstein and the Playboy deal is that Epstein was out recruiting children. There's a big difference. And he was doing it, he had an operation on, that's how you do know how he got busted, right?
Well,
a family
really,
that
he was
didn't
a
have very
spy.
money wondered why their daughter had so much cash in her pocket when they went to wash her clothes and they reported it to police. And they followed her around to see who she was messing with, and that's how they got all this stuff.
Look, really, he was a spy, yo. He was an Israeli spy. He was collecting intelligence on all of the people that was doing the shit they was doing. Yo had to continue. He had to continue doing that shit, even though whatever was going down. He was a spy, yo.
These were school-aged children.
There's rumors out there that he not dead.
Which would be different than Cassie because she's legally grown, 18, which by that you have the right to make the decisions that you want to make. You can no longer blame that on anybody else.
Yeah. Somebody was saying that Cassie had, what's the shit called? What's the shit called, yo, when you love your cat? You love your, what is called? You know what I'm talking about. Damn, my vocabulary slipping me right. When you love the person that's abusing. When you love your abuser. What is called? What the fuck is called? Yo, y'all know what I'm talking about. Yo, it's the term they use for when a person loves their abuser.
They always use some shit. Right? They always using a whole bunch
They
of
trying
words.
to say basically she got that, right? Now, what if Puffy got that from whoever above him? Like, why she get afforded an excuse why she was taking Puff? He don't get no excuse why he taking Puff.
Nope.
He just the worst in the
Dang.
world, but she got, you know what I mean? She turned into it. That's wild shit, man.
It's always like that, Hazy.
It's wild shit right there, yo. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He wasn't born like that. Somewhere, somebody, you know what I'm saying? Like how I don't know, yo. This shit, this a real bogus case. And it's kind of like they try to put everybody in a position whereas though if you go against the grain, you okaying the fuckery. So if you say Diddy shouldn't be found guilty, you is all right with pimping, sexual assault, Ricos, you know what I'm saying? It's like they trying to set it up a certain way.
That's exactly what they trying to do. But that's why I
You know what
always
I'm saying?
ask, if someone wants to go across state lines with you, is that really trafficking?
Right. It's only trafficking if
I thought
now
that was against their will.
if you took a female across state lines for her to fuck somebody else and you get the money, that's trafficking.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? But
Yep.
if you grab a girl and y'all leave from Jersey and y'all go to West Virginia to a lodge or something, some type of tourist attraction, and y'all fuck, that's not sex trafficking.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Who the fuck got time
Yeah.
to even try to explain it? Like all of these people, all of these politicians and lawmakers and states attorneys and prosecutors and shit, they just only fuck in the house.
I know.
You know what I'm saying? What's wrong? What type of shit we on?
Yeah, that's crazy.
What type of shit we on? That ain't the same thing. That ain't the same thing. So that means when you go somewhere out of town, you gotta just be abstinent.
Right.
And what? But they won't say it though. Why they don't just put it in plain writing? Like, look, out of town abstinence, or else you breaking the law. Why they don't just say that? Why they can always figure out something that you did afterwards and just come after you that way? Pause.
Always.
They bogus. They bogus as shit, man. They know what type of time they bogus.
Like what I was saying, you can't be sex trafficking no willing to participant.
Right. Well, you can if it's some money going to take place. If a transaction going to take place for the sex, then that's what will make it traffic. You know what I'm saying? If you just in the state and the transaction going to take place, it's going to be some type of prostitution, low level prostitution charge. But if you do the same prostitution across state lines, it's trafficking. If you the pimp or you the person that took the person or whatever, that make it trafficking because a transaction for sex across state lines. So I get how they, you know what I mean? I get how they can do it that way, but they try and bend the rules in a way that you can't even enjoy yourself. Like, you know
But
what I mean?
that's
Some people
still
can't
a
even get together and have
I get
casual
it.
sex. It's like they trying to destroy casual sex, but they not. What the fuck is all of these rainbow flags and shit? What is they doing? What the fuck is they doing when they go out of state and all of that? When they be fucking marching and all of this, so ain't nobody fucking?
Right. Hallelujah.
You know what I'm saying? What type of time? You know what I'm saying? What we talking about here?
People don't see that, man. And that's why I said it seemed like he just like great people, like straight sex. Like,
You know what I mean?
What we talking about here?
Yeah,
What about Fannie Willis? When her and the dude that she don't even supposed to be messing with, that she worked with, went somewhere on a trip and fuck. Is that sex trafficking? Where that charge at?
No, her husband is disgusted though. I think this gonna mess with Cassie's household a little bit. He gonna have to get
Yo,
stronger
it
men.
definitely is. It definitely is. It definitely is. I told y'all, remember when I got in here, the first thing I said, yo, I ain't gonna lie. Number one, he gotta leave. But before he leave, what I say?
Mm-hmm.
He gotta piss in her mouth. You can't marry no woman that somebody else peed in her mouth and you ain't doing it. I'm just sorry, yo. Hey, yo, he got a pee in her mouth. Bounce. I hate to say that, yo. I know that shit sounds gross to any woman that's listening, but I'm telling you, that's what it is, man.
Already,
That's
Zero.
what
I
it is,
agree.
yo.
That's
what
why
it is.
it killed me that that woman is in jail for trafficking kids to absolutely nobody by herself. Just her and Epstein. That's it. Come on now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. He get puffed by himself. I mean, he's going by himself, right? He's going by himself.
Right.
Yeah, really were. So I guess that's why everybody else taking deals.
Yeah,
I think Gene Deal took a deal.
they don't want to go down. Y'all can
I
tell
ain't gonna lie, yo. I sincerely think that Cassie, she was put on Diddy for the setup. They've been
Bingo.
investigating him before Cassie got there. Listen what I'm telling you, yo. He been under investigation long before Cassie got there, yo. She was there for the setup, yo. Listen what I'm telling y'all, yo. She was there for the setup. Who gonna go through all of that and complain later? You gonna leave now. You stayed because you had an assignment, man. Listen what I'm telling you about assignment, yo. That shit is
Already hate.
serious, yo. People got assignments, yo.
You ain't lying.
I'm just feeling that.
Yeah.
Who gonna stay that long and then complain at the end?
And who watching and who want to be somebody in a position they watching somebody else already in?
And if
Not
listen,
good.
it sound like everything. I'm gonna tell you what it sound like. Listen, because anybody who gonna get, if y'all plan on getting money one day, y'all gotta know this. Y'all gotta pay attention. Y'all gotta know this. It looked like Diddy smart enough to know when somebody after his bread, and he can play games. If you notice, a lot of testimony, they said they trying to flip it like he hit her with a frying pan with some eggs, but the real fact is they saying he threw a frying pan, he threw the eggs at her. So he must have holded the pan and flipped it, and the eggs went at her. But it looked like he was doing a lot of acting in front of people, yo, to find out who's solid and who not.
Right.
It was somebody said something about they heard something in the other room. They know he smacked her. Like, you know what I'm saying? All of the testimony is all shaky. Like he's staging the own evidence against him, yo. Like on some genius, some evil genius shit. It look like he's setting all this shit up, because if he got cameras everywhere, he's not gonna do nothing in front of the cameras. And everything that everybody's saying, they not saying nothing that he did except for the violence and the anger. All of the other shit, they did it.
Yeah, I was saying that too. Well, everything that came up with violence.
They did it. So they could have been setting them up by doing stuff. They can just keep doing stuff, and they're gonna fall on him when the lawsuit and the police come. It's on him. All of this shit taking place here. He got problems with everybody. They gonna grab him. Right. Or you know what I mean? The folks could be like, look, we need somebody around to give us a way in. You know what I mean? Even if we can't get in this way. I don't got nobody recording everything and doing all of the shit too. Just, you know what I'm saying? Think about it. They gonna do all of the stuff, and they the one recording everything, and they gonna do all the stuff. The people who doing the stuff don't know the cameras is everywhere.
Makes sense because you're doing all that and you don't know all that's going on. All that. You're recording all of that. You don't know all that's going on. Come on.
The Kid Cudi shit, they trying to act like it's enough evidence to say he did that.
Kid Cudi shit was acting.
You know what I'm saying? They trying to act like it ain't no way. You gotta have the footage. You can't say Diddy was in your house, and I'm sure you got cameras and stuff and don't got footage of Diddy in your house. See, shit just don't be adding up. Where the footage at? Where the video of Diddy in his house? It should have been right up there with his testimony.
Right. Because you gotta see that. That's like how they're gonna be showing the videos in this case here, when this kid, and this kid going at it. So it can't just be halfway cases where certain evidence is okay and certain evidence is not okay.
I think they blocked in this case on purpose. They gonna have to let this man go. Cause like Hazy said, you can't be doing all that all at the same time. Now hell no.
And then he got all of the video. Listen, I'm telling you, if you think about it, the rage was to recover the evidence of the prints. Right. Listen, man. The rage was to recover the evidence of the prints. Now, how it's looking right now, it's looking like they didn't get that evidence, yo. And they're gonna have to let them go. Because it can come out. If they would have retrieved it, or they might have retrieved it, but found out there's multiple copies. You know what I'm saying? Because they can do the computer forensics and see how many copies you made. Like, damn, he made 100 copies. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yep.
And they got a fold. They got a fold. They got a fold. Checkmate. But they gotta walk him through the shit. They gotta make sure, you know what I mean, he come up with some bread and all that so he don't feel froggy and leap again. But they got a fold. Yeah, I saw him drag her on the floor. I heard there was 100,000 and some jewelry in that duffel bag she tried to escape with on the elevator. She tried to leave either while he was freaking off or while he was in the shower. She tried to grab the duffel bag and leave real quick. That's why he beat her up. So that's a different story than just them having an argument and him beating her up. No, the first thing he did was grab that bag. So that what that story that was told to me made sense. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
She tried to make off with that bag. He snatched the bag and beat her ass for trying to make off with the bag. Shorty not innocent, yo. You just gonna have to hold that zero. She's not innocent, yo. She's a slime ball. She stayed right around, yo. Who the fuck gonna stay around yo if they feel like that about them? You gonna stay around them? You hate them that much? You gonna go stay around them from this year until 2036? Right now it's 2025. You hate his guts. You gonna stay till 2036? He ain't just become a slime ball after she got with him. She already knew the rumors about Biggie and Pac death. She know that she was there for assignment. She ain't give a fuck about that nigga. She was trying to take what she was gonna take and get out of there. That 20 was good enough for her, but it's gonna cost her. Cause now she gonna be in some legal trouble and she gonna need at least about 15 for lawyers for her legal trouble.
Right.
Cause somebody else might get up there and say something she did. It's a
She
lot
got
of more
full immunity.
witnesses coming. They might not all say Diddy. They might say Cash.
Hey,
Yeah.
she got full immunity.
She got full immunity on certain shit. If she told them, if they find out something she ain't tell them, she don't got immunity no more. If they bring a witness up there and the witness tell them something that Cassie didn't tell them that she guilty of, that rocked the case in the other direction, she ain't gonna have no immunity from that. She got immunity long as this case go well. Long as she helps secure a conviction, she got immunity.
I'm saying it's the thing of the case, like probably the third week of the case, there's no sex trafficking. Like I said, the violence and the beating, yes, but a lot of people need to understand that he ain't getting charged for that. They had to make it
The
clear.
nigga said she threatened.
He's not charging.
The nigga said she threatened him, yo. She threatened somebody talking about if you got the tape, you better show it to me or my head you killed, and I ain't even gotta do nothing. She fucked the feds over right there.
Mm-hmm.
She fucked the feds over right there. She said, I ain't even gotta do nothing. So that opened up a whole can of worms that anything y'all saying Puffy did, she could have did it.
Mm-hmm.
Anything they saying Puffy did got anybody harmed or anything, it could have been her the whole time. She was right there the whole time. And she don't got no credible reason why she stayed with him.
She said because she was scared for her life and she thought he might threaten her family members.
Yo, but she was running around fucking off behind his back. She wasn't scared to do that.
Already, Hayes, my point.
Right, that's what we're saying.
You can't say that because she was doing what she wanted to do. She can't even put that argument forward.
She was bored and messing with niggas called the Punisher.
If she was scared, if she was scared for her life, she would have never.
Oh, the hell you scared to mess with niggas call it Punisher? Stop. I'm sorry. There's no sex trafficking in that. I'm not gonna lie. There's no, Your Honor. The violence, yes. The drugs, there's no, and he's just if he OD'd more than Cassie, he was not selling the drugs. First of all, you know what I mean. Your plug is not gonna OD more than that. Not gonna be coming to the party and then OD. It doesn't work like that. I don't know what type of world people think that would look like. It doesn't work like that. Like it seems like he had way more drug overdose than Cassie did. You tell me that if he had an overdose, she couldn't go up and leave after the drug overdose. You know what I mean? The perfect time to leave. You see what I'm saying, right? Come on, I mean, hey, love.
Already.
Perfect time to leave. You got an overdose. Come on, now stop. That's really too fucking crazy. That's crazy.
He never paid the drug, man.
You gotta stop. The man has he's a billionaire, right? And like he's not gonna have small bag. He's gonna have two bag of coke. I mean, I whatever my bag, 2 bag of stuff, on some powder, and like you know what I mean, and his pills. He's not gonna have like a billionaire. He's gonna have bricks after bricks. I'm thinking they would have had like at least a couple of bricks to show the media. You see what I'm saying? I'm like, bro, come on, man. We need to stop that shit.
Yo, in the rich niggas' houses, listen. I used to read High Times back in the day, right? High Times magazine. In High Times magazine, they said George Clooney. George Clooney had a party, right? At his mansion. Yo, the walls, the sheetrock was all cocaine. Motherfuckers just in there chopping off a piece of the wall, chopping it up, doing their thing, you know. They was naming a lot of these people that's caught up in these charges and all that now. They was naming them back then, saying all of them was there, yo. Them motherfuckers got other resources. They got sheetrocks. That's yayo.
I said those guys been having those parties though. That's what I'm saying. They gotta watch what they do because these parties that they're having and what they said free cough or whatever, these other parties that these people used to have back then was also a big mess. So they gotta just watch what they put out there. That's what I'm saying.
There's gonna have to be some town hall. There's gonna have to be some town hall meetings.
Yes,
and we're gonna have to discuss what's acceptable, what's not acceptable. You know what I mean? We're gonna have to come to the table with some legislation, and it's gonna have to be across the board. It can't change. In this state is this, and this state is that. No, it gotta be the same thing across the fucking board.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because it's too much goofy shit. It's too much gray area. It's too much loopholes for niggas that want to do shit. It just, you know what I mean? Shit gotta be sorted out.
Yeah, it's a lot though. It just needs to stop. You know, certain things gotta be covered, but cut off and then explained and covered properly because you know, people saying Cassie was 19. Go back to when Diddy and Cassie was a lot of men with 19-year-olds. You know what I mean? With parties and stuff like that. Like I said that one of them senators was before Diddy. You know what I mean? Those guys had like a 21-year-old, 20-something, 19-year-old, or 18. You know what I mean? And then she became 20. And she exposed them.
When a nigga smashing something 19, trying to get them fresh off the press. That's some other shit. I think 19, all right, on some smashing shit, fucking with females or whatever. I think 19, nobody older than 26. Well, yeah, 26 shouldn't be smashing a 19-year-old. Unless she already got a baby or something like that. Like she one of them already sexually active, more mature 19-year-old. But just on some regular 19-year-old shit, maybe 26 is the limit. Now, when a female gets start hitting 23 and up, it's fair game. You know what I'm saying? Really 21, but I'd say 23. So you don't be just, a nigga don't just be chasing the first youngest thing that hit grown that can get drunk and shit. You know what I'm saying? But 19 years old, nobody older than 26. Nobody older than 26. That's about the range for that. Unless shorty is because you got 19-year-old strippers and shit too, though. That's something different.
Yeah,
19-year-olds with 2 kids and shit too. It's different. You know what I'm saying? Different category.
Yeah, I don't think they them 19-year-old. I said them 19-year-old strippers that are stripping. I don't think they're going to go home with older niggas anyway. They just gonna make money and go home. You know what I mean? But some of them do make the choices. They do make the choices when they see certain niggas.
Yeah, they do that shit. That shit. It's a different. It's different. It's some grown motherfuckers out there.
Mm-hmm.
You got girls that had kids at 15. By the time they 19, they baby 4. Shit like that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Not saying I ain't saying it's cool, but I'm just saying like certain shit it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Nobody shouldn't be running around tugging at 19-year-olds when they older, but certain shit is just gonna be what it's gonna be too at the same time.
I feel you.
You know what I'm saying? Just, everybody got responsibility. Even with me, if I had a daughter, I gotta teach her. I gotta put her wise. I gotta make sure she moving right out here. Cause it gonna get that age where she gonna be, you know what I mean? She gonna get promiscuous. She gonna get, you know what I mean? She gonna start smelling herself. That's where the term come from. The term smelling yourself come from females that just, you know what I mean? You can't tell them nothing. So, you know what I'm saying? We responsible for that. You gotta just make sure they thinking right. Show them that video. I sent a video when I was at when I was in middle school. I think I might have said no, we ain't said that elementary school. Middle school and high school though, they showed us the video with all of the STDs. That shit slow niggas down for real. That shit work.
Yeah.
Yeah, you ain't never seen a video with the STDs where it go, you know what I mean, all the shit you can catch. And how what? Man. That should have had you on point. That should have had, you know what I'm saying? You ain't gonna just be out here reckless. That's the type of shit you gotta show people though. You gotta show your sons and daughters, not just the girls, the boys too.
Mm-hmm. You ain't lying.
You know what I'm saying? Show them that kind of shit. Let them know, but at the same time, I'm fucking gonna do what the fuck they want to do anyway. Everybody, ain't nobody exempt. You know what I'm saying? We did what the fuck we wanted to do, so.
Yeah, I know Kid Cudi was trying to spin it on camera. Like, when he started with that cigarette, like he was going to smoke. Diddy's whole career. When he started, you see that smoke, that popping out, they smoking a cigarette? It's trying to send a message. Like, yeah, I got you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You smoke a cigarette and you're trying to say you automatically sending a message. You know what I mean? Just like it's a thing in the hood. No, you know that. It's in the hood and maybe smoking cigarettes in these videos. They're sending a message when they're doing that shit. Kid Cudi shit though. I don't know. As I said, they should have kids. They should have had, video. You gotta have all these things. You know what I mean? You gotta have all these things. Yeah. These videos, these are important stuff. So you think he would have had videos of this guy coming out of his house or somebody?
There's a lot of people that sell their soul for the million, Joe. And then what they'll do is sell their soul and then come back and complain that they've been exploited.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They know they willing to do whatever it takes. They get them millions. They want to rub elbows with certain people and all that. They know what they signing up for. They know exactly what they signing up for. I'm not saying I still got a little bit of sympathy though. I ain't super cold hearted like that. I could be, but I ain't super cold hearted like that. But motherfuckers know what they signed up for too.
Yeah.
Only trying to act like you ain't with the industry, because I put it like this, right? Motherfuckers see what Diddy about. Well, you see what they saying Diddy is about. You see they saying he the worst of the worst. Everything fucked up. Now, if they still go back to the industry after this, you know they full of shit.
Right.
You know they full of shit. Who will want to go back to the industry now once you know it's this type of people there?
Yeah, that's going on. All this stuff is weird stuff is going on in the background. How would you want to
You gonna want to leave it alone. I can see a motherfucker start going to church or start going to doing gospel music or something like that. All right, you for real, you was trying to get out. You wasn't with the shit. But anybody who still running around with the industry, they was with it from the jump.
Mm-hmm. Not lying, for sure.
Just to help take yo down.
Yeah.
And I ain't saying yo innocent, but they just don't got no evidence. They got more evidence on other people. They gonna hide evidence on others and fabricate evidence on him. No, that shit don't work like that. I'm sorry, and I'm not no fan of his. I wasn't fucking with Diddy before this. I ain't even gonna say I'm fucking with him now. I just ain't trying to hear the shit they talking.
Yeah, I ain't a Diddy fan. I don't really like.
Yeah, I've never been a Diddy fan. I mean, I did say one time when niggas was saying he couldn't rap, I was like, no, there's a couple rap time Diddy was rapping and that shit was rocking. He was rocking on Dolly My Baby. With Big and Super Cat. I think that was Big and Super Cat, right?
Yeah.
He rocked on there and a couple other joints. So I did give him props for being able to rap a little bit, you know what I mean, making some classic songs, but I ain't never was no Diddy fan. I ain't defending him because I fuck with him. I'm defending him because I know bullshit when I see it.
Yeah.
They playing. They playing in front of our fucking face. Like that man, you know what I'm saying? Catch him with you. When you catch him, catch him. Don't try to get mad because you can't get the evidence. So you just gonna doct up the evidence and hopefully everybody who wants him go to jail can conjure up enough spirit to find them guilty.
Right.
Some more, you know what I mean? Some more witchcraft shit. You trying to conjure up the spirit that, you know what I mean, to send them to jail. Knowing you don't got no proof. The same shit you'll let somebody else go for. It's enough to, you know what I mean, that he gotta be facing life though. Or some old other shit, whatever he facing.
Why is he guilty for the Zero? He guilty for the violence, but not for the trafficking or the drugs or racketeering. There's none of that. You know what I mean? There's more baby oil than fucking drugs. You know what I mean? That's the crazy part. If you'd have had more, as I said, bricks of cocaine in his backpack, they would have raided the house and found more. You know what I mean? If that baby oil was bricks and stack like that, then there would have been a problem. But he just have his personal use, which is just a simple.
Yo, did anybody say? Look, did anybody say Diddy touched them inappropriately when they ain't want him to or anything like that?
Mm-hmm. None of them said that.
Nobody said, you know what I mean, they ain't want relations or some shit, and he forced himself on them, or he made not. Ain't nobody saying none of that.
Right. Yeah, that was the crazy part. Nobody said nothing.
Nobody ain't saying what exactly what he did. I'm telling you, yo, it's a setup. Look, niggas gonna peep game eventually. It's some setup shit, yo. It's some setup shit. Motherfuckers is running game on niggas, man. And they real smooth with it. They trying to keep that shit under wraps. Keep that shit under the umbrella. Shh.
There's a game going on. I don't know. When they, you know, what's going on. Who's on the stand tomorrow? Kid Cudi again?
It ain't no court tomorrow. Tomorrow holiday. Ain't no court.
Oh yeah, I forgot that. I keep forgetting that I had my holiday last week. Y'all have your holiday tomorrow. Yeah. So we don't have a holiday tomorrow. Yeah. We had her last week.
Ain't no court tomorrow.
So who's on the stand on Tuesday?
I don't even know for sure.
It's a waste of time. I heard the people. I heard the juries are not even. They're not even happy.
I heard they was going to sleep the other day. They said the jury was falling asleep.
Mm-hmm.
That's why the judge gave them on Friday, because it wasn't it wasn't no court Friday either. They said they gave the jury on Friday because they was tired. They was sleeping.
Yeah, because it's just think about it. Ain't nobody want to really hear about.
So he gonna give them. He gonna give them the day off, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then he gonna get with the defense and the prosecution and figure out a way to put on a better show.
Yeah, because
the jury
ain't buying
can't
it.
be going to sleep.
Yeah, they ain't buying it because you know what it is. Ain't nobody want to hear about somebody's sex life and what they've done. And then, you know what the jury mad about? If the jury could have charged him with domestic, then they would have, they would have been more happy. But they're more pissed that they're watching the violence and they're supposed to saying, "Oh, that's how he treats his victims." Well, they're like, "Shit, there's only one girl. Where's the other girl?" That kind of confuses
It
me.
ain't no domestic, but see, they probably did want to charge him with domestic, but it's no. I never heard of it anyway. It's no such thing as a federal domestic charge.
They said that was a simple domestic, which means in real life she wouldn't even get 10,000 for that. I mean 10 million for that. She wouldn't even get 2 million for that. You know what I mean? That's
I don't think she got no money from
I don't think she got no money either. I don't think she got any money. That's what I'm hearing.
I don't think she got no money from yo.
The lawyers and prosecutors are saying that's a simple domestic. That's why they didn't charge it. Like I'm like, damn, that's a simple domestic.
And if the story I said, if she was taking something that ain't belong to her, she was doing a burglary and a robbery or something too. They can flip it around like shit. You could be charged.
Yeah,
all she gotta do is admit what was in the bag. All she gotta do is say, well, he ain't paid me my royalties, so I was gonna take his 100,000, or I was gonna take his jewelry, that's all she gotta do is fuck up and say that. And that's a whole different ball game. That domestic in that hallway is a, you know what I mean? It's something else.
Right. It's true though. It's true. It is, I don't know. We're gonna see what happened on Tuesday. I'm gonna hang it up on the next one. Give me
all right, much respect, TMG.
Yeah.
Already, fam.
All right, Rice.
Already. Yeah. I shout out to everybody that came up here tonight. I'm gonna see how much respect.
Y'all.
Yeah, I mean, salute, Rice Hazy. Once again, as I said, let me sum this down a little bit. These kids right here, man, it's sad what happened, but you know, it is what it is. I don't want nobody out there taking on and trying to make it what it is. It's just messed up. Messed up. But you know what I mean? We'll see you on the next one, everybody. Shout out to everybody that came through. Already Zero. Much respect for hanging on with us. Have a good week. I mean morning, noon, night where you at, and have a less week tomorrow. Make it start off good. Don't have it. I mean, just be positive. We don't need to be getting angry over some, beef between teenagers. All right, y'all. Have a good night. Peace out.